had a little technical difficulty there. But Rene Eustace is my guest today. Thank you so much for coming out. And
Good to see you, Luke.
Yeah, a little redo on the intro. Sorry to have to make you go through that again.
Oh, no problem.
So kind of start about your background, like how you end up in San Diego, and if you could kind of go back on that. Yeah.
Grew up there, and my parents moved out there during the Great Depression in '37. They all lived in northeastern Kansas, were farmers or lived in small towns, and they all lost their farms and had to make money somehow. So one of my uncles that lived back there had been in the Navy in 1929, and he cycled through San Diego before he went to Hawaii for a while. I don't even know what kind of a ship he was on.
Yeah, is that how your family ended up in San Diego? Like he was kind of the person who went out and like scouted it first, I guess? Or?
Actually, he married my mom's sister a little bit later on.
Oh.
So that's how they all heard about San Diego, and back in those days, the entire county of San Diego had only 100,000 people.
Wow.
So the city even was really small.
I would have loved to have seen that.
It was still pretty reasonably sized when I was a kid. But
yeah.
They all ended up out there. And then by the time World War II started, everybody was there.
Oh, I bet, because all the military, right?
My mom's brother ended up getting a job for Consolidated Aircraft Company. They made B-24s during the war.
Oh, good.
So he had a work deferment from the draft because he worked for the defense industry.
Oh, nice. I mean, he's already involved pretty much then, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And my father was already 35 when the war started, and at the beginning anyway, they weren't drafting anybody that was that old.
Oh, gotcha.
But nonetheless, he worked for a meat packing company. He was a butcher by trade.
Oh.
And he worked for a meat packing company that slaughtered cattle and provided beef for the military. So
oh, wow.
He had a job deferment too.
That must have been busy too, like for
They
supplying
were all
for the military.
busy.
Yeah, jeez.
What I didn't tell you before that was interesting was that when the war started, my parents had a split-level house inland from San Diego in this community called La Mesa. And I think the story, it was really nice. I got to see it in the 80s.
Yeah.
But it was a really nice place. They paid $4,000 for it. And it was
imagine?
brand new.
Yeah.
But that's how things were back then, But talking to my mom about it in later years, she was still, I asked her, I said, so what did you think, paying that kind of money? And she goes, well, it was a lot. It seemed like a lot because, minimum wage then was, who knows, 90 cents an hour.
It's under $1,
if
right?
that anyway, but we never felt like we weren't going to be able to do it,
Yeah, absolutely.
It was doable for newly married folks and stuff back in those days. But when the war started, when gas rationing cranked up, my parents both worked toward downtown San Diego. My mom in a beauty shop, and my dad worked at this meatpacking place down there near the coast. And they couldn't get enough gas rationing coupons to drive to work, so they had to actually sell the house and move closer to downtown.
Oh man, that's kind of sad, huh?
They had stories about the blackouts, where as soon as it got dark, you couldn't have any lights on that were visible from the street in all the neighborhoods.
Oh, wow.
You couldn't have lights on a car.
Yeah.
All the aircraft plants where my mom's brother worked on B-24s, building B-24 Liberator bombers.
Yeah.
And there's some old historic photos of the entire huge aircraft plant had a giant net which looked like terrain from the sky on top of it. So
to blend it in, right?
It blended in case Japanese bombers came.
That'd be huge, huh? That net.
They figured that was going to happen. It
Yeah.
never did, but I mean, they figured it was going to happen. But yeah, so those stories were interesting.
That is.
And then as I told you a little bit the other day, other relatives were involved heavily in the war. The guys were.
Yeah.
One was in the army in the Philippines, and he was captured and was in the Bataan Death March.
Oh, really?
And survived,
Jeez.
luckily.
Tough fellow then, because that was brutal from what I read.
Yep. And then Another one of my uncles was on Guadalcanal in the 1st Marine Division and was captured and butchered by the Japanese. And then the Marines, after that sort of thing was going on, decided that they weren't going to take Japanese prisoners anymore. So they just killed anybody that they found alive.
Yeah, I understand, because your family members and friends are getting the same treatment from them. So
worse in a lot of respects.
I bet.
And another uncle was in the 1st Marine Division, also an artillery officer, and he went through all 4 of the 1st Division's campaigns. And I think I mentioned to you before that he told me that other than marrying Aunt Dorothy right before he left for Guadalcanal in 42, the 2 happiest days of his life were when those 2 atomic bombs ended the war.
Yeah.
And they all knew they were going to get to come home. Because a lot of them figured that after surviving 4 campaigns, each one worse than the one before, that there was no way that they were ever going to come home.
Yeah, like the odds, right? You're playing the odds.
The odds were bad, and the Japanese, as we found out after the end of the war, when the occupation forces went in, they had all the potential landing spots, honeycombed with caves and huge artillery. It was not going to be good.
No, and the amount of folks too, right? I mean, they just had a ton of people, right?
They figured there were going to be 1 million deaths and casualties of the invading Allied forces just in those couple of years that the war might have been extended.
Yeah, to make it like a land war, right? If they had to go that route, right?
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah. So they all came home, the ones that were lucky enough to come home.
Yeah.
And I told you last fall when we were talking that we had three family acquaintances who were actually at Pearl Harbor during the time of the attack.
Yeah.
One of them was a young officer who was on the USS Raleigh. The Raleigh was on the opposite side of Ford Island from where the Arizona was on Battleship Row.
Oh, gotcha.
And the Raleigh took a couple of torpedoes, but it was in shallow water, so it settled on the bottom kind of at an angle. And I actually, just maybe a year ago, found the official after-action report from the captain of the Raleigh, where he was describing all the stuff that had happened. And it settled on the bottom at an angle, so they flooded the other compartments on the other side of the ship to level it off.
Yeah.
And even though it was damaged and couldn't sail, the Raleigh still shot down 5 Japanese aircraft.
Oh, so during the battle, they leveled it back out, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's smart thinking, huh?
Yeah. And then one of my buddies from high school days, turns out that his dad was a chief petty officer in the Navy during the war.
Yeah.
And our friend that I was telling you about, who was on the Raleigh as an officer, a young officer, I think he was a Lieutenant JG then.
Yeah.
He lived off base, and when the commotion started from Honolulu isn't that far away.
Oh.
You could hear what was going on, so he got in his car and made a dash to Pearl, got strafed coming in the gate, but he still managed to get to a small skiff, which took him and a couple of other folks across Pearl Harbor.
Jeez.
Being strafed by Japanese planes, and somehow they didn't get hit, and he managed to get to the Raleigh.
Wow.
So to back it up again, I knew my friend's dad had been at Pearl Harbor, but I didn't know much about it. And our friend, he went on to be a destroyer captain during the war. Won the Navy Cross up by the Philippines. His destroyer and a couple others were picket ships to warn the U.S. forces when the Japanese battleships were coming down.
Oh.
And they got in a big fight with them and shot down a couple of Japanese airplanes and his crew did a bunch of good stuff. And they got a unit commendation, and he got the Navy Cross. And when he retired in the late 50s, he became at the academy he studied nautical engineering.
Oh, gotcha.
So he helped form the first civilian college in Florida. I can't remember the name of it. Florida Atlantic, maybe, that had to do with engineering for ships and stuff like that.
Oh
And
man.
whenever he'd come out for a conference or something in San Diego, he'd always meet up with us and take us out to dinner or whatever. Well, he called one time, and my friend and his mom and sister were going to go, and mom and sister were going to go with us. And so we all met up, and, something would always come up about Pearl Harbor. And my friend Frank said, my dad was at Pearl Harbor too. And Charles was like, oh, really? Was he on a ship or what? And he goes, yeah, he was on the Raleigh.
Oh.
And Charlie's eyes lit up, and he said, what was his name? His nickname was
Lum.
Lamir Klepak
Oh,
was
gotcha.
his name.
Yeah.
And he goes, my God, he was in my section. So the two of them knew one another.
Whoa, what a small world, huh?
Yeah. So
Man.
that was pretty cool.
That's really cool, man. Especially you have that kind of connection, you know?
And then we had one other friend, a lady who had been a young Army nurse, and she actually lived on Ford Island, maybe 100 yards, if that, from the Arizona.
Oh, really?
And so she was actually in bed in her quarters and was thrown out of bed by the explosion of the Arizona blowing up.
Holy cow.
Yeah, and then she said something like the next 48 or 50 hours without sleep, tending to wounded sailors and stuff like
Unreal.
that.
What a badass, man. I mean, like to like get woken up that violently and then just go to action. I mean, that's a tough person, to have that kind of mental fortitude.
That's what everybody did.
Yeah.
It's what they all did. You read the accounts on Hickam Air Base and all those places. It was the same.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
Tough people.
Yeah. So anyway, to get back to my part of the story.
Yeah. No, that was really good info, man. That's
But
cool.
it was a really interesting time, having had relatives and everybody that lived there, all the guys that were of military age, most of them had been in the war, and either in the Pacific or in Europe or wherever, and
Yeah.
a lot of interesting stories.
Absolutely, I bet, man. Different generation, like I feel like a lot of friends and family who've served, but not as much. I feel like, because it's like the world's bigger now, the population's bigger now.
Right. Oh, for sure.
Because like just in your story, everybody was involved, whether they were actively in the military, like your folks who were helping, with the butchering of the beef, and
Yep.
and well, even your mom doing the beautician stuff. Probably got some business from all the military folks, and like helping the effort in all different ways. It was like it felt like a whole national thing. Where now, like when we sent troops over to Iraq and Afghanistan,
It's different.
it's different. Yeah, like we weren't really like individually weren't as involved. If you
Yeah.
weren't in the military versus like
Yeah.
back then. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And
Yeah.
one cool thing, my mom having been a hairdresser through all that era, when you see old Hollywood movies from the 30s and 40s, my mom did not for movies, but
Yeah.
my mom did all those kinds of hairstyles.
Yeah, that's
Really
cool.
Cool, pretty hairstyles that women used to wear. That it was really neat.
Yeah, they seem a little more intricate. I mean, like the one that comes to my head, I don't know if it's right, but the beehive, I think, was like one of them, right?
Oh,
or
all
something.
kinds of stuff. Yeah.
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 I don't know, that one always stuck in my head, like the big thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
But I
really
went to
neat.
high school and grammar school, high school, all that stuff in San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
And we lived inland. We lived all of my since I was born anyway, we lived kind of inland near San Diego State, within a few blocks of where San Diego State State University is now.
Oh, gotcha.
So my high school, junior high school, and grammar school were all within 2 blocks of one another.
Really?
So I never had an excuse for being late for school.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I walked to all of them. There was,
Yeah, no snow
reason
days.
not to. Yeah,
Yeah.
no snow days in San Diego anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
And then I graduated in early June of '63. I was still 16. I turned 17 a month at the end of June, and I graduated in the beginning of June. So
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, my cousin had got me a job about a month before school ended for the summer at a production cabinet shop called Cross Cabinets. It was out in El Cajon, which was a little further east.
Oh, yeah.
And this was the era of after World War II, starting probably in the 50s, early 50s, and on through the 60s, when the city was really growing. I don't remember if I mentioned this on this part of the podcast or before we pushed the button.
I think before we push the button, yeah. As if,
But San Diego, when my parents got there in 1937, the entire county only had 100,000 people in it.
Jeez,
It was still very small. So the big migration didn't start till after World War II.
oh, gotcha.
So this cabinet shop I worked for made production cabinets for these new housing tracts that were being built. And I just got a job, $1.25 an hour was minimum wage then, as a cabinet shop helper. And I helped build face frames for these cabinets, and then I would help deliver the cabinets and then clean the shop. And it was a big shop, and
Yeah.
man, there was a lot of sawdust.
Oh, I
I
bet.
remember that. And they'd bring these big carriers would bring these big bunks of lumber to this big giant back door, and I'd a lot of times alone I'd have to unload those big bunks of lumber. It
Jeez.
took a long time.
I was saying, you must have been real strong after all that, huh?
Man, it was crazy.
Yeah.
But I told my mom that the first thing I was going to get with my own money, I was going to buy a surfboard,
Yeah.
and I did.
Oh, that's so awesome. That was the first thing you bought with all your money?
Yep, first thing I ever bought with my own money, other than maybe books or something like that weren't that expensive. But
More essential stuff.
First real item was that.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
And how much did you say it was?
It was $125.
$125. And
Yeah.
a 9.6, right? You said
It was a 9.6. It was clear Clark foam.
Clark foam.
Yep,
huh.
Clark foam clear. Had a 3/4 inch redwood stringer down the middle, or balsa stringer down the middle, and then 3 on each side, 3 really thin redwood strips. It was really a nice
That
board.
had to be beautiful. That'd be like a wall piece, you know?
Yeah,
Man, you don't have it anymore, do you?
I don't.
Oh man, that'd be cool.
I don't.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah.
got to enjoy it for a long time though.
But I
bet.
did get to enjoy it for a long time. Yeah. So when I first got to that cabinet shop, that summer of '63, my mom helped me. My parents had been divorced for a while. My mom helped me get a '51 Buick. It was my first car.
51 Buick?
It was a big old tuna boat. That's what we called it, the tuna boat.
Yeah, I bet.
But
man.
it was so big that you could fit that Hobie in the trunk with only about 3 feet sticking out. It was huge.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
And that's like, and the seats weren't folded forward, right? Like, that's just trunk,
no,
right?
No, it was just a huge trunk. The people that had cars like that, if you didn't have a station wagon or something, you just put a flag on the end of the board or whatever.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a monster though. Because
Yeah.
without the seats folded, just trunk space.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a cool car though. I mean, it was pretty neat.
I bet, man. Probably rode nice and everything, huh?
Yeah, it did good. And out at the cabinet shop, the truck they had for us to use for deliveries, they bought a 1.5 ton truck later in the summer, but
Oh.
they were just using this 1950 Chevy pickup, 50 or 51, I can't remember for sure. But it was a stick shift, and that was the first vehicle I'd ever driven that had a stick shift, because our 55 Ford Ranch wagon and my Buick and the older Pontiac that my folks got right after the war were all automatics.
Oh, yeah.
So this thing was a stick shift, but it was on the column.
Oh, yeah.
And you and I were talking about that before.
Yeah, the old 3 on the tree.
3 on
Yeah.
the tree. Let's see. Forward and down was first.
Yeah.
Up and to the forward position
Oh.
was second.
Yeah.
Straight down was third, and reverse was straight toward you and back up.
Yeah.
So
And we were talking about before, and probably glad that it didn't get recorded. I don't think is. I was trying to remember, like, man, was my pattern the same? My pattern was the same for sure, like you said, because it was all standard. But because I remember one time I was in, because my '69 Land Cruiser, still have it. It's in Whitehall at my folks' place. But I remember I was up hunting, and I got stuck in this mud spot. And it was actually called Mud Springs outside of Whitehall. And I remember my dad was always like, man, you want an automatic if you're going to be going through the mud. And I was like, it's fine. I can shift fast enough, in my cocky head. And sure enough, he was right, though. Because, like, I was trying to go from first to second, and it's such a far throw
yeah.
that I would lose the RPMs, and I'd lose my momentum, and then I would just bog down and be done. So
Yeah.
it took me a lot of work to get out of that mud hole.
Yeah. So my first day at the cabinet shop, my cousin Bud got me that job about, I said, about a month before school ended.
Yeah.
And first day at the cabinet shop, they took me out in that Chevy pickup, taught me how to drive a stick shift, or started to teach me how to drive a stick shift.
Gave you the basics.
Fortunately, I didn't have to drive it anywhere with pulling a trailer full of cabinets for a while. But
Okay.
nonetheless, that was how I learned to drive a stick shift. It was in that thing.
Man.
And then they hooked this trailer on it full of cabinets, and me and another guy, there was another kid who was a shop helper. That was our job, was to make these deliveries all over the city to these housing tracts.
Oh man.
Yeah, and deliver these cabinets.
That's cool.
So,
And that's probably the best way to learn, though, huh? Like, just get in it and just do it and put all the miles on, you know?
yeah, it was pretty good stuff.
Y-
And so I kept that job. Let's see, that was in '63. College started in the fall. I went to a junior college for the first couple of years before I transferred to San Diego State. But I kept that job and worked it, excuse me, all summer during those years. And then I'd go in, usually the way the college schedules work, you didn't go like maybe you had a class that was 3 days a week
Yeah.
at a certain time, but you'd have certain days where you maybe didn't have a class at all or didn't have one till later on.
Yeah.
And so I'd go out at least one morning a week usually and make a delivery. They'd have the truck all loaded or whatever, and me and another guy'd go make a delivery, and then I'd work weekends.
Oh, nice.
But like I was telling you, gas was cheap then. It was like regular octane gas, like our 87 octane now, was like 25 cents a gallon. And 100 octane premium was like 28 cents a gallon. But they'd have gas wars. These stations all over San Diego would it from time to time.
Yeah, yeah.
And you could get 100 octane premium for like 22 cents a gallon for a couple of weeks,
That'd be awesome, man. Could you feel the difference when you put 100 octane in the old car?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. And it was cool because, I'd take home during that time period during school. I'd work full time the whole Christmas vacation and during the summers, but during school I'd only maybe work 12, 15 hours a week or something like that, and there wasn't much withholding. So, your take home would probably be like $15 or something.
Yeah.
But, I could drive to the junior college, which was about 10 miles each way from where I lived, and, go out and do stuff a few evenings a week or whatever like that, and still have money left over. It's just crazy thinking back on it the way things are now,
Yeah, I mean, I was doing this similar, like I was a college athlete, so I got a little tuition waiver, and then I worked at the gym at the rec desk, part time, which is kind of like you're just like in charge of the whole gym, kind of like the cleaning and all that stuff, and helping out with intramurals, and so that was paying, I think, minimum wage, and I worked about every night I could, and some weekends when I wasn't at track, and I didn't have that much wiggle room, with funds. I was making rent, and I couldn't really afford to go home very often,
Yeah. But it was kind of a frustrating job. One thing I didn't touch on was that it was supposed to be a unionized job, but the owner of the shop didn't want to do that. And I never knew the specifics of how he got away with not doing it. But we were actually threatened to keep our mouths shut.
Oh.
Yeah, this was back in those kind of days when stuff was pretty freewheeling and stuff. It's like, you're lucky to have a job, keep your mouth shut or you won't, that kind of stuff. And there were some young married guys who weren't really more than a few years older than I was, who were like maybe 19 or 20 and just newly married and stuff like that. And they got the same threat.
And they can't afford to
They couldn't
mess
afford
around.
to not have the job, and all that. So I think the second year I worked there, the second Christmas vacation, they got caught by the union inspectors.
Oh, really?
And we were working like 50 hours of overtime a week. We were just getting straight time.
Not getting paid,
Yeah.
Oh.
And at the end of the 2 weeks, he got caught, and he had to pay me. I think the wage I would have had then was like $3 an hour with overtime above that.
Yeah.
I made a fortune during those 2 weeks, as it turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd feel great, huh?
Yeah.
Probably a nice little bump. Is that before you got the Datsun then?
Yeah. Actually, just about the time I got the Datsun.
Oh, so that probably helped with getting that sucker then, huh?
Yeah. So One more interesting aside to this whole thing, which was kind of a huge deal for all of us, was that when I graduated from high school, I wasn't 17 yet.
Oh yeah.
And so I was a free man in Paris for the whole year I was in 17. And then on June 30th in the next year, which was 64, when I turned 18, I had to register for the draft.
Oh.
Because everybody did.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just what you did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now I think you have to sign something, but there is no draft. So
Yeah, selective service is what you got to
just
do now.
sign up with the selective service, yeah. But
Yeah.
we had to actually register and stuff like that.
Oh, gotcha.
And so that summer of 64, so June 30th, I had to sign up. And then later that summer in August, the Gulf of Tonkin incident happened where some U.S. ships were attacked by some North Vietnamese equivalent of PT boats.
Oh.
Everything up to that time, all the U.S. action in Vietnam was as advisors. Well, actually, there was combat, but they were advisors, not
Not active.
actual troops, you know.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And so I remember there was a guy that worked, one of the guys that worked on our table saws and things when there were problems with them. He was like a mechanic for woodworking equipment.
Yeah.
He'd been in the Korean War, which was like, 15 years before or something like that.
Yeah.
And that Gulf of Tonkin incident happened, and the U.S. responded by bombing Hanoi.
Oh.
And this guy came in like the day after that attack on Hanoi happened, and he's like, you watch. You guys are going to be in trouble, meaning all of us that were teenagers and stuff then, in early 20s and all, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so it turned out he was right, because the following early in 65 was when the first U.S. troops actually went to Vietnam and started being involved in combat and stuff like that.
Brutal.
So those of us that had student deferments, I'll be honest with you, we worked hard to keep them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the
absolutely.
only way you could keep it was you had to have a full-time credit hours, each semester. And I think it was 15 and a half credits, something like that.
Man.
And if you dropped below that, you could get reclassified and get drafted.
Oh,
so,
jeez. Yeah, I'd be staying in school if I were you too.
I needed a lot of work when I graduated from high school. I mean, I was good at the courses I was good at, but others I wasn't particularly good at. And so in college, I kind of had the drive to try and do well.
Same.
Because I didn't want to lose my deferment, I kept thinking, this thing's got to end eventually, but it never did. It just seemed every year it got worse,
Yeah.
More guys were dying, more people were going over there. Nothing was ever seemed to work, as far as it ending. It was just crazy stuff. Pilots were getting shot down and captured and in prison in North Vietnam, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so I graduated in 68, and I lost my deferment, but I went back the 68, 69 school year and just took like a preliminary grad school courses and did some other stuff just to stay busy.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Because I knew something was coming. So
Yeah.
I originally wanted to be a psychologist.
Oh, really?
Not really sure why, to tell you the truth. I
Yeah.
just felt being able to do therapy and help people would be an interesting thing. But as the training went on more, I discovered in my own head that I never did full-on therapy because I wasn't qualified, but listening to people's problems and stuff was stuff that I had a hard time leaving and not dealing with when I wasn't in that setting.
I'd be the
Does
same
that
way.
make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because off the clock hours, I'd be like mulling it over in my head,
And that's what I did, and
Yeah.
it was depressing, and I knew that something was going to have to change, but I didn't know what at that point in time.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm real susceptible to it. I'm a real positive person. I like to be around positive people, and yeah, if I'm even listening to like too much down music, it starts turning my mood, and I don't
Yep.
like it, you know. So I
Yeah.
could imagine as a counselor and getting that kind of negative waves all the time. It's a special person to be able to do that job for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And it's an important job. But
Absolutely.
It just was turning out that for me it wasn't going to be what I was going to end up doing. Didn't know what I was going to end up doing.
Yeah.
I know now what I ended up doing, but
Yeah.
but
man.
anyway, so in the summer of '67,
Mhm.
so the year before I graduated from college, my cousin Ron, who was the same age as me, we were both 20, and I was able to buy this Datsun pickup brand new from Terry Allen Datsun, which was one of the first dealerships in Southern California,
Yeah.
in San Diego.
And for folks who don't know what a Datsun is, can you kind of describe it a little bit?
It's a Nissan. Nissan was the name of the company in Japan, but the story was that there was still, even in the 60s, there was some resistance to Japanese things carryover from World War II. So Nissan trademarked Datsun as the name because it seemed more maybe innocuous and less Japanese than Nissan.
Yeah. Oh.
But they were good little rigs. And this little pickup, it was a little 4-cylinder, not very big,
Yeah.
but it was cool. And I paid $1,700 brand new for it, with tax and everything.
Shiny and beautiful.
Yep. And my cousin Ron and I have been talking about, because we both had summer jobs for a while, and it's like, God, it'd be cool to be able to take the summer off and just travel around the country. I mean, who knows if we're going to get drafted, and maybe we'll never get to do anything like this again.
Yeah. Good
So we
point.
talked about it all spring, and then I got the pickup truck, and I had a little topper. I think it cost $150 or something like that. Brand new. Terry Allen Datsun put it on,
Oh, cool.
and I got 2 doors from the cabinet shop that I worked in, and we mounted them inside on hinges, and then they had legs that could lay down straight, and those were our bunks, and we could put all of our gear for this potential trip underneath.
Oh, yeah.
Inside,
Yeah.
and it worked perfect. We took a couple of little short shakedown cruises to go camping, just to see how it'd work. And then we took off in June, and we did a 13,000 plus mile drive around the country.
13,000. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, we went from San Diego all the way up the coast, went to Crater Lake, went to the Redwoods, did all that stuff, to Seattle,
Man.
popped over into British Columbia, took the Trans-Canada Highway all the way to Montreal.
Oh, really?
We were in the Canadian Rockies when my 21st birthday happened on June 30th.
Whoa.
And didn't have a drop of alcohol, even though I was of age that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hiked to a lake. I think it was about a 6-mile hike each way to a lake called Iceberg Lake in the Canadian Rockies. I think it was in Banff. We went to both Banff and Jasper, and they hook on to one another, and I can't remember right now which park it was in.
Yeah, 'cause I've seen pictures of Iceberg Lake.
It was beautiful, and it was the end of June. It did have icebergs on it.
Really?
It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, yeah. And then we found out when we got back toward Montreal, we were still in Canada, and we were listening to Canadian radio stations on the Datsun,
Yeah.
and we heard that there'd been an attack of a couple of hikers by a grizzly bear on the trail to Iceberg Lake.
Oh, wow.
And we never thought anything about grizzly bears. I mean, there were probably little signs around, but we didn't remember seeing anything like that.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, we're like, oh, geez,
That was close.
that wouldn't have been cool.
No, that would ended the trip real quick.
Yeah, yeah. But then we cut through Vermont and New Hampshire to Boston. Ron was in Theta Chi fraternity at San Diego State, and he had found out that if you belonged to that fraternity, that you could stay for free during the summer months in any Theta Chi fraternity anywhere in the United States. So we stayed at a Theta Chi fraternity house when we were in Boston and then New York City and stuff like that. Nobody
awesome.
was around, it
Yeah.
was just a couple of people there, but it was a free place to stay.
Yeah, that's really cool. 'Cause I heard about that when I first got into college, I think, and I didn't know if it was actual real thing. You know,
It was then for sure.
that's cool.
Yeah, it was really handy. It worked out pretty good.
Yeah, save a bunch of money that way.
Summer of '67 was the summer of the Newark race riots,
Oh.
and then later the Detroit race riots. We weren't anywhere near Detroit though, but we got there shortly after the Newark riots, and there was still a lot of attention and stuff like that, and that was the first time I'd ever been to the East Coast, and definitely the first time I'd ever been to any place as gigantic as New York City.
Oh, I bet. Did you have the Datsun in New York City?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, there we were trying to trip around in the city, and drive on those crazy streets and stuff. It
Yeah.
made San Diego look like nothing.
Oh, I bet, man.
Yeah, but we outlined the coast from New York and Boston all the way to New Orleans.
Whoa.
And we had a lot of fun with the truck because nobody had ever seen a Datsun pickup truck, and
Yeah.
we'd be down in Georgia or wherever, and these stop to get gas in some little country gas station, and these old boys in their bib overalls would be drinking beer, at the convenience store part of the gas station.
Yeah.
They'd come over and look at this little truck. It's like, what the heck is this? It's a Datsun. Where the hell is that made? That's a Japanese. Hey, Bubba, come over here and look at this little Jap truck.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
That is crazy,
Yeah.
man.
But one of my uncles had worked for many years for Consolidated Convair, actually,
Oh.
at Edwards Air Force Base in the desert up by Lancaster in Southern Cal.
Oh, gotcha.
And Edwards was where they did a lot of tests of new airplanes, like when the F-100 and the F-102 and F-104 and all of those came out. They did all of the preliminary tests before the Air Force accepted them as fighters or whatever,
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was involved with the engineering part of those planes and stuff. And so once a year, they'd have a big air show up there, and my mom and I would drive up there and hang out with them.
Wow.
And Uncle Pat would take, his name was Chet, but we called him Uncle Pat.
Yeah.
And so he'd take us out there, and they'd have all of these cool airplanes and B-52 bombers and stuff lined up along the runway. And
Man.
you could, go up and look in the cockpits and go inside of the big ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Man, that would be really cool. I'd love to see those.
Yeah. So at the time that Ron and I were on this trip, a few years earlier than that, he'd got another job. He worked for Bendix Corporation and moved to Cape Canaveral.
Oh.
And Bendix was involved in all of the oxygen for Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo capsules and stuff.
Oh, wow.
So he worked right there at the Cape. He knew all the astronauts. He'd been in all of the capsules, doing stuff and everything. And
Yeah.
so
Jeez.
he took Ron and I on our own private tour of the facility there at the Cape.
Man, that's unreal.
We got to go to the vehicle assembly building and see one of the Saturn V's up on that transporter roller deal.
Oh, man.
Moved them around. We didn't get to meet any of the astronauts, but
Saturn V's are huge. I've seen the ones down in
it was
Huntsville,
really cool. And they lived in Cocoa Beach, which was really close to where the Cape was.
Oh.
So Ron and I got to surf at Cocoa Beach.
Oh, cool,
So
man.
that was cool.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
awesome, man. What an experience.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And then we, progressed on around and went to New Orleans and then back up to Kansas, to the old northeastern Kansas homeland of all our relatives, and visited a bunch of them.
Oh, there's still some left there, huh?
Yeah, because my mom's older brother, the one that built B-24s, when the war ended, he got a really good job working for a gasoline delivery company in San Diego that took fuel all over the city. And he'd had it by 1949 and moved back to Kansas and bought a farm and lived there the whole rest of his life.
Oh, cool, man.
So a lot of them had gone back.
Oh, gotcha.
It's like, this is too crowded here. We're out of here.
Yeah, and there's something to say about the farmland too. You go back to where
It was
where it all
beautiful
started.
up where they were in northeastern Kansas. It's real wooded. There's a lot of walnut trees
Oh, yeah.
and other stuff like that. It's not like western Kansas, which is just really flat
Prairie schooner
plain
looking.
prairie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so different back in the northeastern part.
Yeah.
So we had fun there for a couple of weeks, and then we headed west through Colorado and stopped at Grand Canyon, and then made it home and went back to school.
That is so cool. So did you guys have like a map, or was it just kind of like, well, we want to
yeah.
do? Oh, so you guys had it all
AAA,
mapped
good old
out.
AAA, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. So you guys had it all mapped out where you're gonna go and just
We had
hit the road.
had a general map, and then we'd deviate from that depending on, you know, if we want to go see something else.
Yeah.
So that was cool. And so then that next summer in 68, I graduated. I had to take a summer school class to graduate from college because when I transferred from the junior college a few years before, and we didn't find this out until what I thought was my last semester in the spring of 68, was that I was like 3 credits short.
Oh no.
And so I had to take a summer school class, which turned out okay.
Yeah.
And when that ended in early August, I had a good friend growing up. The house next door to my mom's house in San Diego had become a rental.
Oh.
And in the 50s, late 50s, these folks moved in who were from El Salvador in Central America.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, their last name is Harth. So the mother, Anna Denicky was her name. She was of German extraction, but she was from El Salvador.
Oh.
And the father, they were divorced by this time, so he was never around. His last name was Harth, and he was from New York.
Oh.
And so the boys had Harth, hyphenated Harth Denicky was their last name.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and so there were 3 brothers. The oldest one, Joe, was just graduating from high school when they lived next door to us. And the middle brother, Albert, was a couple of grades behind. And then Jimmy was my age.
Oh.
So we went to 5th grade and 6th grade and stuff together.
Yeah.
And we stayed, after they moved, we stayed family friends with them for the longest time.
Yeah.
And so Jim, all 3 of the boys went to USC. The oldest one, Joe, became a civil engineer. The middle brother, Albert, went to USC and studied architecture and went to MIT and got a PhD in city planning.
Oh wow.
He ended up working for years for the World Bank, and his job was to head up. The U.S. was involved whenever countries would be devastated by a war in Africa, by a war or natural disaster, a typhoon on the east coast of Africa wrecking a city, or you know, like now the stuff that's going on in Syria with earthquakes.
Oh yeah.
Albert would help the infrastructure get set up to rebuild these cities.
Man, that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sad about the tragedy, you know, that happened, but kind of cool to be part of the rebuild.
He traveled all over the place, and you know, at the time Clinton was president, Albert lived in D.C. and worked out of the World Bank headquarters then, and his daughter went to the same, or his kid went to the same private school with Chelsea Clinton. And
oh, really? Gee,
all this stuff. So,
big time. Yeah. Did you ever go out and see him in D.C.?
No, never did.
I've never been there.
But Jim, the one that was my age, he lived with us. So let's see, it would have been my second year at the junior college. Jim didn't have the grades. He needed to do a few things ahead of time to get into USC.
Oh, yeah.
So he lived with us in San Diego for a year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then went to USC, and I'd go up and visit him and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And because of him living up there, when Kareem Lou Alcindor was playing for UCLA, I got to go up and see UCLA and USC play basketball.
Wow, and that's a rivalry there, eh?
Yeah, twice I got to do that.
Man.
Yeah, which was really cool because that was the era when UCLA won like 6 or 7 national championships in a row in basketball.
Jeez, what an era.
Cool
man,
stuff.
And Kareem is big fella, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah, that'd be nuts to see.
Big gangly guy, but he was famous for that sky hook.
Yeah,
and he could do it from way out from the basket, and nobody could reach up high enough to stop it. You know?
Yeah. I've only seen the videos, you know, and man, it looked incredible.
It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, Kareem.
And then just real quick before I forget, a number of years later, of course, Bill Walton was from San Diego, and he went to UCLA after Kareem left.
Yeah,
and was involved in, you know, huge win runs for UCLA.
Yeah, what a legend.
And when he was playing pro ball, Alcindor was on Kareem then,
Yeah.
because he when he became a Muslim, he changed names.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
Kareem was playing for the Lakers, and Bill Walton was playing for the Clippers in San Diego. We got to see those two centers play against one another in a pro game.
Wow.
And Bill Walton was healthy then. His knees
Yeah.
were doing good, and it was freaking incredible
I
to
bet.
see
What a
those
battle, I bet, huh?
see those two guys block shots from one another and stuff. It was way cool.
Man, yeah.
I don't even remember who won the game. It didn't matter, because just seeing those two play,
Yeah,
two legends play against one another, was really cool.
Man, I'm jealous, yeah.
Yeah. So, 68, back to summer of 68.
Mm-hmm.
Jim and I decided before I went back to, I didn't have my deferment anymore, but I went back to school for that year for something to do, basically,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
kind of waiting to see what was going to happen. Jim was going to drive down to El Salvador to visit his mom and stuff. And he goes, let's take the Datsun and drive to El Salvador.
Really?
So we did.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
How far is that drive? Do you remember?
2,000 or 3,000 miles. It's a long way.
That's what I was thinking, man. Yeah, 'cause you go through Mexico all the way down to like Central
Mexico,
America.
Guatemala, and then El Salvador's on the Pacific side. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. It was the coolest trip, because Jim was a native Spanish speaker. I only knew a little, from just words I picked up growing up in San Diego.
Yeah.
But it was cool having him along, because there are a few times when people tried to cheat us at gas stations and stuff like that, because I couldn't really speak Spanish, and I'm trying in broken Spanish to talk to these guys, and
Yeah.
they didn't know that Jim looked as Anglo as I did,
Oh, really?
that he was from El Salvador. And
Yeah, he's
was
a little more light-skinned.
fluent Spanish speaker. And I remember once these two guys that came out to pump the gas were jabbering in Spanish to one another, and Jim was listening to him, and they were saying, let's cheat this gringo. He doesn't know what's going on,
Yeah.
And so they pumped the gas in, and then they told me a price, and it was they didn't have it in gallons. It was in liters and stuff, and I didn't really know
The math on it.
the math on the liters and stuff like that. And they had told me a way jacked up price. And in Spanish, Jim's like, he started cussing him out in Spanish, and he was really angry. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not going to cheat us. I'm from El Salvador. I know what's going on here and stuff. And they were like, oh,
Yeah, yeah.
So it's pretty cool having him along.
That is so nice. Got the numbers right for you and everything.
Yeah, we drove down, and when we got into Guatemala, there were two routes. There was a kind of a coastal route. It was really jungly. It was really cool.
That'd be awesome.
And there was a mountain route up through the cloud forest, and we wanted to go that way, but Guatemala had some sort of a communist insurrection thing going on at the time, and it wasn't safe to drive up in the backcountry.
Oh,
So,
gotcha.
it
Man,
was
that's a shame.
Jim's recommendation to just go the coastal route.
Yeah.
And we topped this hill and started down this hill, and way down there, you could see these guys dressed in camouflage stuff out in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
And so Jim's like, uh-oh, what's this? And we slowed down and stopped. And these guys they weren't AK-47s, but they looked like AK-47s to me for all the pictures I'd seen from them and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So Jim was driving at the time, and I was in the passenger side because we'd trade off.
Yeah.
And Jim rolls down the window, and this guy leans in, and the rifle's like pointed right at me on the other seat.
Oh, no.
And they're talking in Spanish, and they talk for a couple of minutes, and then they let us go. And I went, what was that all about? And he goes, those are the government forces. Those are the good guys. And he said he was just wondering, they're stopping cars. They're asking if they've seen any other soldiers along the road anywhere.
Oh, no.
Because if there were, they were the, in quotes, bad guys, and they wanted to know about it.
Oh, gotcha.
So I was like,
I'll be sweating.
yeah.
Man.
Yeah. So we got down there. His mom lived in El Salvador. I never drank coffee before this trip,
Oh, really? At all?
but his mom, really good coffee. His coffee is grown in El Salvador.
Oh.
And his mom had this deal set up with these coffee growers. There's a volcano, an extinct volcano just outside the city called San Salvador.
Oh.
And the San Salvador volcano, it's got coffee plantations on it. And every 3 days, she'd get a 3-day supply of coffee beans brought to the door of her home.
Man.
So that they always had
Just the freshest.
so good.
Oh, I bet,
I was
man.
hooked after that.
Yeah, I bet, man.
Yeah, and
Like-
their family also had a bunch of their other relatives too had inland. There was an extinct volcano called, I'll think of the name in a minute.
Yeah.
It was a big extinct volcano, and there was a kind of like a beach on one part of it. It was all jungly.
Oh.
It looked like Crater Lake, only it was jungle.
Really?
The whole thing was jungle.
Wow.
It was a 25 square mile lake. It was big.
Just beautiful, huh?
Yeah. Ilopango is the name of the
Ilopango.
lake.
Wow,
Ilopango. Turns out that Ilopango, back in the 1200s, 1300s, somewhere in there, when that also, along with Guatemala and southern Mexico, was Maya country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's
Jeez.
pyramids down in El Salvador too, and everything, ruined cities.
Yeah.
Ilopango exploded and laid waste to virtually all of El Salvador and basically ended Maya culture in El Salvador.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That is nuts. You never hear about it.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, but you can look it up, Isalgo the volcano, and read about it and stuff like that.
I'll check it out, man. 'Cause that's
So
really
by the
interesting.
time we were there, of course, it was all jungle again and everything. And
Yeah.
they had a boat. We water skied on it.
Really?
We water skied one morning, and the whole 25 square mile lake was as smooth as a sheet of glass.
Wow. Man.
It was hard to stay concentrated on water skis because it was just so smooth. It was like you were sailing on a mirror or something.
Yeah, man. That's rare on any lake, you know, and
Yeah,
especially on a big
yeah.
lake like that. You
It
know,
was really cool.
man. Yeah.
And
what
then
an experience.
we drove back home, and that was the end of those adventures.
Yeah, man.
The next big adventure was that June of '69. The day I took a bunch of anthropology courses because I was thinking that I'd like to be an anthropologist and specialize in the Mayan culture
Oh, yeah.
and go on digs and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And so just preliminary stuff, right? And so the day of my last final, in the beginning of June in '69, I got home and my induction notice was in the mailbox.
Oh, no. It's like a draft notice, like.
Greetings.
Yeah.
You are hereby ordered to report for induction into the Armed Forces of the United States.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it up on my wall at
Do you
home.
really?
I kept it. Oh yeah.
Jeez, did you just have like that pit in your stomach when you
Oh.
opened that sucker? Well, you know what it was before you opened it, huh?
Well, when it said selective service on it, I knew what it was.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh.
Yeah. I tried to get a deferment to go to graduate school, but they didn't even.
Didn't even think about it.
They
Ah.
basically, I had to go for an interview, but you could tell that they were bored and they didn't, want anything to do with it. So
Yeah.
anyway, there it was. So I called my Uncle Pete, the one who had been in the Navy in 29, and my mom was at work, so she didn't even know till that night. And I'm like,
Oh.
so what do you think? And he goes, well, I mean, you're probably getting drafted into the Army, but the thing was, it was at that period in time, the Marine Corps got a percentage of the draftees that thought they were going to the Army
Oh, yeah.
because the Marine Corps was an all-volunteer service
Oh.
because enough guys wanted to be Marines,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But because Vietnam being so unpopular and because so many Marines were getting killed up by Quezon and stuff, they weren't meeting their quotas. So they got a percentage of the draftees. So
You didn't have a choice.
theoretically, if I had just gone ahead and gone into what I thought was the Army, I might not have gone into the Army. I might have been
End of a
in
Marine.
the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And so Pete says, you got to think about that possibility, or you can join the Navy or the Air Force if you can get in. I only had 15 days before I was supposed to report.
Oh, gotcha.
And so this was a Saturday, so I couldn't do anything until Monday.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and
That makes
so
for a long weekend,
so
huh?
it was a real long weekend,
Yeah.
trying to figure out what to do. And I thought, Well, it's a 4-year enlistment instead of 2 years with the draft, but I maybe have a better chance of not going to Vietnam.
Yeah.
Or if I do, I'll be off the coast on a ship or something.
Yeah, yeah, a little more safe area.
So I went into the Air Force recruiter that following Monday. Sounded okay, but they didn't promise me any training or anything, you know. So I went and talked to the Navy recruiter, and it was the same day. It was a 4-year enlistment, but they would guarantee me in writing getting to go to a school after boot camp before I did whatever I was going to end up
Smart.
doing.
Yeah, smart.
So I took it.
Yeah.
I took it, started Navy boot camp on the 19th of June that year, 69. I was the old guy in my company.
Oh yeah.
Because I was like within 11 days of turning 23.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, most everybody else was 18, 19, you know, whatever.
Fresh out of high school, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And so I knew I wasn't going to try and get an OCS because they were really after people that were better at math and stuff than I was. And it was just like,
That was like officer, right?
it wasn't going to happen, you know.
Yeah.
But went to boot camp that summer. That was kind of trying because our company commander was a torpedoman chief petty officer. Same thing as a drill instructor, basically, in the other services.
Oh,
But he was an alcoholic, and
that's tough.
he really wasn't very good. He'd come to work drunk a lot of the times. We couldn't say anything or do anything. We were pond scum, you know?
Powerless at that point.
Yeah, and a lot of times he wasn't even around when he was supposed to be around.
Oh, whoa.
And
That's almost,
so they
that's
would
almost
always
more stressful.
they would always threaten you in boot camp that if your company did bad, they'd re-rotate the whole company and you'd have to start over in boot camp.
Oh, man.
There was no freaking way that those of us that were the older guys, you know, maybe a year or two older than the youngsters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there's no way I'm going through this again. So we just kind of took upon ourselves to help organize our company, and we just go out and practice marching and do the stuff we were supposed to do,
Yeah.
you know, to keep us up to snuff because we did not want to get set back.
Yeah, I bet, man.
Yeah.
That'd be brutal to have to start over
Thinking
again.
back on it, you know, it's just so weird that guy was like that. I mean,
And that there's no...
he wasn't mean. He wasn't cruel. He just wasn't there or wasn't competent.
Especially
know?
during wartime, you know, you'd want like the best of the best. You think train up to make these people the best of the best.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. And I know we had lectures and stuff a lot about different shipboard things, you know, because you just assumed you were going to go to a ship, although the Navy had a lot of non-ship, a lot of shore stuff too all over the world. But they geared it towards ships, you know. You had a deck, a bulkhead, you know, and just to screw with them, we'd mention a ceiling, and they'd get all mad, you know, like, that's not called a ceiling.
Yeah.
It's an overhead or whatever, you know. And
Yeah.
they're like, okay, whatever, you know.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, and we had one training station at these bleachers early afternoon that was, so Marine Corps Recruit Depot adjoins the Naval Training Center in San Diego, or did then.
Oh.
There's no Naval Training Center in San Diego anymore. There were two. There was San Diego. Everybody who lived west of the Mississippi came to San Diego. Everybody who lived east of the Mississippi went to Great Lakes outside of Chicago.
Oh, yeah, like by Gurnee and
So
stuff.
Chicago's the only one now, but then there were
really?
two.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'd be sitting out there in this lecture, and it's right after lunch, and it's hot, you know, and everybody'd be drifting off to sleep. And the chiefs or whoever that were leading the lecture, they'd go, "Hey, you guys better frickin' wake up. Look over that fence." And right over the fence, just about 100 yards out, there was a sand pit with these Marine recruits crawling through it, getting screamed at, you know, by the drill instructors and stuff. They're like, if you don't pay attention, we're going to cut a hole in this fence and let those guys have you. Everybody woke up real quick.
Oh, I bet, like straight up. Straighten up your back a little bit. And
Yeah. So finished boot camp. I think it was 8 weeks, 9 weeks, something like that. And we had to come back for a week in a holding pattern. We didn't really have have to do anything because we had graduated.
Oh.
But some people already had orders to go to ships, and those of us that were going to go to a school had already found out what we were going to do. Not all the schools were in San Diego, but some were. I got the basic schools were called A schools.
Oh.
And then there were advanced schools later on that some people would go to called B schools and stuff like that. But I got radioman A school.
Oh, nice.
Radiomen were the ones that worked on ships in the communication department where the communication equipment was.
Yeah.
And so this school was, I don't know, 3 months or something like that long. And you learned all the basics about communications. You had to learn Morse code because a lot of ships, this is before everything was computerized and everything.
Oh, whoa.
And so people still had to know how to do Morse code because they'd use it in emergencies if like auditory stuff went out or whatever,
Yeah.
radio signals.
Yeah, jeez.
So had a week leave and checked in for the school, and the chief that checked me in is like, looked at my record and stuff like that. And he's like, "Oh, you're from San Diego. Do you have relatives here and stuff?" And I went, "Oh yeah, lived here my whole life." And he goes, "How much of a hurry are you to get out to the fleet?" And I went, "I mean, I didn't know." It's
Yeah.
like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
It's like, well, do you want to stick around a little longer because we need some typing instructors, and you could do that for a month before you start radio school, and you can live at home and get an allowance for quarters, and it'll be just like going to school.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
And I was like, sign me up, man.
Yeah, I'd definitely do that.
So I did it, and I got to live at home, and I just come down, and I only had to be there one night a week. They had a barracks, and we had to take turns. Everybody in the class had to take turns being a night guard. All you had to do was, walk through the building during the night hours. And
Are you making sure people are in their beds?
well, not so much make sure they're in their bed, but they all had to put a note on the bed telling what time they had to be woken up.
Oh.
Because it wasn't just radio school people in this building, some of them and other classes too.
Oh.
Other job classifications too. And so they had to have a thing in their bed, 0500, whatever it was, when they were supposed to wake up.
Yeah.
And so we had to wake them up,
Oh.
which wasn't necessarily always a good thing because a lot of those guys like to go out and get drunk, and they were not in very good mood when you'd wake them up and stuff.
I bet.
But I learned real quick that I always carried a big long stick with me,
Yeah.
and I'd tap the bed from like 5 feet away. Time to get up. As soon as they acknowledged that you told them to get up, if they overslept then, it wasn't your fault. It
Oh, really?
was their problem.
Yeah, just let it be like,
So-
hey, I tried.
Did the radio school thing, and like in December, we were getting close to being done, and so everybody turned in what was called early in the class a dream sheet. And the dream sheet was, if you had to go to a ship, what kind of a ship would you like to go to? And you had a choice of all of these things, everywhere from, the Missouri and a few of the battleships were still around. You could, a battleship, a destroyer, an aircraft carrier, whatever.
Did you have any? So you had some knowledge of like each
Didn't
ship.
mean
and-
you were going to get it. It was
Yeah.
just like, what preferences would you like? If you get a radio shore station, where would you like to go?
Oh.
Wherever in the U.S., Japan, Scotland. U.S.
Oh, really?
had comm bases all over the world, Hawaii, wherever.
My grandpa ended up at Bermuda.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
stationed
there
in
you go.
Bermuda during Korea.
So I put down Hawaii. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
it's a dream sheet. Why not?
Yeah.
So anyway, we finally get to the point. We aren't done yet. We didn't finish till January, but we got our dream sheets. We had turned them in and found out what our orders were. And so we knew when orders day was going to come. And they went around the room, and a whole bunch of guys scattered through my class got river patrol boats in Vietnam,
Ooh, man.
which was a bad deal.
Yeah, I bet.
A lot of those guys, I always wondered how many of them might have gotten killed or injured
Yeah.
because they were always getting ambushed. They were primarily down in the Mekong Delta.
Oof.
And that had never entered my mind that getting a patrol boat was even I never even thought of it as a possibility, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't even thought
So
of
they
it
went
too.
around the room. Some guys got that. Some guys got cruisers, aircraft carriers, shore station in Scotland or Italy or wherever.
Yeah.
And he's reading them off, right? And he comes to the guy next to me got a river patrol boat and was pretty not very happy.
Yeah, I
And
bet.
so, Eustace, FAU, Sink Pack Fleet. I was like, what's that? I had
Yeah,
a clue what that was, you know. And he goes, shore duty, son. You're going to Hawaii. And I had to suppress being really happy because this guy next to me was pretty bummed out.
Possibly getting a death sentence.
I wanted to just woohoo, you know,
Yeah.
but couldn't do it.
Oh, I bet.
So
You're like, darn.
February of '70, we had to take leave after radio for 2 weeks. So I was lucky because I'd already been to college, even though I wasn't going to be an officer. I got to start boot camp as an E3.
Oh.
And the guys who had like straight out of high school were E1s.
Oh, no.
An E1 was $127 a month then. And an E3 like I got to start at $155 a month. You still couldn't live on it.
Yeah, that still sounds pretty rough.
Yeah. But where was I going with this? So during that 2-week time period, I started working on the written part of the E4 task book. I figured I don't really have much of anything I've got to do. All my friends are in school right now and stuff. So I went through all of that and had it all ready.
Oh, smart.
Yeah. And when I got to Hawaii, I already had that part of it done. I still didn't know how to do any radio stuff.
Yeah.
But what Sink Pack Fleet was, it was the administrative. Sink Pack Fleet is Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet headquarters. That would have been the admiral that was in charge of all of the ships and submarines in the entire Pacific Basin, U.S.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, but the admin unit where all of our personnel records were and stuff were there.
Oh, gotcha.
But when I got over there and we checked in there, it turned out that me and this one other guy who flew over from San Diego with me, we flew in this 707 jetliner from San Diego to Hawaii. And there were like 14 people in the whole plane.
Really?
And 10 of them were military folks, Army, Air Force, Marine, Navy, that were going to duty stations or whatever in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And the others, I don't know who they were, but
oh, really?
so we got to wander all over the plane. It was really cool.
That's
But
cool.
we landed, and because it was winter, the winter uniform in San Diego was dress blues, which were wool.
Oh,
We landed in Honolulu, and it was like 90 degrees, you know, and we had to walk about a mile to get to the military terminal carrying our sea bags and stuff.
oh, brutal.
wasn't too
Just
much
sweating.
fun.
Yeah.
In Hawaii, it's tropical whites all year round.
Oh, nice.
And the one that we had to wear was a short sleeve white shirt, white dungaree pants,
Oh,
and it was cool in terms of temperature stuff to wear.
yeah.
I never wore the dress blues again, ever.
Oh, really? That's kind of nice then.
I only ever wore my pea coat once, and it was when I had to do a guard thing around the radio school in San Diego.
Oh, on a cold evening.
Yeah, so I've still got all my
I
stuff.
was gonna ask, get to keep it? That's cool.
Oh, yeah, my pea coat is still as pristine as the day I got it. You
Oh,
know,
really?
it's funny. This friend of mine's sister wanted a pea coat because she
Uh-huh.
thought they were cool, and you could go in the PX on base and just buy anything you wanted. So I bought
Yeah.
her. She told me what size. I bought her a pea coat. It cost $15.
Oh, really?
It was a
Jeez.
bargain even then.
Yeah, it's
They're
wool, right?
Great coats.
Yeah.
Yeah. So got to Hawaii, checked in at Sink Pack Fleet, had to spend about a week in limbo because I didn't really know down there what to do with us.
Yeah.
And then two of us, myself and this friend Jeff, got our orders were to go to Commander-in-Chief Pacific headquarters. So the Commander-in-Chief Pacific was the top 4-star admiral in the Navy, and he was in charge of all U.S. military forces Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines in the entire Pacific Basin.
Wow.
So you just rim the Pacific Ocean, and that was his responsibility.
Oh, wow.
And
That's a lot.
That person was John McCain II.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So-
Senator McCain, John McCain III,
Oh, it's his dad.
his father.
Oh, his father, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And the grandfather, John McCain I, was a famous carrier admiral during World War II. He had already passed away by now, but
Oh,
he was one of the ones that worked with Halsey and Michener and Nimitz and all those guys. And he was a carrier admiral. He was one that was responsible for fast attack with U.S. carrier aircraft and all that stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's a lot of responsibility there, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. And then John McCain II, the one that was technically our boss in this command,
Mm-hmm.
he was a submarine captain during World War II.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow,
I
scary.
think he was a commander, though, then.
Really?
A submarine captain was called captain, but he was a commander.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. There's a famous picture of him and his dad in Tokyo Bay at the surrender
Oh, really?
on the deck of one of the ships, talking to one another and stuff.
That's cool. I'll have to Google that. Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, did you get to meet him?
I never did.
Oh, really? I kind of figured because there's probably so much in between,
I
right?
kind of didn't run in his circles.
That's what I figured, yeah.
Although it was a big command. There were hundreds of people there. It was interesting going there because there were so many officers, and a lot of enlisted guys are kind of real leery and sort of afraid of really high-ranking officers.
Yeah, I
But
can
these
imagine.
guys there were probably, McCain was a four-star admiral. I think there was a 4-star Air Force general, Army general, then 3-star and 2-star admirals and generals, full colonels and Navy captains, which is the same rank, 06, I believe it is.
Oh,
Those guys were a dime a dozen. There was
Really?
dozens of them.
wow.
And then all the other officers, there were dozens and dozens of them too. So you got so used to seeing high-ranked people that it just really didn't even mean anything to you anymore.
Yeah.
Honestly, most of those really high rankers, the full colonels and the admirals and generals, they were cool guys.
That's cool.
They were already at the apex of their careers. They weren't strivers like the mid-rankers, the Army and Air Force officers that were like, let's say, full lieutenants up to majors. Those the guys that were the ones that wanted to be high up, and
Yeah.
a lot of them would let you know it.
Yeah, grinding and trying to, put on a
and
show, probably.
kind of rude to us enlisted guys and stuff like that.
Oh,
But
looking down on you a little
those
bit. Eh?
admirals and generals were totally cool.
That's
They
awesome.
were totally cool, and they'd I worked in this at the main comm center downstairs for a while, which was crazy. It was big.
That's in Honolulu?
It was actually at a base called Camp Smith, which was up above Pearl Harbor,
Oh.
up in a residential district, but at the top of the hills where the jungle started.
Oh, wow. That's
on
pretty
the
cool, huh?
Koolau mountain range, yeah. And I lived up there for a while. I had to live in the barracks until I made E4,
Oh.
which I did pretty quickly the following year because I'd already done all that preliminary stuff, and I just had to learn how to run the equipment.
Oh, good.
And I got a raise, got to a petty officer first class or third class, and then at SINCPAC, when you did that, you could move off base and get an allowance for quarters, have an apartment, do whatever you
Oh,
wanted.
nice.
You know?
Yeah, you really set yourself up. And
It
what,
was really cool.
when you did all the paperwork, is it kind of similar like the task books in the Forest Service where you got like check boxes and all that?
Yeah, the big manual, which I still have a copy of. I had lost mine, but I got a copy of it from my friend Jeff a year ago. He still had his.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah, you had to read all this stuff, and then you take little tests on the different parts of it and stuff. And then the stuff you learned in terms of how to operate the equipment, they would evaluate you on it. They'd just have you do it,
Oh,
and
gotcha.
then they check, just like a task book.
Yeah.
They check off the stuff. Yes, Rene Eustace is qualified to do this job or whatever.
Oh, gotcha.
And then you got your next highest rank and
Oh,
stuff
man,
like
that's
that.
awesome. Yeah, you really set yourself up good then.
So I lucked out. I
Yeah.
really lucked out. And that command was really good. The people, most of them treated us good. Since we were a workspace, the Marine Corps also had its Pacific headquarters. They had their own comm center and stuff. So they didn't really intermix with us because they did all their own thing, but they still were, McCain was still their boss technically.
Oh, gotcha.
But the rest of us, we worked combined shifts. So I didn't just work with Navy people. We had Army, Navy, and Air Force people all working on the same shifts together.
Oh, that's kind of cool, huh?
Which was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, having the variety and stuff, that'd be nice.
Yeah, it was really cool. It wasn't like you were in any one branch of the service, It was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so worked down at the main comm center for a while, which was really hectic. McCain would go to Vietnam at least once a month, every month.
Oh, wow.
To tie in with Abrams and the, other guys that were the high rankers over there running the show.
Jeez.
And when he did, there was a whole separate communications plane that went along. And a couple of my friends who had been around for a while were on that detail. So they'd fly out. When McCain would leave, all the messages, jillions of messages that had come into the comm center, the ones that were the most important, had to be forwarded to the plane.
Oh, wow.
And so it got super busy, and it was really unpleasant. And new guys...
When he was gone?
Everybody who was brand new, their job was to run this bank of teletype machines. There were like 6 or 8 of them.
Oh,
and
wow.
they were just constantly spitting out messages. And the messages typed out automatically, but they also, a perforated tape was created with all the messages on it. And those had to be saved. So when a message had come in, you'd have to look at the message, see what category if it was, because if it was a top secret message, we all had top secret security clearances.
Oh, wow.
We'd been investigated by the FBI and stuff when we were still in radio school. I didn't even know that till later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we'd have to tear off this tape as soon as the message stopped, attach it to a big reel. They were huge. They were like reel-to-reel tape deck reels, except they were like this big.
Oh, wow.
They were huge.
Yeah, yeah.
And there were like 5 of these reels, down at the bottom. And so you're trying to and they made you do it by yourself. You had to monitor all this stuff.
Oh, wow.
And then catch these messages and put the tapes on these machines. And if you sent the message, it put the message in the wrong box. They were sent to somewhere else, and they were printed off so that they were more readable because teletype paper was yellow.
Oh, jeez.
And these other guys in the building they'd take these messages, and if you screwed up and you sent the wrong message to the wrong thing, they'd yell, "Reject center aisle." And you'd have to look up and see who did that, and they'd wave the message, and you had to come get it. And it was just
kind of embarrassing too,
It
huh?
was really disgustingly frustrating when it was like that. I didn't like it at all.
I wouldn't like that either.
Yeah, and one of my friends who had already been transferred into another part of SyncPack doing some other job, when he was doing the center aisle, he freaked out. He freaked out. He got so pissed at all of these machines. And sometimes you wouldn't catch when one of the big teletype tape reels was full, and you look over there and the tape was just winding up down blood.
Oh, yeah.
And, nobody had hardly ever help you except some guys who were cool and became friends. They'd see what was going on, and they'd just go, "I'm not doing anything on my desk right now. I'm going to go over and help Rene or whoever,
Yeah.
And they'd help us catch it up. But this guy, Brett, he freaked out, and he kicked the crap out of the drawer
really?
to one of the big tape reel things. And he's like, "This is bullshit."
Yeah.
And so he immediately got transferred out of there, and he ended up getting a much better job upstairs.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was only down there maybe a couple of months, and then I got sent upstairs to a smaller comm center.
Oh, nice.
Which only had like 3 people at the most on a shift. Much quieter. We were battle staff's comm center. The room next to us was this great big room called battle staff. We got to go in there once in a while. We were actually their comm center because all the really top secret messages would come through them to us, and then we'd distribute it to wherever out of our little facility.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it was almost all officers in that comm center. And the first time I went in there, it was like, whoa, this is just like World War II, because
Really?
they had all of these big flip charts and all of these like maps, and a lot of them were different parts of Vietnam,
Oh wow.
and they'd be moving troops around on them and moving ships from one position to another and all this stuff.
Whoa.
It's like, whoa.
Yeah, so you're getting caught up on all the like
It's like,
play by play.
This is the real deal, you know.
Jeez, man.
Didn't get to go in there very often, but we deliver supplies to them, and they were pretty cool. The military had this special phone system called the Autovon phone system,
Never heard
and
of it.
it was just like it was a telephone system, but it didn't have anything to do with private individuals. They could use it between bases or bases on different parts of the world and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
And when my Uncle Pete, the one who had told me about maybe I should do the Navy, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
he passed away when I was in Hawaii there.
Oh, sad.
And I couldn't get through on the regular phone system, you know, and I called the colonel who was in charge of battle staff, and I just said, hey, I really hate to ask you this, you know, but I'm Rene. I work next door in Telecom, which was their comm center. And I said, my uncle just passed away. I'm trying to get a hold of, call home, you know, and talk to my aunt and my mom, and I can't do it. And he said, I'll put you through flash override, which meant that it would go through.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
He
awesome.
said, you guys do a good job for us, and I have no problem at all with helping you out.
What a
you know?
nice guy.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Man, was it? So when you got through on the phone call, was there any delay, or how was the?
No, flash override was, you know, what number am I calling for you? He dialed it in, and he goes, done, and it was there.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
It
And
was,
then,
it was really cool.
did you through your mom or your aunt, or
I got a hold of both of them.
Both
They're in the
of
same
them, yeah.
place, yeah.
was it? I mean, was there a delay though when you talked to him?
No,
Wow.
no, it was good.
Man, that's nuts. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, but that's
I
mostly
think
like
the
satellite phone, right?
lesser Autovon system sometime had a delay. Not always, but sometimes. But flash override
That is
never had a
nuts, huh?
delay.
I mean, like a world away, you
Yeah.
know?
So I worked in there for 3 years, basically. It was it was originally a 2-year tour of duty, and then I would have to go to a ship or wherever. But toward the end of the 2 years, and by then I was in E5, which was the equivalent of a sergeant in the Army.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And
And
Did
so,
did we cover this? Did you have your Datsun at this point? Still?
yeah, my mom shipped it over to me when I first went over. So
Oh.
I drove it all over Oahu during those 3 years.
Oh man, that's awesome! What a tank that truck
It
must
was
have been,
cool.
huh?
So anyway, it was a 2-year tour duty,
Mm-hmm.
shore duty, and then you had to go somewhere else. And so toward the end of the 2 years, so that would have been, let's see, I went over in 70, 71, 72. So in 70, just before February of 72, which would have been my second year there, SyncPack came out with, from our personnel office, came out with this thing that, you know, some stuff is starting to wind down in Vietnam. We're requiring less people to be in the service now. So in order to save money and be more efficient, if you're happy with your present duty station, submit this form and you'll probably get to stay where you are. And it's like, are you kidding me? Why would I want to leave where I am? This is the luckiest thing that could have ever happened to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I lived like just a regular person with a job, other than that I was in the military, you know.
Yeah.
It was wonderful.
Oh, I bet, man.
Yeah, and so all of us that had gotten there when I did filled that. We walked right down to personnel, which is just down the hall, got the form, filled it out right there, walked back down and turned it in, and the next week we were good for another year.
Oh, good, man. That'd be a relief, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be nervous for
Yeah.
sure.
So I stayed there the whole time, you know, and a lot of friends came over to visit. My mom came over, I think, 3 times and
Oh, really?
visited.
That's cool. Did you
Made 5 trips to Kauai,
Oh, really?
4 trips to Maui, 3 or 4 trips to the Big Island, to the volcano park.
Wow. So you went to all the islands, all the Hawaiian
all
islands.
the major ones. I didn't go
Yeah.
to Molokai, but to the other 3, which were the main ones.
Oh, cool.
Did 2 week-long hiking trips in Waimea Canyon on Kauai, which looks sort of like the Grand Canyon, only
Yeah.
not as big.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, they call it like the Grand Canyon of the Pacific,
Pacific,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And me and my wife went there 2 years ago, I
This
think.
friend and I were down there, camped along this way up a sub-canyon of Waimea Canyon called the Kauai Stream, not spelled same as the island.
Oh.
Koaie, I think is how it was spelled. And it was fed, it and all the other streams on Kauai are fed by the rain on Mount Waialeale, which is this giant mountain in the center of Kauai, which is famous for being one of the wettest places on Earth.
Yeah.
It pretty often gets anywhere from 600 to 800 inches of rain a year.
Holy
It's
cow.
got all these waterfalls that come off the top of it and everything like that. And that's what feeds the Waimea River through the canyon. And this Kauai stream is there too.
Yeah.
And we camped up near the head of that sub-canyon. This 5-foot waterfall went into this pool that's about probably 100 feet long and 50 feet wide.
Oh, really?
You can swim in it. There's another little waterfall just like it downstream and another one just down from that.
Just crystal clear water?
It was kind of brownish because of the vegetation, but you could drink it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we still boiled it anyway while we were there. But
Smart.
while Brett and I were there, at the very same exact time, there was a full moon going on.
Oh, wow.
And I think it was, I'd have to look back and see which, but one of the Apollo missions were actually on the moon that we were looking at the same time we were camped there.
What a special moment in time, Rene.
It was way cool.
That is amazing,
Yeah, it was
especially
way
to be in the islands at that time too, because they probably weren't
Yeah.
as public, right? I mean, like there's probably tourism, but not like at the degree you'd see now, probably. Right?
No, but there was still a lot. But
Oh,
most of the tourists just went to Waikiki Beach and stuff, or took a trip around the island, you know.
Yeah.
Because we lived there, we discovered that you could take this trail that was way up above Waikiki on this little residential road, and you'd be up in the rainforest up there.
That's so cool.
And there's nobody. We went up there all the time for 3 years, and we never ran into anybody except ourselves.
That's amazing. And then
You could hike around up there. It's beautiful.
I bet. And how many would you get like a long weekend, or would you ever get like a week off, or?
We worked weird schedules. We worked a schedule called 222 and 80. That's what the communication people did. So you would each shift would start so that the shifts were 8 hours, which included lunch. You didn't have to take a lunch break or anything. It
that's
was just
nice.
included in it.
Yeah.
So it would start in the afternoon in the eve shift. You'd work from 2 to 10. You were off till the next day. You'd work from 2 to 10. Am I getting the sequence right? Let me think here. No, you'd start on a day shift
Oh.
of each sequence. So you'd work from 6 a.m. to 2 in the afternoon. The next day from 6 to 2, you had to be back. It was a double back. You had to be there that night at 10. You'd work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Then you'd do the same thing, and then you'd do an evening shift and stuff like that.
Whoa.
And then you get 3 full days off.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but we were overstaffed. You could actually virtually do what we did in the little comm center with one person, but you never did. You always had at least 2.
Oh, nice.
Because one of our primary jobs in there, other than monitor a smaller number of teletops, we had a direct circuit to the U.S. Army basing forces in Korea, and to ComUS MACV in Saigon, and the sub base and some other places in Hawaii. But we would talk to those guys on the radio, and then we had direct circuits to the National Military Command Center in Washington, D.C., and to Cheyenne Mountain, which I think was in Colorado. It was inside of a mountain. It was like if there was nuclear war, that's where they'd run the show from.
Holy cow.
And all of the crypto gear that encrypted the signals from SyncPack to everywhere ran through our little comm center, and we had all of the crypto equipment in there. So every day we had to, at certain times of the day that were all preset, change the crypto settings to stuff for the next day.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
every day for 3 years, every day. you had
Keep
to
it
do
fresh so
that.
people
Yeah.
can't crack it.
Yeah, and so that couldn't happen.
Yeah.
And then at the end of so toward the end of that second year, we had more people. We'd have 3 people and sometimes 4 on a shift. So you would always get secured and not have to come to work for one of your shifts. So sometimes they'd say, instead of a 3-day holiday, take a 4-day weekend this
Oh,
week.
really?
Yeah.
That's cool. So,
Yeah. And sometimes we would trade shifts and work for other people and then get a free time, because all the people that were married especially wanted time off at Christmas.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So those of us that weren't or didn't have any significant others or anything would be like, I'll work those 3 days for you. I don't care. I'll work 6 days in a row,
Yeah.
And then later on, when I wanted to go to one of the outer islands and stuff, I'd have like a week off,
Yeah, yeah.
because they'd work my 3 shifts that we'd save up. We kept a chart, how
Oh,
we
yeah.
do this. So it was great.
That's
it worked
cool.
out really good.
Yeah, like at least in Montana, I know a lot of the structure departments. Like when I was in Great Falls, it was the same way. You could work for each other and then get some extended times. And man, that's sweet.
Yeah, it was
system.
cool. So I was forever grateful that I ended up there, because it did end up being
Man, what experience! What did you have?
a really good deal. And one thing that was a constant reminder was that during that time period, so because we were worked in a top secret facility, we all had to wear this badge. It's sort of like a link pass thing.
Oh,
It didn't do anything other than that it showed you had a top secret clearance and it was okay for you to go in certain parts of the building where the comm center was.
yeah, yeah.
And in the hallway before you got up there was a gate guard that sat at this station, and they were always Marines.
Oh,
And they were the ones, and they were armed. They were the ones that were there, and we had to have that pass on. And if they didn't see it, didn't matter if they'd seen you and knew who you were, you didn't go in unless you had the pass,
yeah.
And so all of those young Marines that were manning those gate guards, Camp Smith actually was a Marine base, because that's where the Marine Corps headquarters for the Pacific was also.
Oh,
And all those guys were recent returnees from Vietnam.
oh,
And they were just happy as hell to be alive and to be in Hawaii, just finishing out the last little bit of their tour of duty, before they get out.
yeah.
And so we were always super nice to those guys, mainly too because we had a cush job. We didn't have to do anything like what they'd been through.
Yeah, man.
And we appreciated them, and we'd sneak them out popcorn and stuff like
really?
that,
Yeah, that's
We'd
cool.
make some, and stayed really on their good side. But no, they were good kids. And
Yeah.
they'd seen through hell, and a lot of their buddies had been killed and everything. So
Man, I bet.
yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah,
brutal.
it was crazy.
Did you real quick? Did you have like a favorite island, or were they all kind of the same, or like if in your opinion? I mean, I know they're all different, but
They were all different for different things.
Yeah.
The Big Island was awesome because it was so big and because of the volcanoes.
oh yeah.
And they were erupting too while
Oh,
I was
really?
there. So yeah, we got to see lava go into the ocean and all that stuff.
That'd be cool, man.
That was cool. Maui was neat just because it had Hana on the far end that was so remote.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it was just, and it was Haleakala was there. You could take a drive up to the top of Haleakala, which I think was like a 10,000 foot volcano,
Oh wow.
dormant volcano, national park, and watch the sunrise. You could see the curvature of the earth from up there.
Really?
Yeah, it was really cool. And then Kauai was just so lush and green, and
Yeah.
had Waimea Canyon and all that stuff, And
That's the only island I've been to, so I don't really have much of a comparison besides pictures,
they're all different, all have similarities, but they were all incredibly beautiful. And it was a good time to be there. The early 70s were still part of the hippie era too,
Oh yeah.
But you know what? Even with the service guys, us being service guys and stuff, it was mellow. Everybody was so glad to be in Hawaii.
Yeah,
It was
I bet.
just,
Yeah, the vibe was probably just
It was cool.
Yeah, way more upbeat.
surfing was huge. The winter of '69, before I got there in February, there'd been a huge swell on the North Shore that had damaged a bunch of homes at the pipeline and stuff
Oh yeah.
up on the North Shore.
Yeah.
We used to go up there all the time. I never surfed there. I never considered myself good enough to even come close to anything like that.
Yeah.
But we go up there all the time. I remember one of those years, McGilvery Freeman were filming Five Summer Stories, and they had their cameras set up on the beach at Pipeline, filming Jerry Lopez and some of the other guys
Really?
surfing.
That's cool.
And I got Jerry Lopez. I got a photo of him surfing a tubular wave at Ala Moana down by Waikiki
Oh yeah.
one time, and it got published in Surfer magazine while I was over there.
No way. Did you send it in or?
I sent it in.
Oh,
yeah,
cool,
they
man.
published it. Yeah.
So that's like the second photo that you've told me that you've had published in something, right?
Oh,
But-
I had some in Montana magazine.
Oh, really?
Here, but that was the only surfing photo.
That's cool. Did you have like a professional camera or?
I had a Nikon, which is a 35 millimeter camera. It was all film then, no digital stuff at all.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You developed it
And
yourself?
I had no.
Oh.
I'd send the slides in and have them developed, and I had a telephoto lens, I think a 400 millimeter, and it pulled stuff in pretty good.
Yeah, I bet,
So
man. That's cool.
got to see that stuff going on. Got to see some, premieres of some of the surfing movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, that's so cool.
Yeah, it was a real. I've always been really humble about it. There was Tina came over to visit. My Tina.
Oh yeah.
She came over to visit a guy that she was thinking of marrying back in those days. She was only like 20 years old.
Oh yeah.
And so she came over, and Fort DeRussy, which was a military reservation down on the beach at Waikiki, we all parked there when we would go to Waikiki because you could park for free if you had a military sticker on your vehicle.
Oh, gotcha.
And they had all kinds of facilities. People could rent surfboards and do all kinds of stuff. And it was an R&R center, an R&R arrival center. People coming from R&R in Vietnam, the married folks or folks that had significant others, a lot of them would come to Oahu.
Oh.
Some went to Australia, mostly just enlisted guys and stuff that, didn't have a family or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
And then others went to Japan. But the big R&R center in Hawaii was at Fort DeRussy. And I'd seen it before, but I always studiously avoided it because, honestly, I never felt like I belonged there. Those people were all coming back from Vietnam, and it's like, I'm not even in that league, I'm not going there,
Smart. Yeah, those
And
guys are in the trenches.
I had to drop Tina off down there, and that was the only time I went close to it because I wanted to make sure she got safely to where the vehicles were going to come in
Oh, yeah, makes
and
sense.
stuff. But yeah, I just felt like that's their world, their military
Yeah.
is the real military. Mine, to me, was a joke compared to what those people were going through.
Yeah, it's just
over there.
different world.
Maybe that's not the way to look at it, but
No.
that's the way I felt.
Yeah.
I don't belong here. I'm not going to go here.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but I see where you're coming from. But I mean, everyone's doing an important job there. Like there's just a little more, quite a bit more dangerous. But I mean, if without you though, it still doesn't function because
I know, and all the people said that.
Yeah.
Tebow and I have talked about it a lot.
Oh really? Yeah.
And he's like, you shouldn't feel that way. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of sent you where they wanted to send you.
Yeah.
So it's not your fault. You got to go to a cool place.
Yeah. Yeah. Just look at the draw, man, and.
Yeah. So.
Well,
yeah.
And I don't know, like maybe this is kind of woo woo, but like the universe seems to kind of like help people, guide people with a spirit like yours. Like you had this adventurous spirit. So you go to Hawaii and then you go on more adventures, and you already were like on an adventurous path
I'd
before
already
that.
done some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It worked good.
Yeah, totally, man.
So I got a 3-month early out.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
And you're still in Hawaii at that point?
Yep. I would have been there till June 19th, and I got to come home on March 19th instead, and I was done.
Oh,
I was
gotcha.
basically out. They shipped my stuff back. I'd accumulated all the stereo equipment that I wanted up to that point in time because you could get it through this Pacific Mail Service, which was in Vietnam.
Oh.
Or no, it was in Hong Kong, I mean.
Oh, Hong Kong.
So you'd go through their catalog, and you had millions of choices of Revox tape decks, Sansui amps, JBL L100 speakers, which were the commercial studio monitor of the era.
Oh.
Bitchin' speakers,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I ordered everything I wanted, and the military shipped it home for free. And what was interesting about Pacific Mail Order was that We haven't really talked about any lookout or fire stuff yet. have
No,
we?
we're getting to it, but we gotta build the
Yeah.
base before we build the house, right?
So I ordered I had
Foundation.
a 4-channel Sansui amp, 4-channel. It sounded like it was the in thing that was coming up.
Yeah.
I bought 4 JBL L100 speakers. I ordered them through Hong Kong. They came to me directly from the JBL factory in Los Angeles.
Oh wow.
And I paid about $200 cheaper per speaker than I would have if I had to order them directly from Los Angeles.
Oh yeah.
I've still got them.
Really? They still work?
Oh,
Just
they
amazing.
work like a dream.
That's awesome,
Yeah.
man.
There's a famous poster of a guy sitting in his chair and his drink is flying backwards and his tie is flying backwards.
I know the one.
There's this JBL speaker sitting out in front of him.
Yep, I know the one.
That's the speaker, and I've got that poster at my house.
Really? Man, I gotta see. Yeah, I gotta. Man, I'll have to come bug you one of these days and check out those speakers. I know that's a pretty famous poster.
They're freaking awesome speakers. Yeah,
That's so cool.
They've never. I guess some people would say they've been exceeded, but I don't think so.
No, I think I mean, it seems like you hit like quality, especially in sound equipment. And it's like you get smaller, and
The woofers were 12-inch on all of them.
Really?
They're big ones, and it's cool. They had those grills that are made out of like foam squares,
Oh yeah.
They finally disintegrated, but I found a guy, unbelievably, that lived on the Columbia River over in Washington that reproduced those grills.
Oh
And
wow.
about 5 years ago, I had him build me a whole extra set of 4 of them.
Yes.
And he sent them to me, and I was able to install them via his instructions. So
Really?
the speakers look just like brand new.
That's awesome, and keeping them safe too, right?
Yeah, it's
Man,
cool.
that is really cool. Yeah, let's come check that out, man.
Yeah.
Dang.
So there I was. I was back home, right?
Yep.
It's March of '73, and I sold the Datsun to a buddy of mine that I'd known for my whole life, was going to San Diego State,
Oh, gotcha.
and I was going to buy. I'd saved all my money. I mean, I really didn't spend much those whole 3 years. We had an apartment, a brand new apartment, right up above Honolulu, Punch Bowl Crater. It's the National Cemetery of the Pacific.
Oh.
There's a lot of World War II and Korean vets buried inside the crater there.
Oh, gotcha. I never
It's
heard.
a big cemetery.
Oh.
And we lived on the slopes of it. We had not the whole 2 of the years, we had a brand new apartment that was just built. 4 of us split the rent. The apartment was $295 a month. And then we split it into 4.
Oh, really?
And
Dang, that's a great
our
deal.
allowance for quarters and stuff more than paid for it.
Yeah.
So we had a cool place to live while we were there, and all that good stuff.
Man, yeah.
Yeah,
Good living.
yeah, good living. It was really good living. It was maybe 6 miles, 8 miles at the most to work.
Oh, really?
So it wasn't that far.
No,
Yeah.
that's really nice.
Looked at Pearl Harbor every day.
Oh,
And I
that-
think I told you, I meant to mention this just in passing. I think I
Yeah.
told you this when we were bantering back and forth right after Pearl Harbor Day when I went to the ceremony
yeah, you
on
sent
the
me those
Midway this winter.
photos. Yeah.
Hickam Air Force Base is adjacent to Pearl Harbor,
Oh.
and Hickam got bombed big time during the Pearl Harbor attack.
Oh.
And all of the main office buildings at Hickam at the time I was there predated World War II, and all of the main buildings still had all of the 50 caliber or whatever Japanese caliber they used in the airplanes then.
Yeah.
All the buildings still had jillions of holes that were made by
Whoa.
the Japanese planes when they attacked. They'd stabilized them with some sort of a coating over them, but they left them on all the buildings.
Oh, wow.
Every time you went there, Hickam had a big post exchange where you could get groceries and buy home goods and stereo stuff too. So we used to go there a lot.
Yeah.
And you could look at all those buildings, and you were cognizant of Pearl Harbor even in the 70s.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
I think it's still like that too.
Oh, really?
I think they still left. Some of those buildings are still there.
Man, that is
Yeah.
nuts. Yeah, 'cause that was like 30 years later, right? When you were there?
41, 51, yeah, 30 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
It was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went home and then didn't have the Datsun anymore. I just sold it. Actually, I hadn't sold it yet because I was going to buy a brand new Volkswagen camper van, a 73.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I found out they cost $5,000.
Oh.
And I was like, this is funny. I remember telling my mom and some other folks, it's like, I will never pay $5,000 for an automobile in my life.
Yeah.
Not true.
Yeah, man. Well, you couldn't see it coming, right?
So I bought a 71 camper van, Volkswagen camper van.
Oh, really?
Mission Bay Volkswagen in San Diego.
Yeah.
And it had, I think, 15,000 miles on it. So it was virtually brand new.
That's awesome.
It was beautiful. Had the pop top.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And it turns out, and this is information from Barracone Mark, who is sort of a Volkswagen aficionado
Oh, he
from
is.
way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, you made the right choice because the 71's engine was one of the best that they ever made for the vans.
Oh.
And the 73, it never stood up to the test of time. So you made the right choice.
Yeah,
you know?
that's a good deal, man.
So I bought the 71.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't sell it until I bought my Toyota 4Runner at the end of the 94 season on the Hot Shot crew up here.
Oh, really?
So I had it all the time I first lived in Montana and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
And that in June, I spent the bulk of the summer. I drove back to northeastern Kansas and spent the whole summer with my mom's older brother on his farm and visited all the other relatives that lived back there too. Drove all over the place.
In the
you know.
van?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. It didn't have much power. Volkswagen vans didn't have much power,
No, huh?
but it'd always move.
Yeah.
And I remember when I left San Diego and I was driving through the high country in Colorado, some of those 10,000 foot passes and stuff, you know, I'd be in second gear, you know, going about 20 miles an hour, but I was still moving. And all these newer cars would be along the road with their hoods up, you know, with steam
Overheated.
coming out of the radiators and
Yeah.
everything. It's like, I may not be going very fast, but I'm still going, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Well, even when I was a kid, I remember a lot of folks around Whitehall had Volkswagens and either like buggies that they'd built or some kind of, you know, bus or something or, you know, van. And yeah, like you said, they're so reliable. The only thing they would get mad is when the bear jam would happen, because that's the only time they'd ever overheat is because they were stuck. You know, they couldn't move and didn't get any airflow.
It was cool. I drove it. I can remember driving a lot of times when I'd maybe take a winter trip down to visit my mom or something in San Diego, you know.
Yeah.
I'd go through the big hole and it'd be like 40 below zero. And the heater in the van left a lot to be desired because
Really?
there was a jacketed tube that came from the engine in the back underneath it up to the
Oh.
front. So it always seemed to have just enough heat to defrost the windshield. But I did many a drive through the big hole in that thing with a sleeping bag wrapped around my legs while I was driving.
Oh, I bet.
It was
Yeah.
so cold.
Yeah, it's getting chilled as it was coming to you from the engine.
But I still loved it. I put 300,000 miles on it by the time I sold it.
Oh, really?
And I just had it converted. A friend of mine in San Diego from high school years was a Volkswagen mechanic, worked for a place in San Diego there. And I'd take it to him if it needed a tune-up or something when I was down there.
Yeah.
And I had him put, everything was changing to unleaded, you know,
Oh.
by the early 90s, early 90s. And so I had him put a new engine in it that ran on unleaded and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it was cool, but it never got as good a mileage and stuff after that.
Oh, weird.
So I traded it in when I got the 4Runner, and I kind of wish I hadn't. I wish I had just kept it, but they gave me more than what I paid for it.
No
I
way.
paid $2,700 for it, Brent, you know, when I got it.
Yeah.
And they paid me more than that as a trade-in at the Toyota place in Missoula when I got the 4Runner.
Oh, no way.
So I sort of felt obliged to do it, you know.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Kind of wish I hadn't. I had the money. I paid cash for the 4Runner because we had an incredible season in '94, you know.
Oh, yeah, man. Jeez, yeah, 4Runners are an incredible vehicle, too. But, man, yeah, that Volkswagen would be sweet to have still.
Yeah. Only thing is, it would have been outside all this time because I don't have a garage, you know, and
Yeah.
that wouldn't have been good for it.
No,
So-
that's issue I'm having with my Land Cruiser. It just lives outside.
But I did the Kansas trip for a couple of months, and I came back, and I went back to San Diego State for that season. I was gonna get a bachelor's in anthro. I decided
Gonna make the move.
That was the way I was going to go. And I'd already looked into a dig that was just starting up of a brand new Mayan city that was discovered maybe just a year before or so. And they were going to do excavation, and I was getting ready. I'd gotten all the information on how to apply to go down there and get involved with the dig.
Yeah.
And so this was like in 73, right? 73, 74 school year. So in like October of 73, we're finally getting to Montana.
Yeah.
In October of 73, so I'm 26 now. Yeah. In October of 73, my cousin had always come up here to go hunting,
Oh.
elk hunting and
Yeah.
stuff. And he owned a rival production production cabinet shop like the one that I worked in.
Oh.
Actually, you could see it from where
Really?
I lived. Yeah.
Oh.
He was married to my cousin Patty.
Yeah.
And he made a killing too. And so in the fall of 73, he retired at age 38
That's awesome. You did that well.
and decided he was going to move up here because he liked to elk hunt and stuff.
Yeah. It was a good
And
move.
so he bought this house 3 miles north of Darby.
Mm.
You can't see it from the road this very day. 3 miles north of Darby, right on the river,
Oh, beautiful.
10 acres, 27 grand.
Man. Oh, what a deal.
That was the Bitteroot in
Yeah.
the early 70s.
Yeah.
That's what stuff cost. You know, you could buy all kinds of stuff really cheap. I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't cheap for us that didn't have any money, but for people like him, it was like nothing.
Yeah, totally.
So he decided that they were going to move up here the next June,
Mm-hmm.
May, June, whatever. At the time, it was still nebulous. And so he offered me the opportunity. It's like, so we probably aren't going to move up till the semester's over in the spring, but if you want to move up with us, you can. And I'm going to add an addition onto the house. And I said, well, I don't know much about building anything. And he goes, you can hand me stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So he was going to build a master suite on the back end of the house because he had that skill, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And you can come up and live with us, you know, and make a small amount of money off me, but you get free food. And they had almost everybody back in those days that lived out of town and Darby and stuff had a gas tank at their house
Yeah,
up on
yeah.
stilts, you know?
Yep, yep.
And he says, all the gas you want, you know, for the van, whatever, you know? So I said, man, I'd really like to see the place. And he goes, well, I got to go up in early January to finalize some stuff or something. And I'm going to fly up there. I'll just pay for the flight. You can come up with me.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I flew up with him. And the 73, 74 winter was a doozy here in the Bitteroot as it turned out.
Really?
I didn't know at the time, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because the folks at Sula told me all about it later on. It was the
Oh.
great Halloween snowstorm of 73.
Oh, geez.
The southern end of the valley got like 3 feet of snow. And
That's a
all
lot.
the people, all the permanents that were still at work at Sula got trapped. They couldn't go home
Whoa.
because the snowplows couldn't handle the blizzard. And so the young guys powered their way up to the Rocky Knob and got drunk
Oh, really?
and powered their way in the blizzard in a convoy back to Sula and slept in the warehouse that
Yeah.
night.
Where's the will, there's a way, you know?
Yeah. And then it went down right after that blizzard, it went down to like 30 below in Darby.
Oh, man.
And all the elk came down into town, and they were still talking about it when I got here that next summer. There was a huge elk slaughter. People were killing them in their backyards and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was crazy stuff.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so we flew up here and we landed in Missoula. The Missoula airport in early 74 was one tiny little building.
Oh, really?
That's all. Just one tiny little building.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm moving here even for it. I mean, if that's how the airport is,
Yeah.
it's got to be cool down at the other end of the valley, right? You know?
Yeah. Was there a jump base there then? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had moved. You know, the jump base was originally where the fairgrounds are.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Yeah, and that's where it is in the scenes in the famous movie. You know,
What,
The
which movie? Red Skies Over Montana?
yeah,
Yeah,
Red Skies
yeah.
Over Montana.
Yeah, yeah.
That's where it was then, because you can
Oh.
see some of the buildings there at the fairgrounds, the old buildings.
I'm gonna have to watch that again. That's awesome.
I think it is awesome.
Yeah.
They moved it, I think, in 59 or 60, and President Eisenhower came out for the dedication.
I've seen the pictures. I didn't know that's what that was for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was already there, but there was like we flew here on a prop plane.
Really?
Yeah, 2-engine prop plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so cool.
That is
And
awesome.
so then we stayed. His hunting guide, him and his wife, hunting guide's wife,
Yeah.
became Gene's friends. That's where we stayed on Boulder Creek at their cabin
Oh, really?
up West Fork.
Yeah. God,
Yeah.
gorgeous, man. What an intro to
Yeah,
Montana.
the creek was just like right in their backyard. There was
Really?
like 5 feet of snow at their house, at their cabin there.
And you didn't know that this was a heavy winter. You were
I didn't
just
know
like,
anything about it.
Yeah, it's like, this is normal.
Yeah, a lot of snow. My experience with snow was going up to the Laguna Mountains to play in it,
Oh,
in
yeah.
San Diego.
That's cool.
And, I'd seen it in the Sierras and stuff like that, but I'd never lived in it or anything like that. But it was like cool. That cabin was awesome.
Oh, I bet,
I
man.
had the opportunity to rent it in '77 for, I don't know, $90 a month or something like that.
Oh, really?
But anyway, yeah, so that's where we stayed, and we went to a few places and did some stuff, and then flew back, and it's like, okay, I'm coming.
Yeah. Deal.
Coming. And so the semester finished. I came, I think, within 4 courses of getting the anthro degree,
Oh, really?
but I stopped because
You fell in love.
what was funny, one of the gals that was in one of my anthro classes was telling her in the spring, because she knew that I was thinking about going to that dig.
Yeah.
I was telling her that, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move to Montana in June.
Yeah.
And she's like, where at? And I went, it's this little town, near this little town called Darby. She was from Darby.
No way.
I can't remember her name now, but
Yeah.
it was a family that I met people from later on. She goes, you're going to love it there. It's really cool,
Yeah.
Well, all I saw was the winter part of it, just briefly when I drove through,
Yeah.
She goes, that's cool. But, how cool is that I meet somebody in my class that was from here?
Even now with Darby probably being a little bigger than it was then, and the odds of meeting somebody from Darby anywhere outside of Darby is pretty rare because it's so small. You know?
Yeah. So the spring goes on, and it's getting closer to it, and the plans were being made, and Gene had already come up to work on the house and do the prelims for the new addition he was going to do on it.
Yeah.
And there was so much snow that winter here. It was a lot of snow. And they had a really, really, really warm stretch for a couple of weeks in early June.
Oh.
And all that snow started melting. So we were on our way. We got here, I think, on June 16th, so 15th, 14th. We probably left on the 14th
And drove up with
to
it.
drive up. We had a big U-Haul truck and Gene's truck and pulling a trailer, and all my stuff was in the VW van, and another friend came with another trailer of his own, to convoy with us and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And we came up Highway 93,
Oh, really?
went through Vegas, which was way smaller than it is now.
Oh, I bet.
Mesquite was like nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
So was St. George. So was Cedar City. They were all really small.
Yeah.
Salt Lake, you could totally see the Mormon Tabernacle.
Because it probably stood out because it was one of the bigger buildings then, right?
It was, I think, required by law for many years that nothing could be taller than that.
Yeah, I heard that.
Now you can't even see it.
Yeah, just.
I mean, you could see like one tiny little corner if you have time to look, but you can't even see it because of all the big buildings.
Yeah.
And then we came up through Sun Valley.
Oh, beautiful.
And it was then, everything was just so green. It was high water. We dropped down over Galena Summit in the Stanley Basin. The sawtooths were still completely white.
That's so cool.
The
Probably
s- the
smelled
salmon-
amazing, right?
The Salmon River was huge. And after you got through Stanley and headed toward Chalice and Salmon,
Yeah.
the river was right up on the southbound lane of the highway in a lot of places. They had sawhorses up, and people had to go into the other lane, the northbound lane.
Because it started to get washed out a little bit, eh?
Yeah, it was. And it turns out that that was one of the biggest years water-wise ever for the Salmon River. There was a guy one of the first guys that ever established a kayaking, taking people on float trips on the Salmon River.
Yeah.
Was down there then. His first name was Joe. I can't remember the last name, but he wrote a book called The Son of the Madam of Mustang Ranch.
Oh, really?
Because his mother had been a prostitute at the Mustang Ranch.
Oh,
out
really?
of
Son of a madam, huh? Yeah, that makes sense.
But his book's all about his experiences climbing mountains and kayaking the Salmon River and stuff like that.
Wow.
And he and some other guys worked out a deal with these people that owned a ranch down there, the one that Carole King eventually bought and had a recording studio at and stuff.
Oh, really?
And they had it during the winter months, and they took care of it and all that stuff. But he and some guys floated the Maine salmon about that time that we were driving through there to come up to Darby.
Jeez, in that high water?
And I think the water level at the farthest down check station, which is down maybe at Riggins or beyond, was like way over 100,000 cubic feet per second. I mean, it was huge.
Yeah, monsters.
It was like he described the stretch through the Maine salmon, where the road ends and stuff like that. And they had a hell of a time. They could hardly even stop anywhere because they were going so fast they couldn't. And all the normal pullouts were underwater and everything.
Yeah.
And he said there was one stretch in this book. It's a really cool book. You'd like it.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it.
Yeah. Then there's this one stretch. The river was making this huge, loud rumbling sound. And it was huge boulders down on the bottom that the current was rolling along. And they were vroom, vroom.
Oh, could you imagine? Oh, that's a once in a lifetime thing. Because when are you gonna get water that high?
Yeah, and they could the ranger that was down there made them sign this thing that he told them they could die.
Oh, really? Yeah, just like a waiver.
And they started believing that they might die.
I bet, man.
Yeah, they got thrown out a couple of times and were lucky to be able to get to a place where they could find a kayak and then hike down to they had no radios or anything. It's just crazy stuff.
Man, that'd be so nuts.
So we pull into Gene's place north of Darby. The Bitteroot was the same. Down there by the turnoff to Warm Springs, where you would go up to Medicine Hot Springs and stuff, down by that turnoff on the other side of the highway, the water goes through where those where those houses are now.
Really?
It was right up on the road there on Highway 93.
Jeez,
and
man.
we pull into Gene's little road that wound back to the house, and there was water all over the road. And we got to the driveway of the house, and you could see the Bitteroot behind the river behind the house. There were huge puddles all around the house and everything.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
What is this all about and everything, And so my cousin Starla had a German Shepherd named Little Joe.
Oh.
And we had tethered Little Joe on a chain inside the garage door which was open for the night, because he didn't know the place. We were afraid he'd run away or something,
Yeah.
And about 5 a.m. the next testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing back on. little bathroom break. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. I was in Montana. I'd already lived here, moved here.
Yeah.
And that summer, basically 73, just did stuff around the place with Gene, did some hiking, met a few people, didn't do any Forest Service stuff at all. I didn't really even know much of anything
Forest Service related
about
at the point?
Forest Service at all, really.
Oh, gotcha.
So that fall, Donna wanted to learn how to ski, my cousin's wife.
Oh, gotcha.
And I'd learned to snow ski up at Big Bear at Snow Summit back in 64 or 66, I think.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, one of my cousin's fraternity brothers, his family had a cabin up there at Big Bear, which is real close to Snow Summit. So we went up there, and this friend of his was a really good skier. Ron and I had never skied at all, so we were like, brand new about it.
Yeah.
And he goes, I can show you what to do. You don't need to take a lesson. That's bullshit. Waste money and all that stuff. And so we're like, oh, okay.
All right.
So we go. Snow Summit's a cool ski area. Big Bear gets good snow. Snow Summit's like at 8,000 feet. And
oh, wow.
when they they hit good storms during the winter. Plus, over the years, Snow Summit has unlimited access to the water rights out of Big Bear Lake.
Oh,
So they didn't then, but they had some snowmaking stuff. But I think virtually the whole ski area has snowmaking equipment now.
oh, and they could probably just pour the
High-tech
coals to
stuff.
it, right?
And it gets cold up there, starting in November, so they can make snow at night, as soon as it gets down to freezing and stuff like that.
Man.
So we take this main chair at the time right all the way up to the tippy top of this thing.
First time on skis?
Ron and I have never been on skis before.
Dude.
Strapping them on at the lodge was the beginning.
Yeah, nuts.
So he's like, okay, come over here, and we're trying to get over to where he is, poling ourselves. And he goes, okay, this is a snowplow, and this is how you slow down and whatever. And we're like, oh, okay. And, it was where we were. It was pretty simple. So we're like, this will be all right. And he goes, well, I'm going to go skiing. Have fun, and he leaves us.
Just no real instruction, just takes off.
Going down was really scary because we fell so much because, we didn't really know what we were doing,
Yeah.
So we didn't ski much for the rest of the day. By the time we got down there a couple of hours later, we were so beat.
Yeah, beat up probably too.
We didn't want to take a chance on, getting injured or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went after that a few times and things were better, of course, but hadn't gone between then and moving up here.
Yeah.
But I got some new skis up here. And we went up, and Jerry Hinman, who used to be the FMO at Sula when I started, his wife Terry and he had run the ski school at Lost Trail for a long time.
Oh, cool.
And we're still doing it then. Yeah, they were really good skiers. And so they had, some other folks working for them doing lessons and everything, but they'd give lessons too. So Donna took lessons, and I refreshed, and the kids took lessons and stuff. And then we started, skiing at Lost Trail that winter of 73, 74. And I'd like to talk to Grasser and find out for sure, but I think the lift tickets then were like $250 a day.
Oh, man.
They were, even by standards of those days, they were so cheap.
Oh, I bet. That's amazing.
Yeah, and there were just the main runs on the Montana side. The Idaho side, there were nothing was there yet. No runs
really?
there yet, and none of the Saddle Mountain stuff either.
Oh, wow.
So, but they were only open then Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays was it.
Oh.
And if you went up on a Friday, there was virtually nobody there.
Really?
Seriously.
It was like a Power Friday instead of Power Thursdays,
it
right?
was incredible. And then when they went to Thursday, it was still kind of the same back in the years not too later after that. It was just hardly ever anybody there. You could have, sometimes you'd have a whole run just yourself.
That's so awesome.
It was so cool.
Yeah.
It was so cool. Yeah. So did that and did other winter stuff, that winter of 73, 74. That one was a pretty good snow year too.
Yeah.
And then in 74, 75, I should say.
Gotcha.
In 75, I went back down to San Diego for a little while, and
kind of moved back, or just like a long visit?
Yeah, kind of a long visit.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
didn't move all kinds of stuff, left stuff here, but
Yeah.
went back for a little while. And so I got to thinking, I found out through Jerry that the Bitteroot had lookout towers. So I'm going to tell you how all this started.
Yeah. I'm excited.
So when I was a little kid,
Mm-hmm.
we'd go up to Laguna Mountains in San Diego County for snow play. And one of the routes you'd take went through this small town called Ramona. And if you went up through Ramona, before you'd get to Ramona, there was this big chaparral mountain completely covered with famous chaparral brush.
Yeah.
But it had these huge boulders, neat colored brownish, I don't even know how to describe them, boulders, all over it. Some of them were like bigger than houses.
Whoa.
Some of them were like maybe not even the size of your truck, but it was completely covered with them. And way up on the tippy top of that was this.
Whoa, I've never seen a lookout like that.
I think it shows up there.
Yeah, I think it should. Yeah.
This is Mount Woodson, it was called. So we
Wow.
drive by there, and so I'm like probably 6 years old, right?
Yeah.
So I remember saying to my mom, "Mom, what is that?" Because it looked like a lighthouse. The Cabrillo Lighthouse out on Point Loma was tall and white, and it was more round than a shape like this,
Yeah, yeah.
but it looked like that. And I always thought being a lighthouse keeper would be the coolest thing.
Yeah.
And she said, "That's a fire lookout. What does that mean,
Mm-hmm.
Well, they look for forest fires, And, I'd grown up seeing brush fires in the backcountry because, you can see a lot of the mountainous area from the city. And if there was a big conflagration going on, you could for sure see it. I didn't necessarily want to go fight one.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about it, but I thought that'd be cool because it was like a lookout,
Yeah.
And we drive by there a lot over the years. And I got to thinking about that again after finding out Jerry was the FMO at Sula and that there were lookouts here on the Bitteroot. We never went to one that first, year we lived here.
Yeah. I forgot to ask you real quick. Is that one still around? Mount Woodson?
Unfortunately, it's not.
Oh man.
There's a gigantic antenna farm up there right now.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
sad.
Microwave towers and cell phone stuff and everything, but the lookout's long gone.
Man, that's sad.
But
Always makes you sad when
that's
they're
what
gone.
it looked like back in those days, and I thought that
That's
was
so
a pretty
cool.
cool thing. So
Yeah.
the seed kind of got planted the winter of '75. It's
Yeah.
like, dang, I wonder if I could get one of those. I'd like to do that,
Yeah.
And so I got a hold of Jerry because I knew he worked at Sula and I knew where he lived, just north of Darby and stuff like that. And I called him at Sula because he was a permanent, so he was there in the winter and everything. And I went, "Hey, you remember me?" And yeah, he remembered meeting us and all that stuff. And I said, I don't know anything about it, but I'd sort of like to be a lookout. Your district, Sula district, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, "Do you guys have any lookouts that might be available next summer?" And meaning the summer of '76.
Oh.
And he was like, "Yeah, there's 2 that are going to be open this summer." He didn't tell me what they were. He said, "We have 3. We have 3 staff lookouts. The head guy's coming back to the one, but there's going to be 2 others." I said, "How do I get one of them?" And he says, "Put in an application." He goes, "Here's how to do it." And he told me how to get the form, the
Yeah.
application form and all that stuff. So I had him send it down. He had the secretary send it down to me, to my mom's place in San Diego, and I filled it out and sent it back. And on May 8th, this letter arrived that said, "You have been selected for a temporary appointment on the Sula Ranger District as a forestry aide, blah, blah, blah. This job is in fire control as a lookout."
Wow.
And I'm like, all right.
That had to be an
I'm gonna
amazing
do
day.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I still didn't know anything, and I didn't know, which one or anything. And this thing said that my reporting date for the job would be June 28th in '76. Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
So, but I talked to Lila, was the name of the main secretary, and then there was a lady named Sharon that worked in there also, and Sharon also worked on the hiring stuff, right?
Oh, gotcha.
So I called him a little after that just to check in and went, "Hey, I'm going to accept the job and stuff. I'm sending you the application right now, the paperwork and everything." And they're like, "Oh, cool." And I said, "So it says start on," what did I say?
June 28th, I
June
think.
28th.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh no, I'm pretty sure you can start probably by early June."
Oh.
That's just, we just send that out as being a for sure date, but
Oh.
there's enough stuff going on around here with the other crews and everything that you can help do whatever, and you're going to have some training you got to do anyway, so I'm sure it'll be earlier. So stay in touch.
Oh.
Okay, cool. So when should I call you? And we decided on some date. So in the meantime, the uncle that I mentioned to you way back, who had been in the Marine Corps and been in all the campaigns,
Mm-hmm.
his wife, who was actually they weren't my aunt and uncle, they would be cousins because Dorothy was my mom's cousin,
Oh.
but I just grew up with them being Aunt Dorothy and Uncle Bill, right?
Yeah, yeah.
She was from New Plymouth, Idaho, which is north of Boise,
Oh.
and her parents ranched there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, had a small ranch and stuff. And in 1938, her dad bought a brand new 1938 Chevy Coupe. It looked just like a 40 Ford. It was
Really?
cool.
Just beautiful.
And they still had it.
Whoa.
And when after the war, Bill had stayed in the Marine Corps Reserve. He was a lawyer. He'd already been to law school before the war. And so he became an officer because he'd already been in college and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was an artillery officer. But he
Yeah.
stayed in, and he became a lawyer for the Marine Corps.
Oh, man.
And so he went to Korea, during the Korean War, but he went as a Marine officer, lawyer, and the same for Vietnam. Well, before he went to Vietnam, they were down in San Diego. He was working at the Marine Corps Recruit Depot because there were lots of offices and stuff down there. And they drove the Chevy Coupe down to San Diego.
That's awesome.
And it was cool. Their
Yeah.
daughter, Marilyn, my cousin Marilyn, was just maybe a year younger than me.
Yeah.
And we used to drive it around, and we used to think it was the coolest thing because it had a colonel's sticker. You know, everybody had a sticker to get into the base, but the officers had one that represented their rank.
Oh.
And I think he was still a lieutenant colonel yet. He hadn't been promoted to full colonel, but it had that on there. So we'd drive off base to go screw around with the old Chevy Coupe. And when we drive back in, the guys, the gate guards, the enlisted guys had to salute the car.
Oh,
And I
really?
always thought that was pretty, why are they saluting me? I'm just, some college kid,
Yeah, God, it's funny.
Because she said, that's just what they have to do. They don't, they don't hold it against you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, they probably do, but whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
So shortly, about the time I found out about Medicine Point and stuff,
Yeah.
Bill had the car, the old Chevy, in a hangar down in at Camp Pendleton.
Oh,
A friend of his on the base had an airplane, and he was getting ready to retire about then, and they were going to already be up in New Plymouth. And he said, if I give you the money, can we bring it down to your house, to my mom's house? Can we bring it down to the house, and I'll have you paint it, find a place to paint it, and take it down to Tijuana and have it reupholstered on the inside and everything.
Yeah.
And then if you're into it, I'll pay for you to drive it back up when you come up to go back to Darby for the lookout.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, done.
Yeah,
So
deal.
I spent the whole spring getting it all fixed up and painted. Les Schwab painted it for like $30.
Oh, no way.
Took it to TJ and got brand new headliner, new seat covers, dashboard stuff.
Oh, beautiful.
It looked like it was brand new,
Yeah.
And so this friend of mine, Steve, his dad agreed to drive up with me to New Plymouth. So he drove my Volkswagen van and I drove the old car.
Oh, cool.
And we drove it all the way up.
No issues, just ran.
Ran like a charm, man.
Really?
Had the whole engine gone through and everything.
Oh, yeah, smart.
It was everything. It was primo.
Yeah.
It was primo. I didn't have a drop of trouble with it. And so we drove it up, dropped it off there, and spent a couple of days with them. And then he paid for Don to fly back to San Diego.
Oh, cool.
And I came to Darby, and I got here probably I'd already found out that I could start on Monday, June 3rd,
Oh, gotcha.
instead of the end of the month.
Yeah.
And so stayed at the place north of Darby there that my cousins had for a couple of days,
Yeah.
and reported to Sula on the morning of that,
Oh, cool.
I had no clue what I was doing. I'd never done any Forest Service stuff at all,
Yeah.
So the guy that came out and greeted me, who
Uh-huh.
was the dispatcher at Sula, was this guy on the left.
On the left there.
So this guy on the left's name is Jim Crockett. And
Viewers right? Pictures left.
on the right, yeah, this one right here.
Yeah.
So Jim was the dispatcher at Sula then, and I didn't know this, but I found stuff out pretty quickly from other people that worked at Sula that he was born in North Dakota in 1927, and then his family moved to Idaho shortly after that.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't remember where,
Yeah.
but he grew up as a ranch kid, and did some logging and stuff like that. And when he was 17 years old, in 1945, he joined the Navy. He had to have parent permission, because you were too young to be drafted even for the war then.
Oh, gotcha.
And so he joined the Navy. He was on a destroyer. It got, just before it got to Europe, Germany surrendered.
Oh, no way.
So they pulled into, I think it's Hamburg, which is a port city, I believe. But they pulled into Hamburg. They refueled. They went right back to the United States. They didn't even stay there.
Just got a little cruise?
Yeah. And so because they'd already had it pretty figured out of, what unit, ships, whatever, Army units, Marine Corps units were going to do the invasion if that had to happen to Japan.
Oh, yeah.
The next year or after the bombs, if that was what ended the war, then it wouldn't matter. But they let him out.
Oh, really?
So he wasn't in the Navy very long because they didn't need all these extra people, because they had a whole front that was completely devoid of people.
Yeah.
The big divisions like the 101st and the 1st Infantry Division, a lot of those were, I'm sure, going to go over there, but
Yeah.
they didn't really need as many people.
Oh, gotcha.
So Crockett got out and he started logging, and in 1948 he became a smoke jumper.
Oh, awesome.
out of McCall.
Oh, in McCall. Oh.
Yeah. And he jumped off and on from 48 through 64. Missoula, McCall, all over the place.
Yeah. And when he rookied there, I think McCall hadn't been around that long.
Not very long.
Yeah. I mean, none of the bases really had. I mean,
Right.
39 was the first, but.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And so this is all stuff I found out over this coming, season and everything.
Yeah.
Mostly before I went to Medicine Point and after, because I didn't find out much of anything while I was up there.
Oh, yeah.
But he was a cool guy, and he was the dispatcher. All the districts. So the only permanents in fire on any of the 4 Bitteroot districts in 76 when I started were the FMO, who was Jerry Hinman at Sula,
Oh, gotcha.
the dispatcher, who was Crockett, who was sort of like an AFMO, but there wasn't one.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how it was in other places, but this is how it was on the Bitteroot.
Yeah.
And they were the only 2 permanents in fire.
That's nuts.
Yeah. And the other folks that were permanents, like Cal Ruark was my age. He ran the Sula Brush Crew. Dean Irwin worked for him. But those guys did lots of fire stuff.
Yeah.
And there were a few other young guys that worked in other departments there that did fire stuff. But the temporaries were the fire crew.
Yeah.
And
kind of workforce there,
some
too.
of them
Right?
were new every year, and some of them came back.
Was
But those 2 guys were the only permanents in fire at all.
nuts. Was the big office building still the same then?
The main office building was basically the same.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And was dispatch out of that main office building, or were they still?
Dispatch was still in the main office, but it was in the process of being built upstairs in the warehouse.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So it hadn't been moved in yet.
Oh, gotcha.
Crockett was the drive for that. He didn't like being in the office.
Yeah.
So he pushed for having dispatch be out in the warehouse. And his logic was, well, that's where the fire crew hangs out. And if I have instructions I need to give them, I want it to be quieter, because he hated it when people had. I remember some point later on going in the office when we got some fires and stuff like that. And, just like everywhere else, everybody from the other offices would crowd in. And
Yeah,
it's
what's
like,
going on?
get the hell out of here. I need room to talk to these people. I don't need all of you standing around. He'd throw them all out.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was just getting built. It wasn't done, but he used it. He had a phone up there and stuff, and was still doing stuff to the walls and everything.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was still jumping, and in 64, that's what this photo is. This is down out of Silver City, New Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
This other guy, Larry Eisman, was a jumper out of Missoula who later became the soup of the jump base up there.
Oh, really?
Later on.
Yeah.
But he and Crockett were both down there on a fire roll. The Missoula jumpers even back then had that relationship with going down to boost silver in the spring.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Getting early early experience and, early summer jumps and stuff because it was summer sooner down there.
Yeah, yeah.
So they both got the opportunity to jump a fire this one day, and it was little, so they got done with it pretty quick. So back in a lot of those early days, what the jumpers would do is that they'd IA a fire, and as soon as they had it contained or controlled, but usually contained, if it was in a place where other resources could get there, they'd turn it back over.
Oh, yeah.
Dispatches at the forest or whatever would turn it back over to the locals, so because the jumpers were so valuable for backcountry fires that they'd get them refitted so they could go again. So these guys jumped this first fire, got it taken care of pretty quick, got out of there, got another second fire, same thing happened, and on the second fire, Crockett hurt his wrist, I think, or his elbow.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't think he broke it, but he hurt it really bad. So there were all kinds of fires popping, and they figured that if they could go on another one, they'd have the record because there'd never been 3 fires jumped in one day by the same people.
Yeah.
And so Crockett hid the injury from the guy who was in charge, the loft foreman who was in charge, so he wouldn't see it.
Yeah.
And they jumped the third fire.
That is so cool, man. And
But
rare.
it injured his arm enough that he couldn't jump anymore. So 64 was his last year jumping.
Dang.
So the Bitteroot Hot Shot crew, Bitteroot IR crew, interregional crew, started where the Job Corps Center is now.
Oh, up to West Fork.
In 63.
Oh.
That's where they hung out. So crew number 1 was in 63. In 64, they were in the same place. And in 65, they were going to move the camp out to the guard camp at Sula, where the old cabin is and stuff.
Up the East Fork, right?
Yeah, up the East Fork, the East Fork Guard Station.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they were going to move the crew out there. So Crockett in 65 got picked up as the foreman, same as the soup now. It was called the foreman then.
Yeah, yeah.
The foreman of the IR crew. And so he ran the crew 65, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 70. And then I think it was 71, he became the dispatcher at Sula. He got the dispatcher job.
Oh, gotcha.
He definitely put in his time. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. A lot of miles, before then.
A lot of the jumper miles, because he used to talk about, all the tri-motor drops and stuff and travel airs back in the wilderness areas and stuff. And they'd have these hellacious pack outs with all of that stuff.
Yeah, not to mention the parachutes back then. I think there's probably still silk. And
the old ones, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know when they kind of fixed the opening shock, but the opening shock used to be just brutal. So when it would open up, it would open the canopy would open first, and then all the lines would splay out with the human, the jumper attached to it.
Yeah.
So the jumper would just get whipped, and then sometimes I'd even knock the jumper out, and then they'd hit the ground and it would hammer them again.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a double whammy. But I don't know if that was quite his era. But either way, that's still those.
But anyway, he jumped for a long time and did a lot of jumps all over the place, and then ran the IR crew for those years and then became the dispatcher at Sula. So that was his job. He'd been doing that for a few years before I got there. I didn't know any of this stuff at this point,
Yeah.
But he was really cool. He was really nice to me.
That's awesome.
And so that first day, I don't know, some of the temporaries were probably still at school at the U of M and hadn't started yet. And the others were probably out planting trees with the brush crew.
Oh, gotcha.
The Sula brush crew, the genesis of it was the Sleeping Child fire in 61, which burned a lot of the Sula and Darby backcountry. It was 29,000 acres, which was pretty huge from what I understand now for those days. And most of it was in bug-killed downfall from the 40s and 30s and stuff like that. And, these guys that I met who were on that fire were talking about there were miles of swatches of that country which was completely downfall. I mean, you could crawl through it 6 feet off the ground for miles and never touch the ground. Jeez. So that was the fuel bed for that fire.
Yeah.
And there's some famous photos of that fire, and it looked like an atomic explosion. It was just incredible.
So much fuel, and that's just a bad recipe.
Yeah, yeah. But after that, they decided that they'd use a lot of the Sleeping Child fire country because it was all lodgepole primarily, except for spruce in the higher areas and some Doug fir, as a giant replanting thing. They do nothing to some parts of it. They try different planting techniques. This is all stuff I found out later in that first fall too.
Oh, gotcha.
Different planting techniques like spacing for the lodgepole. Did it make a difference how close together they were, how they grew? And they found out stuff they wanted to know, like if it's real close together, it gets bushier, it doesn't grow as fast, it isn't as straight and true. If it's wider, it has more room. And then in later years, they kept the study going. And then if you continue to thin out the stuff that was growing well so that the spacing was even a little further between the trees, they'd get taller and bigger, and they do increment bore stuff every year on the bigger ones and check the growth rings and all that. And of course, a lot of it was based on how dry a year was and all that.
Oh, true, yeah.
But that was how the brush crew got tons of funding for years. And it was a 25-person crew for a long time. When I got there, I think it was still a 25-person crew. But Calvin was a pretty good fire guy, and they got to go on a lot of fires. In fact, they were good enough that the Silver Brush crew a lot of times would get requested by calls to the supervisor's office in Hamilton.
Dang.
To request them to come to the fire.
Yeah.
So all these folks are gone. There's nobody in the warehouse except Crockett. I'm wandering around the parking lot and walked over to the main office because they told me that was where to check in. So I went over, and Sharon, I think, took me over to see Crockett, and he came down and shook hands and stuff. And he goes, yeah, so you're going to do one of the lookouts. And he said, well, we'll figure all that stuff out later. And he goes, I don't really have a heck of a lot of stuff for you to do today, but come here. So I don't know if it's still like this because I haven't been in the Sewell warehouse for about 5 years now. But when you walk in not the big sliding door, but when you walk in the main door, if you went straight back, there's a room there, and that's where all the hose fittings and stuff used to be.
Oh, gotcha. The room's still there. I don't know if the hose fittings are, though.
Yeah, but the whole room was, 3 sides of it were all in little bins and stuff,
Oh, wow.
So there'd be, nozzles in this and, different size fittings here and Ys and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't know what any of this stuff was, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so he goes, yeah, I think I'll have you start sorting this stuff out. So he said, we got a bunch of got a bunch of cardboard boxes for overflow. He goes, yeah, people at the end of the season, they kind of just threw shit in here, and so I need to kind of get it organized so you can help me. And I said, hey, Jim, but I don't know what any of this stuff is. And he goes, that's okay. He goes, put all the ones that look alike together,
That's smart,
And
yeah.
he said, and come and ask me. He said, I got nothing else much to do except just work on the warehouse. So just come and ask me, and I'll try and explain to you briefly what they're for.
Yeah.
You'll learn for sure this fall, but I'll explain to you what they are. So that's what I did all day.
Jeez.
And so at the end of the day, the brush crew came back in, and they stored a lot of tools in the warehouse as well as down at the other end where the shop area is and stuff,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But they'd bring some of the planting tools and stuff had special racks, and they'd keep them in the warehouse. So the bunch of them trooped in. And so before they got there in the afternoon, Crockett told me, he said, hey, we have a rain gauge that's out in this field just to the south of, does Sewell have gas pumps anymore?
No.
They used to sit over there adjacent to that field to the south.
Yeah, like where the sauce shed is.
Like right straight out there,
Yeah, the tank's still there, actually, I think, for the gas pump, yeah.
Well, they still were functional gas tanks then. But,
oh, really?
And out in that field beyond was where the rain gauge was, and they had it in one of those boxes like the lookouts had that were painted white.
Oh, yeah.
And the sticks and stuff were out there, too, the fire.
For the fuels?
Yeah, the fuel sticks.
Yeah,
and
the
all that.
moistures.
So he says, yeah, that needs to be mowed. So when the brush crew comes in, could you just tell them, whoever comes in, tell them for me that they need to go mow that before they go home. Oh, okay. So they come in and they're looking pretty wet and dirty and haggard from tree planting.
I
You know, and
bet.
the first couple of guys that walk in, you know, I do what he asked me. I go, hey, Crockett told me to have you guys mow the rain gauge area before you come in. And this one guy looks at me and he goes, and who the hell are you to be telling me what to do?
Oh no.
And I was like, Crockett told me to tell you.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we heard this hee, and we looked up on the landing, and Crockett was up. He'd set me up.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And the guy that looked up was this guy named Dean Irwin, who I became fast friends with for years. You
Oh,
know?
cool.
Dino Irwin. And Dino, we heard the hee. We both looked up there, and Dino looks up there, and he realizes instantly what was going on, and he goes,
Yeah.
Jim, do you really want us to do that? And he went, nah. And he goes, I'm Dean Irwin. And he shook hands with me, you know, and yeah, that's how I met old Dino Irwin.
That's cool, man.
He passed away just a few years ago while I was down in San Diego in the winter. And when I found out about it, I wasn't going to be able to be there for his you know, ceremony and stuff like that. And I knew a lot of the Forest Service folks would be there. And Mark Thrillkill, that was the radio tech.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
Mark had been around for, I think he and I started both in '76.
Oh, really?
And
Yeah.
I've known him since then. He worked on the Hill Attack crew that West Fork used to have back in those days.
Oh, gotcha.
So I wrote up this little letter of remembrances about Dino, and that story was how I started it.
Yeah.
And I asked Mark, I said, I know it's hard because he was your friend too, but and you don't have to do it. But if you would, I'd appreciate it if you read that for me. And he did, but he had a tough time getting through it.
I bet, man.
But he did it, you
Yeah.
know. And
Good.
I was always glad that got read because
Yeah.
Dino was a really good guy. He knew a lot about fire, and you know, was one of the mentors to a lot of us.
Yeah. Lost a
back in
good
those
one.
early years. Yeah. So that was how I met Crockett.
Yeah. What a
And
legend.
That was how my first, you know, letter of acceptance.
That's
to
cool.
be
You still
there.
have it. Yeah.
Luke, I've got everything.
Really? Oh, and I heard
got-
about this journal too. I meant to ask you about it.
I'll tell you more about that
Oh,
later.
all right.
But you might find this interesting.
Yeah.
So this is the list of temporary employees from '76.
Yeah.
There were 79 of us just at Sula.
79 temps?
79. 79 temps at Sula.
That's nuts, man. That's a heck of a workforce.
Every one of the districts was like that back then.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that'd be really cool.
Yeah. And you got to work a long season too, you know, depending on what the fire season was like and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Virtually not everybody, because some functions, timber, some folks didn't want to do fire, but all the brush crew did, all the fire crew folks obviously did, and a lot of the others did too. And instead of calling it a 1039 back in those days, it was a 180 day. It's the same thing. It's the same number of hours.
Oh, really?
But back in those days, you almost always, if there was a lot going on, got to work more than the 180 days or /1039 hours. It was super easy to get an extension.
Yeah. Now
You know, I mean, they
yeah.
weren't weird about it all. There was not, well, you know, if you work more than 1039, then we have to give you an appointment, and there aren't any. So, you know,
it wasn't any of that.
that became the big issue before '95 when people started getting appointments. That okay, when this goes through, nobody works more than 1039 as a temporary.
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't let us work longer.
Yeah.
But a lot of those years at Sula, so my starting date was June 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it was good till June 3rd the next year. And a lot of times, if there was a lot of fall burning, and there was, because there were lots of clear cuts and stuff back in these early years and everything, and we all got to work late.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you just notice on your pay slip that, oh, I got extended for another 120 hours or something like that,
Oh, really?
you know?
Yeah.
And it was cool because it's like, hey, if there's money, why can't you work?
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not going to get an appointment. Back in those days, nobody ever figured that they were going to get an appointment. So you just, if you could work, if you liked doing it and they'd let you work, you'd do it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Anyway, 79 temps at Sula.
That is
that
wild,
year. A
man.
lot of people. So I used to keep this in my journals and stuff, so I'd keep track of it, and I'd change it every year as my GS might change. But that first season in '76, I started as a GS3 Step 1. That's what most everybody did.
Oh, gotcha.
A few people started at 2, but Crockett didn't believe in fire crew people starting as GS2s.
Oh, nice.
He made everybody was a 3, or depending on what your skill was, you might be more.
Yeah, yeah,
The GS3 made $3.41 an hour. That was base pay.
yeah.
So overtime, time and a half was another $1.70 an hour.
Yeah.
And just base pay, if you worked a 40-hour week, your gross was $136.40. For a pay period, 2 40-hour weeks, base pay was $272.80. And if you just had standard deductions and stuff, my net was like $206.10
Oh, jeez.
every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But you know what? It was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay. It wasn't like you couldn't do it
Yeah.
as a temporary. Rent was so cheap. People would rent a house together for like $20 each a month,
Yeah.
You could rent stuff for $50 a month, $80 a month, stuff
Jeez.
like that. It was so different.
Yeah.
And it was like gas averaged about 50 cents a gallon in '76.
Oh, really?
So that wasn't really too big of a deal either, you
No.
know. And
When you weren't at the Lookout, were you staying at the district there?
no, I still stayed with some friends that had moved up from San Diego like a year after I got here, and I just stayed at their place.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was cool.
It's really cool.
I just helped them. They didn't want rent or anything. I just helped them with, food,
Oh, yeah.
buying food and stuff. They had 2 little kids at the time, so I just kick in every month. I'd give them $70 for groceries or something like that,
Oh, gotcha.
and do that. So that was how that stuff started. And then, so like toward the end of June, Medicine Point was still snowed in. You couldn't hike up there yet or anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Crockett took me up to Sula Peak. You could drive up there at that point. The L4 was still there then with the cement base.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And the guy that staffed its name was Bill Redifer. He was the lead lookout. He'd been at Sula for a few years on Sula Peak.
Oh, gotcha.
Sula Peak had a telephone, and it had electricity that ran up that big hill that you guys have probably PT'd up and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So it was, it looked pretty plush. I'd never
Yeah.
been to any lookouts ever, so I mean, I had no idea of what Medicine Point looked like on the inside or anything.
Oh, yeah.
And so he takes me up there to Sula Peak to show me basically how the alidade works and basically what a lookout was supposed to do,
Yeah.
And so he's showing me this stuff, and I said, "What about the 2 lookouts? What's the 2 that are available?" And he goes, "Well, one of them's out to the east," and he pointed back toward where McCart is.
Yeah.
And he goes, "That one's called McCart Lookout, and it's a different model. It's an older model lookout than this one. It's got a wood stove in it, no electricity or anything, but you got a Coleman lantern and firewood and all this stuff."
Yeah.
And I said, What's the other one?" And he turned around and he pointed way up this ridge
Yeah.
at this snowy peak, and he said, "That's Medicine Point." Before he could say anything else, I said, "That's the one I want."
Yeah.
He said, "It's yours."
That's
So-
awesome.
So that's how it started.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got to wait till the snow melts a little more before we can go up there. But he said, we've had a little bit of lightning here and there, so Air Patrol has been flying a little bit, and they've been kind of keeping an eye on where the trail is for us. He said you could drive to within 1.5 miles of the top, or maybe it was 3 miles. Yeah, it was 3 miles up to the lookout. You could drive to within 3 miles, but then it's a hike from there. So we got to at least be able to get you to the trailhead,
Yeah.
He said, but we're probably going to fly up when it happens the first time, because the wood stove, the cook stove, heating stove that you're going to use, the old ones got problems, so we're going to take one up. And so you and I will probably fly up that first time, but we'll see about that later.
Yeah.
So kind of playing a waiting game. I just did stuff with the fire crew, did guard school. Calvin Ruark took us all across the street to, I can't even remember the name of the drainage straight across over there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Andrews, maybe Andrews Creek,
That could be.
whatever. But he picked out a real soddy area to do a line dig in, down below there that was really tough digging.
Yeah.
And so Crockett had told me, he said, we don't require the lookouts to take the step test. This was before the pack test, obviously.
Oh.
Because you don't have to do fire stuff. But, you might as well take it, because this fall, when you come down, if you do a good job and stuff, you can be on the fire crew for the rest of the season. And, if we get any fires, and you won't be able to go unless you've taken it. So you might as well.
Yeah.
So I did. I took it. But then when we did that line dig, I was thinking, I don't want to do this.
Yeah. Maybe I made a mistake.
He did it on purpose. He picked out a horrible spot, just to kind of get an eye out for the new fire folks and the new folks that were going to be on the brush crew, him and Dean Irwin and Crockett. Yeah. So they'd kind of know,
Yeah.
And so I did okay, but it was like, man, this sucks.
Oh man, and that, yeah, especially in that country, because my first line dig was in not bad country, like normal, whatever you'd find out, by Whitehall, but
this was real tall grass, and it was stuff that you'll experience at some point or another, but maybe not on your very first fire, but that's what they did. Yeah. And then we did a lot of the training stuff in the warehouse. A few of the people from Darby came down, and I think West Fork probably did its own, and Steve I probably did too. Oh. But some of the Darby folks came down to ours. And we did it in the warehouse, and they did the usual lecture. They showed the Sleeping Child fire film that Ernst Peterson made.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Everybody always watched that. It was a 16 millimeter. They had the big projector set up.
Cool.
This is before any digital stuff at all.
Yeah.
All the timesheets, everything was done by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what was always interesting that I found in later years? So the squad leaders or Crockett or the lead fireman would usually just do our timesheets for them. They were semi-complicated, just like they still are,
Yeah.
You had to have the right codes and know what that was. And so they'd fill them out for us, Yeah. We trusted them.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that most of the time on the Hot Shot crew. I did time for the whole crew.
Yeah.
And they trusted me. So you could never find people to sign stuff anyway,
Yeah.
So they'd do it, and then they'd take it in, and the secretaries would look it over, and they'd all go into an envelope, get sent to the SO in Hamilton, which was on, I think, 3rd Street, north of the main drag. And that's where the building was then.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. The original building was above Ford's department store.
Oh, no way. Downtown there.
That's where it was back in the old days. Man. Yeah. But then it was where I just told you. And then the timesheets would go there. They'd go, I'm sure, by airmail to New Orleans. So all this was happened by hand and an airplane.
Yeah.
And we'd still always get paid on time.
Wow.
I mean,
that's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, there was never any problems, and I don't remember anybody hardly ever having a discrepancy on their timesheets or anything.
Man, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Especially how many hands it went through to get to where it had to be.
Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just did stuff with the fire crew, and they were getting equipment ready.
Yeah. Real quick.
Learned how to sharpen Pulaskis and stuff.
Yeah. Real quick. I feel bad cutting you off, but the step test, is that just like the 12-inch step test?
Yeah.
12-inch box?
The height may have been a little higher than 12. So for whatever reason, the men had to do the higher height, and any women on the crew had to do the lower height, which never made any sense to them or to us.
To anybody, yeah.
Why it was like that. It was just, we have no idea where the rule came from.
Yeah.
At all. Nobody, I don't think I ever heard where it came from.
Huh.
Yeah, you'd step up on this thing for 5 minutes, and then you'd immediately sit down on the step test box. Three of us could sit on it, and they'd have 3 people from the fire crew, and there'd be a 15-second wait, And in the meantime, they'd find your pulse, the folks that were going to take the pulse, and whoever was the timer would say, go. And they'd take your pulse for 30 seconds, I guess it was, and then stop. And then they'd record it. And they have this little it's like a chart thing that you could slide back. I've still got one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And your age was plumbed into this thing and stuff. And so it had come out with a score, and you had to get what was a 45 was the figure or higher in order to, or 45 or less.
Oh, 45
if
or
it was
less.
higher than 45, you didn't pass. And
Oh,
then,
no.
then you'd have to take it over, and I think you only got 3 tries, and if you couldn't do it, then you didn't have a job.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah. So everybody wanted to do it, but of course everybody got nervous because you knew you were under the gun. You had to do it the first or second time, or you were screwed.
Well, that's what I was thinking. So your heart rate probably goes up a little bit just for nerves, you know?
Yeah. And so pretty shortly, somehow or other, the way it worked with this thing, and this became the genesis around 95 for the pack test, was that as your age increased, you got screwed because you could have the same passing heartbeats that you had when you were 18, but you wouldn't pass it.
Really?
Because the way that the logarithm or whatever worked, it was screwed up, you know?
Oh, no.
And so, I mean, I didn't have any trouble passing it then, but at points later on, I sometimes did,
Yeah.
you know? But then somebody figured out this method that the second you sat down on the thing for that 15 seconds, the person who was going to do the timing would, about 5 seconds before they were supposed to start doing the pulse, the person would say, take a deep breath and hold it as long as you can.
Oh, really?
And you could feel it when they had their hand on your pulse, you know, doing it here or your wrist. You could feel your heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom.
Slow way
boom.
down.
It'd slow way down, and you'd pass it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
It was so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of us complained over this years. Like, look, I've stayed in shape. I've been on this hot shot crew. I run 700 miles a year getting ready for the season and stuff, and I can hardly pass this because
It's a boat.
even though I'm getting the same score that I got, you know, many years ago, that's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah,
So
it's a
then-
bogus test.
Then they changed it. So, I mean, I didn't really, I always figured that there had to be something better than the pack test too, but nonetheless, you know.
I'm with you. Yeah, it seemed when I was working out the AFD, or the jump base, they were talking about doing something different, I thought, but I
Yeah.
never heard. I don't know if they still are.
But I passed it, so I was ready to rock. So
Good, yeah.
Crockett says, finally, he says, make sure your stuff's all together. What could I take? You know, he goes, you're lucky. We don't even have to use a pack string. You're going up in a helicopter. You can take anything you want.
Oh, cool.
And I went, like, anything I want? Like, can I take some books? And he goes, sure. And I went, like how many? He says, take a whole box if you want. I don't care. There'll be plenty of room. We're
Yeah.
going to have to make more than one flight because the stove's going up. So we'll put your stuff on the other side. And then when we take the stove down, we'll bring more stuff up if we need to, because they had to bring some other things for the lookout up anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
you know. So he says, I think it's going to be around July 6th. So around July 3rd, it was a work day, and he goes, hey, Air Patrol is going to go up today and take a look at Medicine Point. They said a couple of days ago that they're pretty sure they're going to be able to get up there. You want to go on the flight? And I'm like, sure.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I want to see what it looks like anyway, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So they picked me up. I drove up to Hamilton. They picked me up, and we flew Darby, and then went out onto, kind of like we've done now, flew out onto Sula, and they circled Medicine Point a couple of times. You know, the shutters were open, so that somebody had been up there to start getting it opened up and everything. You know.
Yeah, cool.
And I got to see what it looked like and everything, and it was cool looking in a cool spot.
Man.
And there, west of the lookout, on the other side of the ridge, was that huge snow collection ridge that's up there, and it was huge that year. It was really big, And so we went back, and they called Crockett on the radio and said, "Yep, looks like it's going to be a go for the 6th." So
Sweet.
we told Rene he'll be all ready and stuff. So yeah, we went back. They dumped me off. I went back to Sula, talked to Jim some more about the lookout and stuff like that, and he gave me a few more tips on what time to come that morning. I think they were working a weird schedule then. They were working 10 to 7.
10 in the morning, 7 at night?
10 to 7 with an hour off for lunch.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
Some places were working 9:30 to 6, but Sula worked 10 to 7. And the reason was, I found out, that it didn't matter to the lookouts,
Yeah.
The reason is that the folks at Sula on the fire crew and stuff that like to go drinking at the Knob could go drinking after they got off and still have plenty of sleep-in time before they went to work.
To feel better? Yeah. Oh, that's
that was
awesome.
the reason.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. So the date comes, and with the helicopter, we put all the stuff out there where the rain gauge was in that field, and Jim went up with me. Jim flew up, and we took stuff up, and we got the wood stove in, and got my stuff at least up to the base so that I could carry it up at my leisure later.
Yeah.
And he set up the stove, and Medicine Point had a base radio, but it was battery powered. There weren't any solar panels up there at all.
Oh.
It was battery powered, and I'm pretty sure it was those big, tall D-cell deals that were about this big around and that tall.
Yeah.
And they hooked them in series to this thing, and they brought up a bunch of extra ones and showed me how to change them if I needed to.
Wow.
And the backup radio, they had handhelds, or those old Motorola's, but I didn't have one.
Oh.
Because there weren't enough back in those days. And so it was one of those old Forest Service pack set radios that came in a canvas bag.
Oh.
And it had a big antenna that folded out on it. And I would only use that if I wanted to take it when I was going to the spring to get water.
Oh, yeah.
Or going for a hike. If I wanted to take it, I could. Or if the main base set broke or didn't work or something, then I'd have to hook that up. He showed me how to do all that stuff.
Geez, so there's no way to charge those batteries up. You just kind of used them and switched them out as needed, and hopefully it'd last the whole season?
Yeah. Wow. And by tradition, he knew that they would, because that's what
tested
they've
it out.
been using over the years, and they'd always said, okay, well, even if we have to change batteries, we'll need this many, but we'll throw in a couple more too,
Yeah.
So they always made sure they had enough stuff up there.
Does that spring ever dry up? Because I went up there, the only time I've been up there, I was trying to find the spring, me and my wife, and we couldn't find it.
It didn't back in those days.
Oh, gotcha.
Or at least that's what I was told, and it didn't when I was there.
Was it just off the trail, too?
It was easy to find back in those days because the trail was real obvious to it.
Yeah.
Because the lookout had been used every year since 1940.
Yeah, the foot traffic
wore it in.
This was
1976, right? So there was plenty of foot traffic during the season.
To keep the trail.
And hunters would go there, during hunting season and stuff and use it too.
That makes sense.
It was 3/4 of a mile from the lookout, and you'd head south along the ridge top, and there was a tree on the left that had a sign on it that said spring, and that's where the trail started. And you just follow it and contour down to it. It was a beautiful little thing that came right out of the hillside. It was real green there. There were all kinds of flowers. And at some point in the way past, somebody had jammed a piece of steel pipe into where the spring was to get it out far enough that you could fill stuff.
Yeah.
And what I had 2 of those round 1-gallon canteens.
Oh, yeah.
And they had the company was Indian, a backpack pump.
Oh, yeah.
They were made out of metal.
Oh, wow.
For, backpack pump for fires.
Yeah.
It didn't have the pump part, but it had the container for the water. And I think they held 3 gallons or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so by virtue of having this pipe that came out of the spring, you could get it to a point where you could just sit, if you took that bigger container, you could just sit it right under there and fill it up. The water was ice cold. It was so good.
Oh, I bet. Is that pipe?
So good.
Is that pipe still there?
The last time I was at the spring was shortly after the fires of 2000,
Mm-hmm.
and it was there then. But I
I must have just missed
I
it.
don't know about now.
Because the sign's still there.
Yeah.
At least it was 2 years ago when we were up there.
You know, the last time I went up there was in 2018 with Jacob Long
Oh, yeah.
and the guy that was helping him out, the temp that was helping him. We hiked up there and opened it up. It was the first time, not the first time I'd been back up, but the first time I'd been back up in quite a few years.
Yeah.
And so that time in 2000, I had GPSed the location,
Uh-huh.
and I gave the location because it was sort of lost lore for a while.
Yeah.
And I gave the GPS coordinates to Jacob, and he walked down there and found it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I'll have to get back up there and check it out.
Yeah. So like I say, I didn't go to it that day, so I didn't know what the conditions were.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was the water system. And then Crockett and those guys had figured out a shower deal. So there was one of those big silver milk cans, those metal ones,
Mm-hmm.
like they used to use at dairies and stuff
Oh,
on
yeah.
the catwalk. And if there was enough snow, you could pack that thing full of snow and sit it on the side of the lookout where the sun had hit it, rotate it around so it'd get sun,
Yeah.
and it'd warm up enough. And so you could go down underneath it, slide it over to the edge of the catwalk. There was a big long piece of garden hose that you'd put down into it over the railing, and it had a nozzle on it. So you'd open the nozzle and suck on the nozzle, and water would start coming out, and you could adjust the nozzle and take a shower down underneath that thing.
That's pretty nice.
It worked cool.
Really? Yeah.
It never was warm,
Yeah.
and sometimes it was pretty cold because it was snow melt basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it worked, you know.
That is wild. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's see what else was different up there. That was the main stuff. The rest of it was just like the rest of the lookouts, except that it was remote, you know.
Yeah. Man, what a view
and
from
had
up
those
there.
funky radios and everything, but it was a cool place.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, when I
You
was
know,
up there.
and we were working hard, Jim and I, to get that stove hooked up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was doing some stuff to stuff, I was bringing my stuff up and sitting it on the bed and everything.
Yeah.
I had a spotting scope that I'd brought up that my cousin let me have for the summer.
Oh, awesome.
And so Jim had decided ahead of time that he was going to call Sully. He was just going to walk down, take the trail down to the trailhead,
Yeah.
and then get picked up there. So, you know, he pointed out a few of the key reference points, you know, that you can't see from Sula Peak. You can't see any of West Fork from Sula Peak.
No.
And you can see a lot of West Fork from Medicine Point.
Yeah.
And he showed me where salmon was out on the far horizon, and, you know, he re-pointed out, because everything looks different. Even Trapper looks different than it does from the main valley.
It really.
Over there.
Yeah, it really
But
does.
he showed me, you know, where Boulder Point was and where a few of the other lookouts that you could see were and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, I don't really have anything else to tell you. I'll call you on the radio when I need to get time and stuff. And if you need anything, just let us know, and we'll be checking in when we do the lookout check-ins and stuff every day. You'll hear from Hamilton.
Oh, cool.
See you later. You know.
Yeah.
And he walked down that hill, and I watched him until he dropped out of view. And I remember thinking right then, it's like, I would do this for free.
Really?
This is so cool. I can't even believe I'm getting paid to do this.
Man. Yeah.
I was always pretty much the type that loved reading books, and I liked doing stuff with people, but I was comfortable doing stuff by myself.
Yeah.
And it was like, this is freaking perfect.
That is awesome.
This is perfect. You know?
Yeah. What other lookouts? Your first year when you were there? What
I could see 10
You could see 10
on different districts and stuff altogether. But
Oh wow! Were they all staffed?
Yep. Wow. Yep. I
That's
could
so
see, and when they had their the little light that dangled from the ceiling over the Aladate, or had a candle, or the Coleman lantern, because all of them had Coleman lanterns, all of them as
Yeah.
backups. Almost all of them, except like Sula Peak, which had an electric stove because it had electricity. All of them had 2-burner Coleman white gas stoves as backups,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they had wood stoves for heat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Medicine Point had both because it was a cook stove, a tiny cook stove that was also the heat stove.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but when these other lookouts had their lantern on at night, with the binoculars, I could see inside, see where all of those lookouts were.
Yeah, you see the glow. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in
Yeah.
Medicine Point, everyone was gone except for Deer Mountain. Ellie was up there, and it was cool because I hit her up on the radio, and then she gave me a mirror flash. I gave her a mirror flash, so I was able to know exactly where Deer Mountain is. But I think she turned in early that night because I kept waiting to see the glow from Deer Mountain, and I never could see it. And I had binoculars too.
That was 76 was the bicentennial summer,
Oh,
which was interesting. It was, and one thing I took up with me that I'd bought back in the 60s was Zenith used to make a really special radio called the Zenith Transoceanic. It was a shortwave radio. It had FM and AM, but it also had all the international shortwave radio bands on it.
oh really?
And they'd been making them since the 1930s. And on eBay, a lot of the real old ones are collector's items. They were tube radios then, but they were treated on the inside, and expeditions to Africa and all over. There's old pictures that you can see as a Zenith Transoceanic sitting on a table at a camp.
I'll have to look up a photo of that. That sounds awesome.
I bought the 1960s, late 1960s version. It was a Royal 3001 was the designator, and it had transistors, so it didn't have tubes.
Oh,
And it ran on 9 D-cell batteries, or you could also, if you had electricity, you could plug it into the wall. Well, I couldn't, so I made sure I had a ton of D-cell batteries.
yeah.
Well, the Forest Service, all of the headlamps that we used to have ran on D-cell batteries, and the battery was down in a metal thing that you had on your waist.
Oh.
So you had this wire that came up. A lot of stories about that where it'd get caught on brush when you were digging line, or it'd yank the hard hat off your head because it'd catch on something of that wire.
Yeah, I
But
bet.
yeah, they had one of those up there that was up inside of the ceiling above the alidade inside the attic. And that was the night light with a little shade over the alidade for looking for spotting, so you could see the alidade at night.
Yeah, cool.
For a fire.
Yeah.
But I also had one for, doing stuff outside, or if I wanted to hike in the evening or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Zenith Transoceanic came up with me, and I'd played with a lot in San Diego and on camping trips and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
at 8,400 feet, that thing worked super good. One of my morning rituals was I'd make breakfast pretty often on the wood stove,
Yeah.
and I'd sit at the little table up there, and I'd turn on the Zenith Transoceanic on the shortwave bands, and I'd listen to the news broadcast from the BBC live from London.
And clear?
Oh, clear as a bell.
Wow. Man, that's awesome.
Just like it was in Hamilton.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's so
I'd listen to Radio Australia from up there, Radio Japan. You could listen to stuff all over the world on it.
Man.
And it caught one of the Missoula, the sound portion of one of the FM stations in Missoula was on there too,
Really?
on the FM band. And so that summer, I didn't listen to much election stuff because I just wasn't into it,
Yeah.
especially being up there,
Yeah.
I had many other more important things to do than that. But it was when Carter was running for president.
Oh.
And the Olympics were that summer, the Summer Olympics.
Oh, cool.
And the TV station broadcast the Olympics, that station that I could get the soundtrack from. And I listened to a lot of it, and it was amazing how descriptive the television announcers were for something that was on television,
Yeah.
on all the different events, the track events and whatever, soccer and whatever else. It was really cool.
That is so cool, man.
Yeah.
Dang.
So that radio was cool. I never took it up on Another Lookout. I never did a full season on Another Lookout after Medicine Point.
Oh, really?
But it spent a summer on Teepee Point. It spent a summer on Sula Peak. It spent a summer on Spot Mountain. And I think it might have spent part of a summer on Lookout Mountain or one of the others too.
Oh, wow.
With friends that I let borrow it,
Yeah. Wow, that's really cool.
It pack stringed up the Spot.
Really? Yeah,
Yep.
because that's a long haul, right?
Put it in bubble wrap in a box and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that is cool.
So it was cool. It was great having it up there. It was really, really handy. I could get KUFM in Missoula. I could get out of the Missoula stations, and for rock and roll or whatever. And
Yeah.
KUFM had an evening classics program of classical music.
Oh, cool.
And I always liked classical music. I mean, I liked everything, but I liked classical.
Same.
And I don't know if you've ever heard Aaron Copland's Fanfare for the Common Man. It's a trumpet and drum fanfare.
Oh.
And I think the program started on KUFM after the evening news, so like at 7 at night or something like that. And in the latter part of the summer, the sun was starting to go behind Trapper because it was so huge,
Yeah.
that it wouldn't actually be what you call officially set yet, but
Yeah.
it would quit shining in the lookout window right around that particular time.
Oh.
And that's when Lookout Classics was coming on, and I just flipped it on, and the sun had just disappeared behind Trapper, so that the peak was outlined, and it was kind of still whitish behind the peak part, from the setting sun.
Yeah.
And there was a dead silence between the previous program and Evening Classics starting, and the first thing that came on was Fanfare for a Common Man. You'd have to hear it to understand what I'm saying, but it was like, holy crap, man. It was like surreal.
Just perfect, huh?
Oh, it was totally perfect. They had another program where listeners could call in and request classical music pieces.
Yeah.
Write it down. Fanfare for
That's
a
right.
Common Man.
I was trying to repeat it in my head. I'm like, I'm going to forget this.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Because what I usually do.
I think it's Fanfare for a Common Man or The Common Man, Aaron Copland. He was the famous American composer that wrote a lot of suites of music. Really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, I bet I've heard it because I'll just do like classical on Pandora, and usually in the evening, kind of same deal, but I'll do it for reading.
You can Google it. You can just Google in your phone Fanfare for the Common Man, Aaron Copland, YouTube, and it'll play.
Oh, perfect. I'll have to do it, yeah. Maybe on the way home after
easy.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they had also, like I was starting to say, they had a program where you could call in and request music.
Oh, yeah.
So I did this well ahead of time. I sent KUFM a letter, and I had to wait until I was down one time to do it. And I mailed it to Missoula, and I said, I'm Rene Eustace. I'm staffing Medicine Point Lookout on the Bitteroot. It's a remote lookout. You can't drive to it. And I was wondering if there was a chance that you could play a certain composition for me on Classics by Request. And if you can, could it be on, and I gave them a particular date, like 2 weeks down the line, so that there was plenty of time. And I said, if you can, I'll be listening, and it'd be cool if you could do that. And the piece of music is Rimsky-Korsakov's Russian Easter Overture, which is another one that I'd always really, really liked. It was fairly long.
Yeah, that's right, Russian Easter.
And I'll be damned if 2 weeks to the day the program started and they said something like, this first request is for Rene Eustace, who's staffing Medicine Point Lookout on the Bitteroot.
It was cool. Man, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Good planning on your part, though, man.
Well, I knew you had to plan ahead because everything, it wasn't like now where you can get cell reception even at Spot and Salmon, and stay in touch. I mean, I couldn't call anybody on a telephone. There was no telephone.
Yeah.
I couldn't do anything unless I was down, or if it was something really important, I could call Sula, or primarily Sula, and just tell Crockett, hey, could you call my mom? And they had the numbers down there. Call my mom and tell her I'm doing okay, or something.
Let her know I'm still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but other than that, you're pretty much. It was really different. We're really tuned in to be able to instantly, and I'm not saying it's all bad because sometimes it's really good that you're able to communicate,
Yeah, I mean, I have a small story that kind of ties in both your stories.
I mean, it's work for all of our lookouts nowadays. Mark and Rec can spot a fire from Spot, and they can take a picture of it because they bought their own power booster, cell power, a really good power booster.
Yeah, yeah.
And they can put those pictures on their computer and send them down to Brett at the station.
Oh wow.
You know, zoom in. Mark's got like a 1500 millimeter telephoto lens or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, he can almost instantly send them a picture of the fire.
That's so cool.
You couldn't do any of that until just recent years, you know.
Yeah.
So some parts of it are really good.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit too much because I resisted getting a cell phone until the fall of 2020.
Oh really? Man, you made a good run though.
I waited a long time, but then, you know, when I got the iPhone, it was like, I can see how people get addicted to this stuff, you know.
Ooh,
and
man,
I've had to work really hard to like not be the person that I would say, put your freaking phone away, you know.
Yeah, and just stay focused. Yeah, I'm same. Especially like with this, you know, I feel like I always got to pump out some kind of social media to keep it stay relevant and keep people interested. So
yeah,
because I got rid of all my social media a while back and didn't miss it, you know.
Yeah. But it was a cool summer. It was an awesome summer. There weren't that many fires. It was a fairly wet summer, so approximately every 2 weeks I could come down for my weekend if I wanted to. And
oh really?
usually I did. My cousins had folks that I knew, friends up to visit, you know, and I'd go down and float the Bitteroot with them and stuff like that.
That's cool.
Get some new groceries and then hike up early on my first day that I had to be back and stuff like that.
Would they just leave it unstaffed when you were gone?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, I just locked the place up and
Yeah.
you know they were just starting to lock stuff up. Crockett told me that in the old days they never locked the lookouts up, and he said he remembered a bunch of times on Sula in the early 70s when they'd go to what was that?
Oh, I just hit it with my mug.
They'd go to open up Medicine Point, put the shutters up and stuff. They'd put the shutters down and everything, but they wouldn't lock the door. And food would get left in there, canned goods and stuff. And he said there were times where, you know, you'd reach under the shutters and, you know, Medicine Point had easy shutters to put up, not the ones with the bolts like Salmon, which are more difficult.
Yeah.
Medicine Points and Boulders hinged off the catwalk, so the shutters themselves didn't have to be as heavy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so he'd just reach under and open the door, and you know, and go in or whatever, and then there'd be a couple of bucks laying on the table and a little note that said, "Hey, got caught in the lookout during a snowstorm hunting, had to use some of your food, sorry, here's some money," and they just leave some money on the table.
That's cool.
Now people would rob the place blind, probably. Not everybody, but there are people who would, you know.
Yeah.
Or they'd trash the
It's
place.
trash. I was gonna say the one upside of Butte, Red Mountain Lookout. Like last time I was up there, it was like reinforced, boarded up because and people were still trying to break in and trash it. And it's like, man.
St. Mary's got broken into one time here, not terribly long ago, before the volunteer group when they weren't staffing it.
Yeah.
And somebody even busted up some of the furniture to burn it and stuff. But
why? You
anyway, it wasn't like that. So,
yeah.
you know, I'd come down for a couple of days and then maybe buy something at the grocery store I wanted to take up or whatever, and then I'd hike back up.
That's cool.
So I was really lucky. That snow collection ridge back there, Crockett had told me, he said, he was telling me too about the great Halloween snowstorm, you know, and all that kind of stuff the year before. And then there'd been a big snow winter, 75 to 76 too. Not that big, but pretty big. And he said, the photos from the plane and stuff are that bridge is freaking huge. And it stretches all the way from Shook Mountain over Rocky Knob. It's that open area where nothing grows because it's all snow for most of the year.
Yeah,
really.
I know what you're talking about. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a big pathway. You know, it looks like a bulldozer made it, but it's just because nothing will grow in it.
Oh, I was wondering.
And so it comes up and stops at about right due west of the lookout there.
Yeah.
And he said, there's a lot of snow there, and I'll bet you're going to have snow for the bulk of the summer. So get a Coleman cooler or something and bring it up, and you can pack snow in it and bring some Tupperware or something like that. And if you make food and you make too much, you can put it in Tupperware, and I'll bet you're going to have refrigeration.
Whoa.
He was right.
That's fancy. That's awesome.
He was right. I used it for that stuff. I still go to the spring, but I used it for that stuff all summer. The snow had melted down to a patch about half the size of this table and a foot high on September 7th. And the day before I went down for the season, which was September 11th, by coincidence in history.
Oh, wow, yeah, 9/11.
The day I went down, the evening before, the last of the snow had melted. So I had refrigeration for the entire summer.
Man, that's good living, Rene. That's awesome.
And I don't think it ever did that again.
Yeah.
You know, they only staffed it for another 3 seasons.
Oh, really?
And then through 79. And then in 80, they were going to burn it.
Oh, man.
And they never got around to it. And then they never got around to it. And they never got around to it. And then finally, around 96, some money came through. And I'd been pressuring all along, don't burn it, staff it again.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that good of a lookout because it's so high that a lot of times it's in the clouds and other people are finding lightning strikes before Medicine Point can see anything, which was kind of true, but I still think that's a feeble excuse for burning it up.
Yeah, I'm with you. God, it's such a beautiful spot.
But they just never got around to it,
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to go back up there, and none of us on the fire crew, with my pressure, nobody wanted to do it,
Yeah.
So they decided to make it a rental, and then they refurbed it, and then it became a rental. And we got to hike up, and different ones of us on different days on the fire crew, and help for a day doing some of the jacking up and stuff, to redo the underneath beams and everything.
Yeah.
So it's still alive and well, thank God.
Thank God, yeah, because that's where I proposed. So
Really?
yeah.
Yeah.
So thank God it's still there, because, man, it was...
So many cool things happened there that summer. The water hikes were all good. The views were all good. Had a summer snowstorm that didn't stick, but it happened. This is one of my favorite Medicine Point photos. I did it with a timer on my camera.
Oh, really?
This was on one of those days.
Oh, wow.
When I was completely, I don't know if there'll be too much
A little bit of
glare or
but it might be
whatever.
all right.
I'll move it around.
Yeah.
This is me inside of Medicine Point reading a book, and you can see a little red glow through the top burner of the wood stove.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was probably listening to music, and
Yeah, the Zenith, right?
probably on the Zenith, listening to something in Missoula.
Yeah. Is that the same stove?
This is in 76, yeah.
76.
My caption was Rene reading with wood stove crackling during fogged-in summer storm at Medicine Point Lookout, Sula Ranger District, Bitteroot National Forest. The summer it all began, 1976.
Yeah. Man.
So that day that they flew all the stuff down. They came back and flew everything down. And Crockett didn't come up this time, so they shut off the helicopter, and I helped them load all my stuff in it. And then I hiked down and got picked up by one of the fire crew guys. So it was already set up that the guy on Sula Peak had to leave to go back to school.
Oh,
So I was going to go straight to Sula Peak for a couple of weeks.
cool.
So the helicopter flew my stuff over and dropped it off at Sula Peak.
Nice.
And I drove back to the station, got the Volkswagen van and a few more supplies from Sula, and then drove up to Sula Peak.
That's cool.
So I spent 2 weeks, but I didn't spend 2 full weeks up there because Crockett had called me and he goes, yeah, tomorrow looks like it's supposed to be a pretty dry and maybe windy day. So go ahead and stay at the lookout tomorrow. And he said, I'll call you that evening and see what's up, and depending on what happened, he'd call and he'd say, yeah, come on down and work with the fire crew. We're starting to prep some units and stuff like that. So I'd be at the lookout a couple of days, and I'd go down and do stuff with the fire crew for a couple of days and blah, 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 blah for a couple of weeks. And then after those 2 weeks, he was like, well, let's button up Sula Peak, and you're working with the fire crew now.
Oh, really?
Yep. So I didn't go on any until I came down and was actually with the fire crew, helped prep some units on Sula.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I was down all the time, the first burn we still had, back in those days, there was still lots of logging going on the Bitteroot.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
All the mills, including the old Stoltz Connor mill, which is behind my house, where all those Yellowstone people were parked last summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that mill was running 24 hours a day back in those days.
Oh, wow.
All of them were still,
Yeah.
Clear cuts, some big clear cuts. And Sula had already burned in previous years in the 60s, some really big really big units. But
Yeah.
my first one was we drove down. I don't even remember where it was, but we drove down onto the B-Bar D. It was still just the Beaverhead Forest then.
Oh
They
yeah,
hadn't
they were
combined
separated,
yet.
right? Yeah.
And we helped burn. They'd burned a 250-acre clear cut full of slush. They burned half of it the year before, and then we helped burn the second half. And that was the first burn I ever did. First time I ever ran a drip torch,
Yeah.
crawling through that slash and stuff. It was hard work.
It is hard work.
It was really hard work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. We were beat by the end of the day, and it was the first. The crew had done a couple of burns on Sula while I was up on Medicine Point that I could see way out and high up toward Meadow Tolan, where that huge clear cut was and everything.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Stuff up in there and out Reynolds Creek at the far end of the district there.
What kind of off topic, but if I don't ask, I'll forget. That Hilltop Lookout, was that ever staffed when you were around, or was that way before?
I probably hadn't been staffed since the 40s.
Oh, that's what I thought, because I went up there last summer, and it looks pretty old.
Yeah, it looks a lot older than it did the first time I saw it in 77.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Even. Yeah, but anyway,
yeah,
so we did that burn, and so about this particular time in space,
mm-hmm.
I didn't know much about it because I didn't get much fire information during the summer, and we didn't really have much of anything except smoke chaser fires, and nothing was close to me.
Yeah, gotcha.
I only had one first all summer, and it was down near the mouth of Pickett Creek on West Fork.
Oh, yeah.
So not much was in close to my close scene area, that didn't get spotted by somebody else first.
Yeah.
But back in Michigan and Minnesota, these peat bog fires had been going on for bulk of the summer because they had a big drought going on back there.
Yeah.
Peat fires are mostly, peat is kind of a precursor to coal.
Oh.
It's layers of material that condense, and the stuff reaches a point where it'll actually burn if it gets heat in it.
Oh.
And that country in Minnesota and Michigan and maybe part of Wisconsin has a lot of peat. Lots of peat.
Jeez.
So they'd had fires back there all summer. The IR crew, the Bitteroot IR crew, the Hot Shot crew, because that's what we called ourselves back in those days, and that's what they called it then, was just the IR crew.
Oh, really?
The Lolo IR, the St. Joe IR, the Bitteroot IR, Helen IR.
IR.
Flathead IR for interregional.
Oh, interregional, yeah.
Interregional Hot Shot crew or interregional fire crew.
Oh, gotcha.
But if it was interregional, everybody else who did fire in the U.S. knew that an interregional crew was a Hot Shot crew.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
So they'd been back there a bunch. They'd been back there so much they were kind of sick of it, and were kind of ready to be laid off,
Oh, I bet.
And the Missoula Jumpers had gone back there a lot too, and some of them were back there at that particular time. And then some of the Sula folks and a few brush crew folks got to go on a pickup crew from the forest back to Michigan in early October.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they went back, and then we'd been prepping a burn somewhere out up the East Fork, and Crockett was with us. And so this is a cool aside that I'll tell you before, because it's so different from the way things are now, that the way they used to do it. So Crockett was the one, Jerry Hinman would go sometimes too, but Crockett was the one that would primarily decide when Sula had a burn that was ready to do, be it a clear cut, an understory burn, whatever it was. He's the one that decided. So he said, we're gonna go check burns today. This was like a couple of weeks before, right? When I'd first gone down.
Yeah.
He said, we're going to go check some burns today. And so he went out with us, and so he goes, I want to look at this one that's up, I'll just say Reynolds Creek.
Yeah.
And I want to look at this one up Reynolds Creek. And so we'd drive up there and we'd park truck on the road near it. And he'd get out. Some of them had a road that looped around for logging trucks, before when they were logging it, so they could get the stuff at the top. They wouldn't have to yard it all the way down or whatever.
Oh, makes sense, yeah.
So we'd go to the bottom of it, and he'd get out, and we on the fire crew would, we'd walk with him and watch him. And he'd get out, and he'd look around, he'd pick up some some duff on the ground and, kick a couple of logs, take a Pulaski and break open a log, couple logs of different sizes and stuff. And he'd be like, "No, it's not ready yet." Or he'd do the same thing on another unit. We go to another one and he'd do the same thing and he'd go, "2 days from now, we're burning it."
Oh, wow.
That's how he'd do it.
Yeah.
He didn't have a moisture probe. He didn't have anything like
any kind
that.
of technology, yeah.
There was no burn plan ahead of time.
Wow.
Nobody did that.
Yeah.
There was no burn plan ahead of time. We'd go back to the station. He'd take his information like, "Yep, Reynolds Creek is ready in 2 days. This one won't be ready for another week." It was just all by here,
Yeah,
because he had
feeling.
so much experience,
Yeah.
Yeah, that other one, we won't even worry about that one. We may not even be able to do it this fall because it won't dry out enough or whatever, before it snows. And we go back and then he'd be, so the actual doing of these things, some of them happened because I didn't get to go on one until right before I got to go to Minnesota.
Oh.
But what he'd do was he'd come back and he'd tell Hinman, the FMO, and he'd talk to Calvin that ran the brush crew, and he'd go, "Yeah, this unit's big enough. It's 100 acres. We're going to need everybody. And this is how we're going to do it." And he'd take a piece of notebook paper or something like this, and he'd make a quick drawing of the shape of the lookout, and there's a row at the top, there's a row in the bottom, and there's a little road that goes through the middle and stuff. And I'm going to want the brush crew split in half on this side and the fire crew here, and we'll have both engines, have one here, and there's a water source here, and I'll direct it, and that's how we're going to do it.
That's so cool. Just rough out the unit and everything else on the paper? Man.
That's how we're going to do it,
That's so cool.
And that's what we do. And and it always worked, it seemed like,
Man, just go by experience and feel.
Yeah. But back in 76, we had a 250-gallon engine that was on the back of a truck.
Oh,
and we had a 750-gallon tank that was mounted on a huge fiber board. It was big. And we did not have a dedicated engine. Sula didn't have an actual dedicated engine of that size until in the mid-90s, probably.
Oh, wow.
And so that truck was the stock truck.
Oh, gotcha.
It was the big stock truck that they'd haul the mules in.
Yeah.
And it had stake sides, all the way around it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'd use it to haul the trail crew out to wherever.
Oh, really?
And then if we needed it because we had a fire, it'd come back in. We'd take all the stake sides. We, the fire crew, would take all the stake sides off. We'd open a hydrant at the station, and because we had a pressurized hydrant there, and we blast all the mule poop out. We'd get the forklift and get this engine assembly board from wherever it lived at the end of the warehouse, on the north side of the warehouse.
Yeah.
It had big pieces of wood under it to keep it up so you get the forks under it. We'd take it over, we'd put it on, we'd have to line it up and put bolts through the bed of the truck and get underneath and fasten it on. And then we put water in it, and that was the engine. That was the big engine part. The big engine.
Yeah. That is awesome, man.
Yeah. And sometimes the trail crew would need it 2 days later, so we'd have to take all that stuff off, put the sides back on, and then 2 days later we'd have to take it back on, put the pump back on.
Yeah.
It was so funny. And then
funny.
Joe Thompson, who was on the fire crew, who went to the hot shot crew, and I did, he thought up this cool plan for. He said, let's figure out a faster way that we can do this. And he said, I've got an idea. And he ran it by, let's see, was Crockett still there? I don't think Jim was there, because Jim left in 80. He got the FMO job at Sula, which was the twilight of his career. And he did that, I think, just for a year, and then he retired.
Oh, gotcha.
But in that same spot north of the warehouse, Joe figured out, we'll get these huge treated poles. We'll have 6 of them, and we'll make it wide enough that we can drive the stock truck under them. And these poles will have heavy-duty pulleys with metal wire and stuff like that, and cranks. And when fire season's here, we'll crank the whole assembly up. Won't have water in it yet. We'll crank it up. We can back the trunk up, and we figured this all out on the ground with points of as far back as the back end of the truck had to go to be perfectly aligned.
Yeah.
And we could just lower the pump down onto it, and it was so much faster.
This is way faster.
Yeah. Joe got cash award for that. He should have.
Yeah, good, man. That's awesome. Yeah, all the holes would probably line right up for you
Yeah,
too.
then we could use it all the time, but back in those days we had to do that, you know.
Man, what a job, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool, though.
Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, yeah. So to back up an instant here, so Crockett was really old school, especially before he started being the dispatcher in 71 or 2 and running the fire crew. He wasn't into women in fire.
Oh, really? Yeah.
But he wasn't, as I discovered, he wasn't alone in that thought. Because those guys were just, they were the old timers.
Yeah, that's how you're raised, you know?
That's how they were raised, it's just the way they were. And I'm not saying that it was right, because it wasn't right.
No.
But that's how they were.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll never have a woman on my crew and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that first Sandy Pettit, who I call my sister Sandy to this very day.
Oh, really?
She was a college kid, her first year in 67, 68, I believe, school year. Victor, grew up in Victor. And Sandy staffed Medicine Point in the summer of McCart in the summer of 68, after her first year of college over in Montana State. She wanted to be a veterinarian at the time.
Oh, cool.
Thought she did.
Yeah.
And the firebug came along. It's like
Bite you.
it does to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so Crockett met Sandy in 68. She's kind of a ranch kid, She knew how to do a lot of stuff and everything. And I don't think she went on any fires with the crew. But she got on the crew then in 73 or 4 when Crockett was the dispatcher then,
Yeah.
And she was good. She was really good.
Yeah.
She knew her stuff. She picked stuff up really quick. She'd only been on the crew, I think it was her 3rd year, and she was one of the 2 lead firemen when I got there in 76.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good for her.
And Crockett totally come around by then.
Yeah.
Totally come around. Sandy was the one. I mean, there were women that had been lookouts and stuff, but she was at Sewell anyway. She was the first woman on the fire crew. She did a kick-ass job, and he was totally changed after that.
That's awesome. Yeah, because
he realized that we're all the same. If you pick it up and you're good, you're good. It doesn't matter what your sex is.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hate that stuff, man. And and probably like you just need Sandy to come around and show him, like, to open his eyes, like, oh yeah, what am I thinking? This is fine. This is great.
She set the board, set the example, and she set the example for all of us. I mean, I learned so much from her in those years between Medicine Point when I was on the Sewell fire crew and before I went to the Hot Shot crew in '85. I learned so much stuff from her. She was the mop-up queen, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Nope.
You did not miss a smoke when you were on her fire.
Oh, I bet.
And I always, maybe there was some luck at some points in time, you never know, but I always prided myself in following the Sandy example as a mop-up person.
Yeah.
And I learned it all from her. I mean, I learned all the techniques, all the little stuff, all the stuff we instilled on new crew people, on the kids that were new on the Hot Shot crew and everything, all these little places that when you're new, you'd never think about. Where's the place that on a smoke chaser fire, even a small one, that a lot of embers like to hide? They like to get right back underneath that burned edge.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes right at the edge of where you've dug line and stuff. And people don't want to reach up under there with the bare hand to try and find that stuff. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to find embers up in there.
Yeah, that's where it's hiding.
and they're there. And if they're there, then sorry guys, but we're going to do mop up longer because we're not. If I'm in charge of this fire, we're not leaving until I'm satisfied.
Yeah, not getting a reburn on your watch, you know.
I'm not going to have a reburn.
Yeah, one of the most important things.
I never did have one.
Oh, good. Yeah, me either.
Some people did, you know, and it's just, you get lax, but it's like, nope, I don't want to be lax. I'm going to get these.
Yeah, or you get rushed sometimes, especially in a big lightning bust. You're like, man, there's more fire to fight. This one should be good. You know, you don't really cold trail it or as thorough as it should, and that bites people sometimes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So then we were getting ready. We were out with Croc looking at a burn, early October, 76.
Yeah.
And we get this call from Sula on the radio that, hey, they want to put together another crew to go to the upper Midwest for the peat fires.
Oh, yeah.
Got any people available? And Jim's like, sure I do. Got to finish doing this, but I'll send somebody in to start helping you make out a list. Well, he sent me in. He goes, do you want to go? He said, see? I told you should take the step test.
Yeah, there it is.
And I bet you're glad now.
Yeah.
And I was like, hell yeah, you know. And he says, well, you're going. You put your name on the list because you're going, you know.
Awesome.
So I went back and I helped put the names together. And Darby had some folks that wanted to go, and Westwork had another crew that was being put together with most, because they had a lot of people out there.
Oh, gosh.
Being a huge district and all. And so, yeah, we got this list together, and this was like on a Friday, and we were all going to leave on Sunday morning to head back there. And I hadn't been on a fire yet.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't been on a fire at all yet. Because I didn't have any on Medicine Point, and then we didn't have any between the time I came down and this trip came up.
Yeah.
So a couple of really good folks went with us as the squad bosses and stuff. Let's see, Harold Urian at Westport, been around forever. He was a trail crew permanent employee, but he'd done lots of fire going back to the 60s and stuff.
Oh, wow.
And Tony and Ray Rodriguez. Tony was the dispatcher at Westport, and his brother Ray was the dispatcher at Darby. Those guys went, and Shannon Wooford, who was a permanent on the brush crew at Sula, he was going, and then Sandy had gone to Michigan with that earlier group, and some others, so she didn't go on this trip, she's still on.
Yeah.
And another guy named Stuart Ormsby on the brush crew had been around for a long time. He was, so we were pretty rich in folks that had been on a lot of fires for a pickup crew and stuff, you know. And then some of the folks from the other districts and from the brush crew had been on fires. Like I said, I hadn't been on one at all.
Yeah.
So we left that Sunday morning. We went up to the jump base. That was where everybody always met because we were going to fly.
Oh.
You know, and we'd cycle through the jump base, and they had the cafeteria then still in where the training room is now.
Yeah, the dorms,
It
right?
was so cool.
Oh, I bet.
It was a good cafeteria.
Yeah.
Went there a lot of times over the years before they finally took it out. But we were all bummed.
Yeah, it makes me sad. I never
But
got
we
to
went
experience
there and we got on this four-motor Condor, and we were flying to Minnesota. And right before we left to take off, we found out that there was a prairie fire in North Dakota near the Montana border.
Oh.
And that we were going to fly to Billings and then drive back to this thing.
Yeah.
So we did. We flew to Billings, we demoed, got on a school bus, had a chase truck with all our stuff in it, red bags and everything.
Yeah.
And we drove out there, and the fire was a prairie fire, and it had already pretty much run a course. I think it had run like 25 miles across the prairie, broken prairie out there.
Yeah. Jeez.
But the part that still had any warmth in us was at the western part of it, and it was right adjacent to the Little Missouri River Badlands by the Montana border.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Freaking cool looking country.
Beautiful, right?
All these mesas, not mesas really, but buttes and you know, canyons and all this cool stuff.
Yeah.
And so we camped on this ranch. The ranches were huge out there. You know, some of them I think were probably sections in size.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Cattle ranches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we and another crew camped on this ranch. We slept in their barn or sheds, wherever we wanted.
That's cool.
And all of the ladies from the surrounding local ranches all came in. You know, the Forest Service paid for all, and the state paid for all the food and stuff. And they cooked bacon and eggs for us.
Oh,
and
man.
all kinds of sandwiches, and steak from fresh,
Local
real
beef.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
that's
nice.
awesome.
We were only there a few days, but we mopped up down. Mostly that's all we did was mop up down these canyons. This was my first real experience on fires doing this. And you know, there was some brush type stuff, but no trees out there. And we would ride out. We'd not all go to the same place every time. Some of us, 3 or 4 of us, would pile into the back of some old rancher's pickup with our tools, lunches and stuff, and he'd drive us out to where we were gonna mop up and everything, and kind of hang out with us, you know, in case we had to move.
Yeah.
And we'd be like, so this doesn't look like very good firewood. I mean, how do you heat your place and stuff? And he goes, there's coal seams all over the place out here.
Oh, I didn't think.
And he said, it's not really high grade coal, but it's coal, and there's like unlimited amounts of it. So he says, I got this spot, you know, and he showed us this adjacent drainage. He says, I just back up the pickup to the seam and pick out with the pickaxe a pickup load of it in the back of the truck, and when I need more, I just go out and get some more.
Wow. Man, what a different world, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And I always remember when we left, we just did that for a couple of days, and when we left, this ranch we stayed on had to the entrance for the house and where you drive back to the barns, had one of those big trellises that was covered with rose vines. The roses were all dead because it was, you know, October by then.
Yeah.
But we had to walk through that to get back to the bus that was going to take us to the airplane back in Billings.
Mm-hmm.
And the rancher, whose ranch that was, stood at the gate and he shook hands with every single one of us and thanked us for the help.
Whoa.
You know,
That's
and
cool.
I kept my first journal on that trip.
Man.
I didn't keep a journal at Medicine Point, but I had a Sierra Club Wilderness calendar, which had big blocks in them on the dates.
Oh.
This friend of mine, Steve, who became a historian at San Diego State for many years, he and I, back in the 70s, we would always exchange a little gift at Christmas time. We'd known them since grammar school.
Yeah.
And he would always give me a Sierra Club Wilderness calendar, because he knew I liked those spaces to write stuff in.
Yeah.
And I would always give him a Playboy Centerfold Christmas calendar.
Yeah.
We still do that to this very day.
Oh, really?
I've got every single one of those calendars. I use them every day at my house all these years to keep track of high and low temperatures and humidities during the summer and fires and different things like that.
That's cool.
And this was kind of the start of that. 75 was the first one I ever got. So I took that calendar at Medicine Point. I didn't keep a true journal, but I jotted down stuff. And I had the days I took a lot of photographs, so I was able to reconstitute a lot of things later.
Yeah.
But I decided I did keep a journal on that trip in '67. My cousin Ron and I did it around the country.
Yep.
So I liked journals and doing it, but I was just kind of really getting into it then, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna. This is my first fire roll ever. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna keep a journal of it, and I did.
Smart.
Yep. And then I typed it up after I got home that winter.
Oh man, that's really smart.
Yeah, but I started doing that, and we got back on the plane and we flew to Bemidji, I think.
Oh yeah.
And deplaned, and from then on, while we were there, we traveled in a school bus that the state of Minnesota had rented for us.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what a lot of the crews back there were doing. You know, some crews had their own equipment if they lived close by, but we didn't. So that's what we had. And we had a chase pickup that hauled all the Pulaskis and whatever else we needed.
Yeah.
So we head out to this peat fire, you know, and it's not like a traditional fire, because unless the peat surfaced and was in a wind and got into some trees, hardwoods or pines or whatever, it was mostly just ground fire. And none of us, even the experienced people, had ever been on a peat bog fire before. So we were like, all questions to these people back there, like, so what are we supposed to do, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, well, we see where the smoke's coming up out of the ground and find an edge, and then we just dig down far enough to follow the edge. How far do we have to dig down? Depends. Sometimes it's 3 feet. Sometimes it might be 40 feet.
Oh,
And
man.
40 feet, we got to dig. No, if it's one of those, then we get, big cat backhoes and stuff like that, track hose or whatever to dig down to it. Because that's the only way you can stop it from spreading is like anything else, to deprive it of fuel.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so we dig this trench, but we've gotten down there, but that doesn't mean it's going to go out. Nope. We got to fill the trench full of water and just soak the living hell out of it.
Oh, wow.
Stuff like that. So fortunately, they have lots of water back there.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of sand points?
Oh, like for a well? Like sand points?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
So they use those a lot. The water table was so high in a lot of parts of Minnesota and in the areas where we went that they drive this long hollow tube that's solid, but the bottom end of it is pointy, and it's got all these holes in it in the bottom.
Oh, gotcha.
And they drive it down into the ground till it's just above ground level, maybe a foot.
Yeah.
And you could put a draft hose, it's the size, you could put a draft hose from a Mark III down in that and run it for frickin' ever.
Wow. Driving a sand point in. Jeez.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
None of us had ever even seen one of
I
them
never
before,
Yeah, I never even heard of it until right now doing that.
I hadn't heard any of this stuff before,
Yeah.
But it was cool, yeah. And if we were in a place where we were close enough, that we could have a Mark III hooked up and run hose, that's what we did.
What an operation, man. That's super cool. Like, I mean, I've been in the fire world for like 16, 17 years or something now and never heard of this. That's amazing.
Primarily is where that happens back in that upper Midwest country. We used them. We used them again when we went back there in '88 on the Hot Shot crew.
Oh, really? Back in
Yeah.
80? That's so cool, man.
So we were doing that, and they had some big engines. They had this one guy. It was like a gasoline tanker. It was one of those huge 10,000 gallon tanks, but it had been an old milk hauling vehicle between dairies.
Oh, yeah.
And he had bought it, and that's what he used it for. And they had plumbing into it, and we could hook the Mark III up to it and just pump water out of it and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's pretty handy.
And a lot of those small towns, because we were out in the countryside most of the time, a lot of those small towns had a old at their volunteer fire departments. Almost all of them were. Their volunteer fire department had an old deuce and a half.
Oh, yeah, for military.
Yeah, and it had a 3,000 gallon water tank on the back of it, and so they had those, and so we were back there for 3 weeks, and starting at the beginning of the second week, I got to be the driver of one of those, and I don't remember why I got to do it.
Wow.
But they said, yeah, we're not using it. I mean, if we need it for a house fire or something, we aren't that far away. We'll just come get it from you. But other than that, come on into town when you need water. And they showed us where the standpipe was, and I'd drive it in there and drive it under the thing and fill it up. And there'd usually always be some old Minnesota fire guys, that were hanging out, and they'd be like, yeah, you should have been here for the peat fires of 1938. They burned all winter. They tell me all these stories. I'm just soaking all this stuff up because all this is just more high adventure for me. I mean, the lookout alone had been cool, but here I am. I'm getting paid to fly across America to a peat bog fire. Who's ever heard of that?
Yeah, that's
getting to do all these cool stuff. I'm getting to drive this truck now. So I spent the better part of the last 2 weeks being the truck driver.
Oh, cool.
I'd drive out, we'd hook it up where the crew wanted it. I'd help mop up until we got all the water out of it. I'd drive it back in, and the crew boss, every time that I went, I got to take one of the people from the crew or squad that I was working with at that particular time with me. So everybody got an opportunity to get off the line, during a lot of those days for a little while anyway.
That's nice.
To go help get the water and everything.
Yeah, see some different country for a minute.
Yeah. And the guy that took us back as the crew boss,
This was 76. He worked on the Beaverhead.
Oh, really?
Was an older guy, fire guy, and he was the fill-in for the Bitteroot IR crew foreman boss that summer, because they were between Ron DeLay, who'd been a jumper doing it for a couple of years, and Crockett before that,
Yeah.
and they were hunting for a soup who was going to be a permanent, you know.
Oh.
So this guy, he'd worked the whole summer as the boss of the Hot Shot crew on fires and had taken them back to Minnesota, and then he took our crew back with all these guys I was telling you about, filling in as the squad bosses, and Chan Wooford was like the assistant foreman, because he ended up having to leave before we were done. So Chan took over the crew then.
Yeah.
But we had a bunch of people that, even though it was a unique fire and it wasn't the same as going on a Forest Service wildfire in Montana, you know, still had the same challenges. You still had to be safe. You were still working around trees that could fall on you, or ash pits that you could fall in, or pumps that could hurt you, or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, lots of hazards still,
Yeah. So, I mean, I learned a lot. And, I mean, all the people on the crew everyone was real compatible.
Yeah.
We never spiked out, because it was down in the teens and single digits every night that we were back there.
Man, that's really cold.
We moteled up, and this one little town we stayed in, the ladies from the local church cooked food for us in their kitchen in the basement of this church.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and they'd give us these big coolers, you know, like 3-gallon coolers that they'd filled up with coffee in the morning and stuff like that for us to take out, and they made sandwiches for us and everything, you know. And it was interesting because somebody had just, you know, man, wouldn't spaghetti taste cool, you know, to one another?
Yeah.
We'd come in that night and they'd have heard that, and they made spaghetti.
Oh, man.
So at the end, when we got done and we were getting ready to leave home, and it was our last day there, or last time there eating breakfast, and then we were going to be gone or something, Chan always wore a cowboy hat when he wasn't, because he was a cowboy, when he wasn't, you know, on fires and stuff like that, or having to wear a hard hat. He always wore a cowboy hat, and he always had it with me. I don't know where he always had it, but when we'd have breaks and stuff, we were in a safe spot, the hard hat was gone, the cowboy hat was on.
Yeah.
So he took up a collection in his hat, and I think we scraped together something like $80 and gave it to him.
Oh, cool.
For all the cool stuff they did for us and everything.
Yeah, but they appreciated that too, man.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the end of that. I went to 6 different fires. My first 6 fires were peat fires.
That's so cool, man.
We had a couple that came up out of the ground, and we worked on them into about 9 or 10 p.m. at night, and they got into these big oak trees and stuff, and were burning branches, and there was all this smoke and peat smoke and everything, and it was like real eerie and first time for me. I mean, I was loving this stuff.
Oh, I bet, man.
This is just I remember thinking to myself, I think I'm going to want to do this, because
Got the bug?
this is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the peat have a different smell to it when it was burning?
It did. It was kind of an acrid smell, actually.
Acrid smell, huh?
Yeah. So we got back,
Yep.
and it's been gone 3 weeks. Made a ton of cash for those days, you know, even as GS3s and stuff.
Yeah.
And Crockett let me work another 2 weeks because they were still burning at Sula. And there was snow by then, so we were working in snow.
Oh, wow.
And we spent at least one of those weeks. So that big meadow toll and clear cut was all dozer windrows.
Oh.
Yeah. And you know, some of the timber foresters and stuff were like, that's not that big of a clear cut. It's a bunch of clear cuts. And so in the old fireman's handbook, which I learned there was a chart in there that told how to use the alidade to determine acreage, like of a large fire, if you could see it.
Oh, wow.
And so there was a way, and it showed the formula. You could like get the alidade sighting degrees from one side and then from the other side, and you could kind of extrapolate based on how far it was it crossed it or whatever,
Yeah.
as to how big it was. That freaking thing was like 1,500 acres. It was huge.
Yeah.
It was part of a big, after the Sleeping Child fire deal in the late 60s, there was this weird idea that they were going to burn, because part of the Continental Divide goes through there,
Oh yeah, yeah.
that they were going to log all of that so that there couldn't be any more catastrophic fires.
Oh,
It's
gotcha.
like, are you kidding me? And so that fire, or not that fire, but that huge Meadowtolan clear cut was so gigantic that there was a lot of blowback about it. And
Yeah.
it was so high. Parts of the Bitteroot are, in reality, they're kind of like a high altitude desert. I mean, stuff just doesn't grow fast, especially up high around here. 'Cause
Yeah, I
the
kinda
winters
noticed
are
that.
so long, and it's all rocky and not good soil.
Mm-hmm.
So, that next year when I tree planted, I mean, the crew was tree planting some of that Meadowtolan stuff for the third time.
Oh, really? Because it just wasn't
'cause
taken, really?
It just wouldn't take.
Man, that's
So
tough.
here we are, we're up there. And
Yeah.
so there's these huge dozer windrows. I think I had been up there once and seen some of them when Crockett had us out, when he was looking for units to burn and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But they were huge windrows. And of course, they were all snow covered. And so there was so much stuff to pile and windrow back in those days, in 76 still. Sula had its own cat. All the districts had their own cat back in those days.
Wow.
D4 or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Medium size, small,
Yeah.
but big enough to do the job. And we made most of the piles. The Forest Service made lots of the piles. The loggers were supposed to make some,
Yeah.
but they didn't make good ones
Oh,
because they didn't have to burn them.
yeah.
And the Forest Service folks on the brush crew knew how to make hand piles. And since Dean Irwin was one of the cat operators when he wasn't doing stuff with the brush crew,
Oh,
he knew how to make dozer piles because he knew what made them burn.
yeah.
They had to be tight. You just didn't throw shit together. They had to be tight so that they'd carry fire,
Yeah, absolutely.
So there was an older guy named Lynn Christofferson who was also, all he did was run cats. They ran a shift every summer. They ran a shift of the cat from 6 a.m. until 2:30, and then ran another second shift from 2:30 to 10 p.m. or 11 when it got dark
Oh yeah.
during the summer months. And that's all they did was make windrows
Jeez, man.
or piles. And then a couple people from the brush crew would accompany them during the day and evening, and they'd be the ones that trimmed the piles.
Oh, gotcha.
Trim the long pieces out and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Dang.
here we are. We're in the snow and we're up there, in Meadowtolan. And Crockett says, yeah, we're going to start burning these windrows. We burned some last year and we're going to start burning more of them now. So me, who was brand new, and a couple others like, okay, how do you do this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He goes, well, you just watch and I'll show you. We're going to drive up to the upper road. So we drive up to the top where the windrows started, and we'd get out the drip torches. And we also had at Sula, I don't know if you ever saw it, we had a backpack drip torch type flamethrower.
No, I don't think I saw. Was that? Well, maybe. Is it on the wall, like displayed?
It might have been for a while, but
Yeah.
we got to use it back in those days.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a big tank that was mounted on an old pack board, a World War II pack board,
Yeah.
military pack board. And you'd put torch fuel in it, just like a drip torch,
Yeah.
and pump it up. And it had a hose, and it had a firing mechanism out in front.
Yeah.
And you could ignite it, and you could blast fire probably 10 feet, but back under the inside of these windrows, which even if they're covered with snow, as long as you could get it lit down underneath,
Yeah.
they'd go.
Yeah.
So Crockett would have us like light the first top 3 feet of one of those windrows, drop down about 50 feet, light another 3 feet, drop down another 50 feet. We do that till we got to not quite the half of it.
Yeah.
And then you go, okay, now we're going to do the same thing on the next one. It's like, oh, we're not going to go all the way to the bottom. I mean, what the?
And we're back.
All right, we're back. So I think when we stopped, we were talking about the dozer windrows in Meadow Tolan.
Yes, sir. I believe.
And we were lighting those things, and Crockett had us go down 50-foot stretches to maybe not quite half of it. So these things were huge. They were probably 10, 11 feet wide, probably 10 feet high. And
Jeez.
this is true because we measured it. They were 300 yards long,
Oh man.
900 feet.
Jeez.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
And so, we'd light them halfway and then go to another one and go to another one and go to another one. And Jim and, we'd be like, wow, really? They'll keep burning? And he goes, yeah, you watch. The next morning we come back and they just, each part had backed down to the part that had burned before, and they would continue on their way down to the bottom on their own. We didn't even have to relight them.
Yeah.
And then we would start the next day on another block of them and do the same thing.
Man.
Yeah.
God dang, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he let me do that for a whole pay period, and then I was laid off for the winter.
Oh, gotcha.
So then hitting Lost Trail, doing stuff like that.
Stayed in the Bitteroot all winter?
Yep. Every once in a while I'd go down to San Diego for maybe a month or something like that, visit my mom, whatever,
Oh, yeah.
and visit some friends and do that stuff and then come back up. So then the second season in 76, I planted trees early. Anybody that wanted to, because there was so much stuff to do in the way of planting, and the Forest Service used to do a lot of its own planting.
Yeah.
We'd get on early to do that. And we'd work 10-hour days, but we'd usually work 6 10s.
Oh, really?
Because there was so much to do that we'd get, a couple of days of overtime every week. So you'd make some good money.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Plus, a lot of it was, hand scalping to make the holes for the trees.
Oh, it's like a
We
hand
did
scalping.
have some planting augers that ran with chainsaw motors, but there were only certain places where you could use those. But we had these big, they were called an R6. It was a big tool on a handle that came down like an axe, but it didn't have a point. It had a round front. And the round front was what you'd do a big swing and jam into the ground and then pull back the other direction, and it'd make an opening to put the trees in,
Oh,
put a tree in.
yeah.
And then you had to be careful because the roots, you didn't want the roots pointed back up, but they wouldn't grow well. They had to be straight.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
you'd stick your hand in there when you were putting the tree in and make sure that the roots were all the way down, and then go on to the next one. And we do that all day for days. So, but
Jeez.
I'll tell you, after doing that for, sometimes into April, all of May, and the start of June, you're already PT'd ready for fire season.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
bet.
'cause it was
Strong after
it
that.
was, yeah, it was a lot of work. I mean, you didn't have to go real fast or anything, but nonetheless, you're walking all day and swinging a tool and doing that stuff, and it was great.
Yeah.
But I took a side gig for part of that summer. Sula sponsored the Bitteroot, but the Sula district sponsored a YCC program for high school age kids.
Oh, gotcha.
It was like an 8-week project where you'd come to a national forest, and we used the East Fork Guard Station as the camp because there were a lot of cabins up there then.
Oh, really?
So the kids would stay in these cabins, and they had a camp director and 3 work leaders and 3 rec leaders, because we would do work projects, but then the rec leaders would be along for evening, lectures about fire ecology or whatever it happened to be.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I did that for the bulk of that summer.
Oh, cool.
And it was really cool. All those folks that were working rec leaders with me, we all still stay in touch. And in, was it 2018 when we had the solar eclipse? 2017 or 18, somewhere right in there.
17, I think was the big one, 'cause
17?
I was on the Sunrise Fire.
Yeah, one of the gals that was a rec leader with us, maybe she was a work leader too, I can't remember, named Paula.
Mm-hmm.
She and her husband live out on the prairie out in Wyoming.
Oh,
Yeah, and so we all met up over there because that was like the epicenter for the total eclipse and everything
Yeah.
like that. So we all met up out there and had a reunion. And
That's
stuff
really
and
cool,
watched
man.
the eclipse and stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
could you see it pretty good?
Oh, totally.
Wow,
Yeah.
it got totally dark for a minute, huh?
Yeah, totally dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it got like shaded kind of by where I was at. It wasn't totally dark.
It went completely dark. All the stars came out. I mean, it was incredible.
That is incredible. Man,
Yeah.
I wish I'd been there
Yeah,
for
it
that.
was neat.
Real quick, what happened to the cabins at the East Fork? Because there's only one cabin left, right?
So the cabins, the small cabins, the ones that the IR crew folks lived in when the crew was up there, and then after they got the YCC crew for a number of years, they would stay in those same cabins. They auctioned them off. They were just
Oh.
little ones. Kerry Taylor, that used to be on the Hot Shot crew and was an AFMO at Derby for quite a while, he had bought one of them when
Oh,
they
really?
auctioned them off back in the 70s. Yeah,
That's
late
cool.
70s. Early 80s, maybe. Yeah, he bought one. There's one at a house on the corner from where I live. They've got one of them.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
cool, man. That's cool. They're still around.
Yeah, they hauled all that stuff away, and all that was left then was, the cabin, the old historic cabin.
Yeah.
And that was, when we were there, that was where some of the work leaders lived.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And
How close were the little cabins to that main cabin there?
to the big building thing,
Yeah.
more of a building, they were kind of scattered out in that field area, not
Oh.
the far back part, but the closer to the road part.
By the pavilion, kind of like?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So it was cool. And that bigger building, that was the one that the Hot Shot crew used for like a training room and a meeting room and
Oh,
stuff
gotcha.
like that. Yeah.
Man, must have recently burnt that one because I don't think it's there anymore.
They must have, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was still there, for quite a while.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then the layoff happened, and then that happened with the YCC and the brush crew. Like when there were only a week left of the YCC for that summer, the brush crew went to California for the Marble Cone fire down
Oh.
there by Big Sur.
Man.
And I couldn't go because I was committed to YCC till it was over.
Yeah.
They were gone for about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe something like that, and all came back flush with cash.
Yeah. Had probably good stories
Hell,
being
I had
that Big Sur.
a lot of good stories, yeah. But I think I only had a couple of fires that fall, but we always had tons of burning to do, hand piles and whatever. It was just the way it was. There was a lot of logging going on.
Yeah.
And then 78 was a short season. I was only out there for maybe a month, and then I had some San Diego stuff I had to go back and
Oh,
take care of.
gotcha.
But I came back in 79 and couldn't get on the fire crew for a while, so I was on the stand exam crew.
Oh,
And that was kind of cool
Yeah.
because we were working 10-hour days. They were trying to do the first ever stand exams in the huge Tolan Creek drainage,
oh.
which was still solid timber then. And fires of 2000 took care of that.
Yeah, kind of thinned it out.
But it was mostly lodgepole. It was huge, and
Yeah.
so I really was mainly just the person that wrote down the data when it was mouthed to me,
Oh.
from the person who was doing the actual measurements.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd help with the reloscope. I'd help, get the angles and do different things like that on the slope and all sort of thing.
Man.
But yeah, and that whole huge drainage was so similar. It was all lodgepole. It was all about the same steepness and everything. That one time, Mary Byers, who did Sula Peak Lookout for a long time, she and I were working together, and we did about an hour and a half worth of plots on this one side, and she realized that we were in the wrong location.
Oh, no.
So we went back, and when we started doing the location we were supposed to do, the numbers, the trees, everything was almost the DBHs, everything was almost exactly
Really?
the same.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
because the drainage was so similar. It had obviously, way back when, probably all burned up in another fire. So
Yeah.
the ages of the older trees was almost the same for everything.
Yeah, that
From
makes
where they'd
sense.
come back in and grown up,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it totally makes sense for fire to come through to keep it even like that.
Yeah. So then 80, I was on the fire crew for the whole season, and that was cool. It was at Sula, still on the fire crew.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep, and we did a lot of, not a real lot, but a lot of local fires, a lot of burns and stuff. And then after all of us had gotten laid off the fall of 80, and the week before Thanksgiving, got a call late one night. So I was wintering for 2 winters, 79 and 80. That place, when you cross Lost Horse Hill, heading north toward Hamilton, on the right, there's that camping area where all those trailers and campers, where all the people that don't have any place to live are camping now.
Yep.
That was a KOA campground back then.
Oh, wow.
And I knew the guy that owned it. And he offered me the winter of 79. It was like, hey, I need somebody to stay there. You know, it'll be all locked up. Nobody can camp there or anything, but just to kind of keep an eye on stuff. And if you're going to be around, I won't pay you, but you don't get charged any rent or anything either.
Yeah.
The only thing you have to pay for is if you make any calls and they're long distance, I'll expect you to pay for those and to buy your own food. But other than that, it's yours.
That's cool.
And so that big, you know, KOAs used to always have a big, like a A-frame shaped building.
Yep.
So the bottom part was the store, which was closed, but I got to live in the upper part, and it had propane heat. It was the first time in all the time I'd lived in Montana that I didn't have to cut firewood or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was cool.
That is cool, man. Those are cool buildings. I like A-frames.
Yeah, it was really neat. You know, and I'd take off for the day and drive the van up the Lust Trail to go skiing, and I'd get the propane heat set at a certain temperature, and I'd come back and it'd be warm in there.
Oh, so nice.
Yeah. So I did that for two winters.
Oh, wow.
And I was doing a lot of lookout information stuff back in those days. I'd started after Medicine Point trying to find people that had staffed lookout in years gone by in the Bitteroot.
Oh.
And trying to accumulate old photos and different things like that. It was the same time that Mr. Kresick was working on this.
Fire Lookouts of the Northwest. Fire Lookouts of the Northwest.
Yeah, which is, anybody that knows about lookouts that lives and works up here knows about this book.
Yeah, I've heard.
He collected information on all the lookouts in the Northwest, and they're all cataloged in here. There's a few that he missed that have come to light over the years, but he got virtually everything. And so
Dang.
I was in Como with him when he was just in the accumulation phase of this after I was at Medicine Point.
Oh, cool.
So I sent him a little write-up of some of my experiences on Medicine Point, and he put them in there.
Really?
Yeah, he signed his copy
Oh,
of
yeah.
the book.
That is cool, man.
Rene Eustace, Medicine Point Lookout, with best wishes from Ray Kresick, October 1984.
Wow.
That's when this came out.
That's so
But
cool.
He took a few poetic licenses with what I'd send him, and I always teased him about it. You
Oh,
know,
really?
it's like,
Yeah.
you put some stuff that I didn't really do, you know, or didn't say, or didn't do in the same way.
Yeah.
And he said, well, if I ever do a revised edition, I'll fix it. And I went, well, I'll try and find my write-up. So I found the write-up and I sent it to him, and he goes, oh, geez, I really did take some poetic license, didn't I?
Little liberties with it, you know?
And so he did correct it. I resent it to him.
Oh,
Or
really?
he had a copy of what I had originally sent him, and he fixed it.
Oh, cool.
He did an addendum where he just went through the whole thing, but certain things that if some of us had found lookout sites that he didn't know about, he'd put that stuff in for the particular forest.
Oh, yeah.
And so he just did a little Medicine Point section and fixed the stuff that he had said that I didn't really say.
Yeah.
Or didn't say in the same way that he wrote it down.
That's so cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to pick up that book.
But it was cool. It's been out of print for a long time. Copies of this go on eBay for $500 now.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder, why is it out of print? Just because older?
He just, he did it, and then he didn't want to have to keep it up. Keep making more and more copies of it and stuff.
Yeah.
So his little addenda was good enough for him and good enough for us. But
Yeah.
yeah, so they're really hard to find now.
Man. Yeah. I'll have to.
If you can find one for $50, you've made the find of the century nowadays.
Man, yeah, even like
I
bookstores and
ended
stuff.
up
huh?
in around 2014-ish or something like that. They were already starting to get pretty pricey, but he's become a pretty good friend, and he's got a lookout museum at his house in Spokane that's
Oh, really?
spectacular.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to go visit him.
So I got a hold of him and told him that I wanted to get a copy of it as a present to keep in the library of each of the West Fork lookouts.
Yeah.
And he sold me 5 of them for a pretty cheap.
Oh, cool.
So they all got a copy at West Fork that stays up at the lookouts. And I bought the station one also.
Oh, cool. Like at the individual lookouts, like Hell's Half Acre.
They've each got one that lives up there.
That's cool,
Yeah.
man.
It doesn't belong to the lookout person. It belongs
To the tower.
To the tower, yeah.
That makes sense, especially because you knew lookout, so they can have something to read.
So they get them out all the time. And, I've been up at each of the towers when we'd start talking about, what did it say about when was Long Tom built or something, and we could look in there and find the information and stuff. So
Long Tom.
that's out out above the Salmon River.
Oh yeah, it's still there, right?
Yeah,
Is it still staffed?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm like, I know the name, but I couldn't remember why.
Yeah. This is, I think, the third building that's been up there.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Burned up or?
No, just just like on the Bitteroot, Spot is the third building that's been on Spot is the one that's there now.
Oh really? I didn't know.
Yeah, they'd have an old preliminary one, and then it'd be there for 20 years, and when it'd wear out, they'd build another one of a different style, and then when that'd wear out, they'd build another one.
Oh,
So,
gotcha.
Yeah. But, 80 was a good season, and like I say, we were all laid off right before Thanksgiving. Got a phone call 10 p.m. one night from Jerry Hinman down at Sula, the FMO, and he goes, "Hey, there's a big fire outside of Los Angeles. They're looking for crews. You want to go?" It's like, yep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So we put together a crew of people from all over the forest. It was half permanents and half temporaries. And all of us temporaries, had already been laid off. So we got pulled on as ADs.
Oh, yeah.
And we got a pretty decent AD rate, for those days and everything. And, we were down there for 10 days. It was the Santiago fire, and it was just east of El Toro Marine Base.
Oh, really?
Yeah, up in the high brushy mountains there and stuff.
Yeah.
And, I grew up in Southern Cal, but obviously I'd seen big brush fires, but I'd never been on one. But I knew how dangerous it was, and I knew from people I knew here in the Forest Service that had been down there for fires that it wasn't a joke,
No, it's scary. They can move, man.
Yeah, really scary stuff.
Volatile.
Yep, we went down there and they hauled us out into the backcountry in deuce and a half National Guard trucks.
Yeah.
And we got misplaced as far as our location was, and straddling Thanksgiving Day, we did a 40-hour shift.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And we couldn't get anybody on the Motorola radio they gave us. It was like we were lost in space out there, And finally on Thanksgiving afternoon, when it hit about 38th hour or something, like this rig pulls up and we're wondering where you guys were. It's like we couldn't get a hold of anybody, and we didn't have a vehicle. The National Guard rig
Oh, yeah, they dropped you off and
had
left
gone
you.
away. You know? So luckily we were in a safe spot. So if anything had happened, we would have still been all right.
Yeah.
But we're like, we couldn't get a hold of anybody. There was no way to talk to you guys. I'm glad you came along.
Yeah.
So we
Jeez.
went back in that evening, and all the turkey was gone, but they had everything else, so it was cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was a good crew. A lot of those same folks went on that trip. Sandy got to go on this one, Sister Sandy, too.
Oh, yeah.
So, we had a really good group and, got to catch some spots that blew over our heads in a windstorm, Santa Ana winds and stuff like that. And
yeah, those are no joke either, huh?
Yeah. Journaled that, too. And up to that point in time, and for the next couple of years, I only wrote down, I didn't journal the whole season.
Oh.
I just sporadically would write down stuff on fires that I thought were going to be my favorites or were my favorites. If I had one that lasted not too long and I could remember everything, I'd just jot down some notes on an idea book. And then when I'd get home, while it was still fresh in my mind, I'd do a write-up about it.
Oh, gotcha.
Then I never typed them all up, but I typed some of them up, and I typed up that Indian fire, that one in Southern Cal, and obviously the one in 76, which was my first role. But there were probably 12 or so scattered fires in that time period that I wrote stuff down about because they were cool.
Yeah.
Orphan Creek on Sula was one in 81. 81 was a really good fire season. we did. I don't think I went anywhere far away. Might have gone out to Ashland and Lame Deer once. It seemed like crews from here used to go out to the res out there a lot.
Oh, really?
In those early 80s, late 70s and early 80s. Not so much at all anymore.
No.
But yeah, people would go all the time. And it was pretty neat out there being out in the Indian country and stuff. It was cool.
It's cool country. I've only been out there a handful of times myself. So.
Yeah, it was a lot of interesting. Man, those ponderosas in that dry country, it just go up like a giant torch, you know?
Yeah. Oh, man.
It was crazy stuff.
It is crazy.
Yeah. But we had a really good season that year, so a number of the write-ups I did were from fires from that year.
Oh, yeah.
We had one Sula fire way out in Reynolds Creek that ended up absorbing about 30 people at its peak. And Sister Sandy was the fire boss, the IC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a bunch of Sula folks were there, Sula fire crew folks, some of the brush crew folks. There were some folks from, I think, the Darby district for a while. And it didn't get gigantic, but it was probably, I'd have to look back because, you know, I kept a fire list of everything too.
Oh,
everything
nice.
With all the acreages and the number of days and where they were and
Man.
all that stuff.
He's built to be a historian, Rene. That's awesome.
And so I'd have to look back to see for sure. I'm thinking maybe it was 30 acres or something like that, 40 acres.
Oh, gotcha.
But, you know, that was back in the days when you started mop up, that if you found a smoke in the afternoon, you had to stay for another 24 hours.
Oh, yeah, through the burn period.
Through the burn period to make sure it was out. If you found something the next afternoon, you had to stay for another 24 hours. Not everybody would have to stay. It depended on how much stuff was found. So toward the end of it, it whittled down to just me and two others. I was the one in charge then, and it was just me and two others. And that happened for a couple of days. Toward the end of the day, we found another one. So we just spend the days patrolling and reaching under stuff like you and I were talking about, you know. And finally, we reached the point where we didn't find anything else, and next day was going to be the afternoon we come out, if nothing, you know.
Yeah.
And so that evening, about dark, was in August. Yeah, about dark, we could see a lot of big thunderheads building out on West Fork to the west, starting to move our direction.
Yeah.
And just about dark, they came over Medicine Point, and they started dropping lightning, and there were flare-ups like all over the place. But you could also see that there was torrential rain coming out of the clouds.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, holy crap, man, if this rain doesn't keep up, this is going to be crazy, you know?
Yeah.
And so this stuff kept coming across the East Fork. It crossed the Bitteroot, came past Sula Peak, you know, stretched from like Sula Peak all the way up toward the top of the stuff adjacent to the B-Bar-D there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, up in that Tolan country and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it continued to look like having a lot of rain with it. But there were occasional flare-ups still going off, you know.
Wow.
And then they disappear in the clouds, behind the clouds that were coming in. We couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
It was just the three of us, right, out on this place.
Yeah.
And there was no place to go if it came over us, you know. And we really didn't have any flat spots. We called them jumper beds, you know, just make a flat spot on a steep slope.
Dig in, yeah.
It's wide enough to put your sleeping bag on, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where we were. It was right there. Two of us were right there, and one guy was uphill a little ways away from us.
Yeah.
And so as it got closer before it got to McCart, but closer, it split, and one cell headed right toward us in Reynolds Creek, and the other one continued right over McCart. So it was like a split storm, both parts of which were putting down strikes.
Yeah.
And so it starts getting the part where we were, it started getting really close. So I called Tommy T up. He was on McCart then.
Oh.
And I was like, Tom, it looks like that thing's going to be right over you. And he goes, Rene, I can't talk. It's here. I'm shutting off the radio.
Oh.
So I went off the air, and I looked at the handheld, and it was like, I tossed it out. It's like, I'm not keeping this thing in here. I didn't know if it had tracked lightning or not, but I didn't want to take a chance.
No, I'm with you.
But it got to us, and then we were in it. We were completely in it.
Jeez.
And there was rain, but there was also a lot of lightning. And back in those days, we didn't have tents or anything. We just had, a military style old pack frame or whatever that had a big sheet of a person-sized cover-up sheet of like visqueen or something
Oh yeah.
that you could roll up in with your sleeping bag inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Whetstone and I had put ours up. We were on that little narrow jumper bed ledge there we made,
Yeah.
so we could talk to one another like, Brian, are you still okay? Or whatever.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah. And so the lightning was like, the thunder was, this is literally true. There was so much lightning and thunder that the thunder rolls never stopped for like 45 minutes.
Oh,
it was just
man.
solid thunder. It was
Jeez.
terrifying.
That is terrifying.
And all these flashes outside the tent, our little tarps and everything.
Yeah.
And so I opened a little opening in the front of my tarp once just so I could look out, and you could see downhill,
Mhm.
and I could see lightning parallel to the ground downhill from where we were.
Man.
And we were terrified.
That is terrifying, man.
Oh, it was like, well, I hope everything works out, because there's no place to go.
We've had a good
It's
run.
not like you could get up and run off anywhere, and hide or anything.
No.
And it did that for about another 40 minutes, and then both parts of the cell moved off and disappeared, and then it was just torrential rain after that. And
Oh, jeez.
I'd left a water container out, and it had like an inch of rain in it from that night.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was like, we called Sula, and it's like, we told you last night that everything was done with this fire, and we're still sure everything's done with this fire, but do you want us to just hang out for a while back here so we can be eyes with McCart and in case we see something else,
Yeah, yeah.
And so they were cool with that. So we did that. Nothing ever popped up. Didn't really think it would because it was a drencher of a storm, thank God.
Yeah.
So we flew out the next day. We had sling netted up all the last of the trash. There were 2 big sling loads of trash that hadn't been able to go out yet.
Oh.
So we did have a helispot out there.
Oh, nice.
And at some point, the helicopter was going to have to come back out, and drop somebody off and hook up that stuff and then
Yeah.
go back and get them later. So this is about a week later, maybe.
Mhm.
And so I got to take the stock truck up to the McCart helispot. That's where they were going to fly the stuff back to.
Yeah.
So the helicopter came out there and it picked up the guy that they were going to drop off to hook up the nets and stuff. And it circled around while he did that. And then it picked him up and flew back to the McCart helispot. And he comes in and I was talking to the helicopter, and the pilot was like, where do you want me to put this? And I said, well, close to the truck, I guess, because eventually we're going to have to put him in the back. And he goes, well, stand back and I'll put him in there for you right now.
Really?
And he did. And he just hovered over the thing and dropped him in the back of the truck.
That's impressive.
It was cool.
Yeah, it's
then
really
he
good.
went back and picked up the other guy and brought him back. And then we all took off back for Sula.
Oh, that's awesome,
Yeah,
man.
it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great season. It was a good one. Yeah. And the next couple, 82 was less active, but we still had stuff going on. And my buddy Walt Smith, who was a long-time Missoula smoke jumper, so Walt's story was his dad was a scientist at the Rocky Mountain Lab,
Oh.
and they moved out to Montana, to Hamilton, because he got a job at the lab. They lived in New York, I think. New York State. I don't know where,
Yeah.
in New York State.
Yeah.
And so he and his mom and sisters all moved out to Hamilton and lived in town there. And Walt graduated from high school. Let's see, I graduated in 63. He graduated in 66. So he was only 1 year younger than I am, but he started school later than I did. So the way the grades worked out,
Yeah.
I was a number of years ahead of him, and by grades, just by virtue of how that worked.
Mm-hmm.
And Walt played football the whole time he was in high school. He was a really good athlete and stuff. And all those local kids, a lot of them who ended up working for the Forest Service and jumped and everything, were all from that same age group,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so when Walt graduated from high school in '66, his dad thought he was, I wouldn't say kind of shiftless, but thought he needed a little discipline or something.
Oh, yeah.
And so Walt ended up joining the Marine Corps.
Oh.
And he went to San Diego for boot camp. And as soon as boot camp was over and advanced infantry training, they sent him to Vietnam.
Oh, brutal.
So he was there in the two crazy years, 67 and 68. He got over there in time to get involved in the first Battle of Quezon, on the hill fights, which were really, really bloody. The North Vietnamese army was the real deal.
Yeah.
They were guerrilla fighters, and they were good at it.
Yeah.
So not that the Marines weren't, because they got really good too. Walt did some recon stuff and was in a lot of crazy, battles and everything. And then he was at the siege of Quezon in the end of 67 and over till January or whatever, till Tet in 68.
Jeez, tough guy.
Had some incredible stories about all of that, which were really interesting stuff while you were holding on Burns.
Yeah, to hear about it.
To hang out with him.
Yeah.
And get to know about that. So he got back from Vietnam in 68, and I think he wasn't done because it was a 3-year hitch. So it was closer to 69 that he got out.
Oh.
And I think he worked on trails. No, he got out in 68, later in 68. Maybe he got out early because he'd been injured. And he worked trails in 68, and then he was on the Bitteroot IR curve with Crockett as the crew boss in 69 and 70.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, along with a bunch of other guys that became Missoula jumpers after that too.
Yeah.
So Crockett, had jumped, and so he put the jumping fever in all of those guys.
Oh,
and they
I
wanted
bet.
to do it. And Walt was, he'd been a Marine, he'd been on the IR crew, he wanted to be jumper.
Yeah.
So, Crockett put the word in for the guys he thought were good, and they listened to him because he was Jim Crockett.
Yeah, 'cause he's tough. Yeah.
Yeah. So Walt wanted to jump in Missoula, but they had I think in 69, 71, they had a real small class for some reason.
Oh.
So he jumped out of Boise,
Oh.
which is BLM, right?
Yep.
Yeah, or was then anyway.
It still
for
is.
sure.
Yeah, still
Okay.
BLM.
So he rookied in Boise. And then that first summer that he jumped out of Boise, he got to go to Alaska.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, with a jumper crew.
Yeah.
And they did some fires way the hell out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Just, really cool stuff. I mean, they still do that. All the crews do that when they go to places up there. If they end up on a remote fire, they camp out.
Yep. Yeah. I got to go jump some fires out in the middle of nowhere. It's pretty cool.
Everybody takes fishing equipment and all that good stuff because you might as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally.
Yeah. So he had a great time, and then he transferred to Missoula, and he was a Missoula jumper from 70. Oh, God. He came to Sula. He jumped for 10 years, and he came to Sula as our sort of AFMO. I don't think it was actually called that yet, though, in 80. And he was there through 84. Then he went back to jumping, and he jumped until end of 94.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Tough, man.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
He jumped for a long time. He ended up being the training foreman
really?
there for a lot of years.
Wow.
So a lot of guys I knew on my hot shot crew years who went and jumped out of Missoula, Walt was the one that tormented them.
Yeah, totally. Maybe I gave him the introduction.
Yep. Yeah. But no, he was a good guy, and so he was at Sula starting in 80, and the jumpers were always really good about the guys that were coming back year after year and were planning on sticking around and getting training for them.
Yeah.
Crew boss courses and different things like that. And he started doing that for us at Sula. Those of us that had been around and, had expressed interest. It's like, man, doesn't look like I'm ever going to get an appointment, but I don't care. I'm going to be here because this is where I want to be and what I want to do,
Yeah, totally.
And you could still do it because the cost of living let you do it.
Yeah.
There just weren't appointments unless you wanted to go away.
Yeah.
And it's like those of us that lived in the valley, I mean, I remember saying a number of times, like, nope, when I chose that this place was where I was going to live, this is where I plan on being, and I'm not going anywhere else.
Yeah.
So if I can't get a permanent position, I'll just do this as long as you guys think that I have the quals and the ability to stick around. You can consider that I'm going to be here.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and so Walt knew that stuff, and so, you know, he got us the fire behavior course, the crew boss course, different things like that. Preliminary strike team leader stuff, you know, stuff that we weren't even quite qualified for yet, but squad boss quals,
Yeah.
he was really good about making sure that sort of thing happened.
That's awesome. What a good guy.
Yeah. And we got time at work. So today's your day to you and Joe go over and work on the crew boss course at the bunkhouse, the green bunkhouse. Is it still green? That's the one that the Trapper Creek Job Corps built back in
Oh, really?
before I got to Sula. It's the long building
That's what I was going to ask.
that's closest to the warehouse.
Mm-hmm. It's still there, yeah.
We'd go over there and just pick out one of the rooms that didn't have anybody in it, you know, and work on the course and stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then he'd turn them in, and you know, any opportunities that came up to do any trainee stuff, we'd do it. But it was way different. It wasn't near as documented as it is now, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we still had to do the stuff, but it just was more casual, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
It's just the way it was.
Yeah, no red card committee back then or any of that, right?
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really. We had red cards. They were pink then. But
Oh, really? Yeah.
yeah, they called them red cards still. But yeah, they had it, but it was much easier when your boss decided you were ready. They were the ones that told the forest FMO and stuff, you know, and that person trusted his district FMO, AFMO types. If they said you were ready, you were ready.
Yeah.
And it went on the red card, you know.
That's awesome. I like that way. I think that's the way the BLM,
It was pretty cool.
the BLM were running that way when I was jumping with them, and I was like, I like that idea, because like then the trainer who is the one who's actually like watching you do the task is like, yeah, no, I was there. They can do it, you know.
Yeah.
And plus you get on your red card a lot faster than having to wait for the red card committee to meet up, you know, which I thought was pretty nice too.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 81 turned out cool. 82 wasn't as fast, but it was still good. Made some trips to a few different places. Went with the brush crew down to the main Salmon River. Not very far down, the roaded part still, but
Oh, yeah.
first experience down there,
Oh, cool.
you know, which was,
Hot.
that's another one of those places that's, you know, not the same, but it's like you got to go to fires in Southern Cal, you got to go to the salmon.
Yeah.
And by the salmon, I mean the main salmon, the river.
Yeah.
know, the river and the corridor and the wilderness part.
Mm-hmm.
You got to experience that, or you haven't done it, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah, 83 was slow, but we did a lot of burning. Still got some more trainee experience through Walt and stuff. You know, he let us help a little more on control burn stuff, as far as, you know, being in charge of a part of line, or, you know, some of the lighting or whatever and stuff like that. It was back in 84, and 84 still tree planted all these years, usually.
Oh, really?
Usually in the spring and fall.
Jeez.
We do that. Yeah.
So you can drive down the valley here and just point out the different plots that you
You know,
planted.
it's interesting that a lot of the stuff that I helped plant and many other people plant pre-2000 all
Oh.
burned up
Yeah, I didn't.
in
Yeah,
2000.
I didn't even think about that.
Lenny Hinman was a silviculturalist. He was Jerry's brother.
Hmm.
He was the culturalist at Darby.
Oh, gotcha.
And he cried. I remember right after the fires of 2000, he said, virtually everything I've done since I got back from Vietnam in 66, all the planting,
Oh,
all the burning, all burned up. Almost all of it.
man, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, yeah. So in 84 then, on the 4th of July, I got to go on my very first roll ever with the IR crew.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We still called it, just by tradition, the Region 1 crews still called themselves IR crews, even though officially you could say you were the Bitteroot Hot Shot crew.
Yeah.
But we still called them the IR crews.
Yeah.
And I remember back when I was first at Sula, you know, the crew was there and everything. It's like, yeah, well, the IR crew lives out at the
guard camp, and what's that? Well, it's a crew that, works together the whole season, and they travel sometimes all over the country on fires. They go everywhere.
That had to be-
California, everywhere. It's like,
Yeah.
what do you got to do to be on that? And it's like, just got to have a bunch of fire experience. They don't hardly often hire people that don't have any experience. So,
Yeah, kind of same way now.
so you're probably not going to get on it this year if that's what you
Yeah,
need or
exactly.
whatever,
Yeah, shoot for next year. Well, how cool.
But I mean, I never really thought I wanted to for sure, because
Yeah.
I stuck out on the district crew at Sula because there were a whole bunch of us that were there together all those years,
Yeah.
and we were all friends in the off season too. Sandy and all of us would hang out together. We'd go skiing at Lost Trail. We'd go cross country season up on the Anderson mountainside. We'd have potlucks. We'd go do firewood expeditions together because all of us burned wood back in those days.
Oh yeah.
We were all really close friends,
Yeah.
and we formed that by all those fires and all the stuff that we did together all those years.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
was just a really good, comfortable friendship,
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
becomes like a family, and
And we
Did-
knew we could all trust one another,
Yeah.
on fires. Sandy or whoever could send one of us out to look at a part of the fire, and she knew what information came back was going to make sense.
yeah, absolutely. And,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I got to go on that first roll with the Hot Shot crew,
Mhm.
and I knew a bunch of folks that were on it, which was cool. And we flew out of Missoula and went down to Nevada
Oh really?
to the backcountry. Yeah, we flew into, oh man, Battlement Mountain, I think was the name of the little town.
Yeah.
It's out in the middle of nowhere.
Battle Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, Battle Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had a school bus. We used to always get school buses that were designed for second graders, with little bitty seats and stuff.
No.
Throw all of our gear in the back of them, and
Yeah.
they'd cram us and Lolo on. We strike team with Lolo a lot over all those years
Oh yeah.
that I was on the Hot Shot crew, a lot, because they were the closest to us in terms of distance,
Yeah, just on the road, really.
Yeah, if they had to go to a fire down south of the Bitteroot or on the Bitteroot, they'd end up with us and vice versa.
Yeah.
So they were down there too, and they had another bus, and so we went to this fire out in the middle of nowhere, and it was pretty cool. Different country. I'd never been in any of that kind of scrub country at the edge of the desert and all that.
Yeah, really cool.
And right before we went, we'd had a fire on Sula back by Paint Creek that myself and this guy named Russ Bain on the fire crew IA'd. And it was just the two of us, and we got to it. There was a road right by it, but it was ripping in the wind.
Oh,
And
really?
It was really obvious right off the bat that it wasn't going to be a two-person smoke chaser fire,
Yeah.
So tried to do a quick size up, and I called back. Walt was in dispatch, and so was Sandy. And I called back, and, I said, it's so smoky, I can't even get around this thing, so I don't have a guess for you on how big it is, but it looks like it could get pretty big. And we're going to need more people than two of us. He said,
Yeah.
well, how many do you think you're going to need? And I said, if you can get us a crew, I think you should get us a 20-person crew. And there was nothing for a couple of seconds, and then they said, okay, we'll work it up and see what we can find
Yeah.
and get back to you as quickly as we can. And so what do you think? Do you want to be the crew boss? And, I said, I'd finished the course the year before, right?
Yeah. So you're
But-
ready.
And I said, I'll give it a shot if you guys think I'm ready.
Yeah.
And they went, go for it. So I did.
Awesome.
And, there was some behind the scenes stuff going on. I mean, some of the folks from Sula that were real experienced, that were brush crew members or whatever, that were part of what came out, and a bunch from Stevensville came down too. They had talked, and they went, look, this is Rene's first crew boss assignment, and give him his head, let him do his stuff. But, we expect that you guys, because you're experienced, you're there to help him, not to hassle him about stuff.
Yeah.
So if you see he's doing something that you think you could suggest maybe a different way or why or whatever, do it. But other than that, let him do it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so
that's how it worked. I never even knew that this had happened until after we got back 2 or 3 days later.
Yeah.
You know, and they told me, she and Walt told me, they said, when those guys came back, they told you they did a great job, but we had set you up not to fail, you know, that if they needed to tell you something that they should.
Yeah.
And I went, no, I really appreciate that. You know, and people did make a few comments about a couple of things, you know, and
Yeah.
I
Normal.
didn't hassle me or anything, you know, and
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked out that way.
That's really
So
good.
then right after that fire, like a week later, was when I made that first trip with the Hot Shot crew.
Yeah.
So it was pretty cool watching how Jim Leverton, who was the senior GS5 squad leader, all temporaries,
Mm-hmm.
was
Wild. Yeah.
the only one. Well, actually, Donnie Ray, who's the Ray family, they used to own a realty in Darby. And
Oh.
Don Ray was a longtime member of the Bitteroot Hot Shot crew. He was a Sawyer, the IR crew.
Yeah.
And he stepped in that season to act as Soup, but as a temporary.
Wow.
He
No.
had the quals,
Yeah.
so there was nothing that said he couldn't do it. And he definitely had the experience because he'd been on the IR crew for like 6 or 8 years or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
So he ran the crew that season. And so I was on Leverton's squad because he was a squad leader, but he acted as the assistant if Don had to go do something else or whatever, you know?
Oh, gotcha.
So I'd try and get as close to those guys as I could when they were talking about tactics and stuff, just to see what they were thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
This was new country for me, you know. I don't really know exactly how you do stuff, and so
Kind of
I was
glean
like
some.
a sponge. I was just
Yep.
like trying to absorb as much of the stuff as I could on how they were doing what they were doing.
Smart. That's a good
Yeah,
move.
yeah, and it was cool. It turned out to be a good role. We worked on that fire and another little fire, and then we jetted up to Reading and staged, and for other fires.
Yeah.
And while we were at Reading, we hung out at the jump base there,
Oh, cool.
and Walt was up there.
Oh.
He came on a gig as a strike team leader or something.
Oh, gotcha.
So he was hanging out there too. And we never did go on a fire for those couple of days, but
Oh.
we just hung out in Reading, and then they sent us back home.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
cool though.
And then we did cool stuff, you know, the rest of the summer. And then there was a huge burning project going on over at Dvorak Reservoir in Idaho.
Oh.
And the RR crew in the fall got to go over there to help. Well, they were supposed to go over to help burn.
Oh.
But the reason they got sent over there when we did was they had lit all of these. There were just like a scat of like 40-acre logging units, and there was supposed to be this big rainstorm coming in.
Yeah.
So they lit them all, and all they got was wind and not the
Oh,
rain. And
no.
they all blew out, and there was just like hundreds of acres of fire burning over there.
Yeah.
So we went over there. I got to go over with them. Sandy got to go. A couple other, Joe Thompson, who was on the Sula crew for a long time with me,
Yeah.
he got to go, and a couple other people from the Bitteroot Fire crew got to go at Sula. And
Man.
we were over there a couple weeks for the
Really?
first part of it. There were so many fires that there'd be like 2 of us digging line around a 40-acre unit
Jeez, that's
with
good.
a Sawyer to help us.
Yeah.
And 3 more people, 2 more in a Sawyer would be on an adjacent unit, and it was just crazy
Man,
stuff.
that's a
And
lot of work.
It was a lot of work, but it was
Yeah.
cool. They had a cool camp set up with tents and a really good caterer and everything, you know. And
That makes a
well,
big difference for sure.
well, a lot of people over there, and it was a blast. And I was getting a ton more experience with the crew too, the
Oh,
Hot
yeah.
Shot crew, you know.
Yeah, good call. True.
Yeah, and yeah, we had a great time, and we were there till it finally rained, and they had 40,000 feet of hose out on all these units.
40,000. Jeez, man.
It was, and we helped roll it all up.
Oh, so
And
you,
it was all wet, and a lot of it was that old cotton jacketed hose that you never see anymore. That was really heavy,
yeah, I was gonna
and
say.
it wasn't limber like the modern hose.
Oh.
It was real stiff. So when you rolled it up, you couldn't roll it. You had to football it, and
Oh.
you would just like tumble it into this big football like formation. It was really heavy too.
Oh man,
Yeah,
That's a
rolled
lot of-
up a ton of that.
that sounds like a ton of work.
It was a lot of work, but it was cool. It was cool stuff. And then I got to thinking, you know, it's like
Man, I love it at Sula, but after working with Jim and those folks on that crew, I'm going to put in an application and see if I can get on it for summer of '85.
Yeah.
And I did, and I did.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And so I don't know how much further you want to go here, but
Yeah. Yeah. That might be a good pausing point. We're just about 5 hours in here.
really?
We're just shy of 5 hours. Yeah. And I keep glancing down because we don't have a ton of battery left, and I got batteries, so
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go a few more if you want to. Is that a good button-up point, you think, to put a pin in it for now? Or
We can if you want. Yeah, because I got a lot of interesting Hot Shot Crew stuff. And then the bulk of my interaction with the lookouts on our forest has to do with the West Fork years,
Yeah,
which 2001 through now.
yeah,
Because I worked with all those folks and was involved with training sessions and a lot of other stuff. And yeah.
yeah, totally. Because I definitely want to get in all that
And
stuff.
that's
So
good stuff. And there's some good fires and some interesting stuff to do with the Bitteroot Hot Shot Crew during those 11 seasons that I did that.
yeah. So that might be another couple hours in itself, huh?
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, if I didn't have more stuff to do because my brother's in town, so I got to go time with him. But yeah, because also that blue nose story that you were telling the other day to me and Micah, and like that's I put on my Instagram the picture of blue nose because I think that was just interesting that you were so involved in saving that, and that hopefully maybe this summer I'll get a chance to go look at it.
It's a cool place.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way you described it, man. I mean, I already wanted to see it, and then just your description really has me wanting to go up there.
And that style of a lookout that had the log crib base was a salmon National Forest and Chalice National Forest, because they were separate at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Way back. It wasn't all one forest like it is now. Kind of like the Beaverhead Deer Lodge. That was the style of lookout. They built quite a number of those that had the log crib base with an L4 on top of it.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, they were really cool.
And was that just for storage, or were you supposed to park a car?
Well,
in
you
it,
could
or?
put a lot of stuff down under there, and some of them you could actually drive a vehicle into them. There was enough room.
Yeah. Because when I first saw a picture of blue nose, I had no scale, but that's what I thought it was. I thought it was just like a garage,
Yeah.
so you could just park your vehicle in there. And
We'll reiterate it all again, but Blue Nose, the staircase to get up to the L4 part where the person lived, came out inside of the basement.
oh, whoa.
Yeah, some of those styles, some of them, the stairs came in the basement. Some of them, the stairs were on the outside, but the lookouts were the same otherwise. So
Oh, guess
why they did it that way is lost in history, I guess.
yeah, I guess we may never know on that one, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, there's a lot of good stories, and, all those West Fork years were my interactions with the folks who are the West Fork lookouts,
Yeah.
most of whom are the same people that were there when I got there in 2001.
Really?
Yep, the Mokes and Christy and Jim and Berico and Mark, all those folks have been there all those years. So
Wow.
those guys are all personal friends, not just work friends, but
Yeah.
we've all become super good friends over all these years.
That is awesome. Yeah, I guess that's
Yeah.
23 years now if you're counting this year,
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's a long time, right? You said 2000 or 2001?
2001's when I went out to
Oh,
West Fork.
So 22 years, but if you
Yeah.
count this one, but man.
23rd season. Oh, that's the way it works,
Yeah, right, yeah. Okay, because you count 2001.
So, I started in 76, and this will be 2023, and that's 48 seasons, but 47 years.
Wow. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because the math of
because you
mine.
count the season, you worked a whole season
Yep.
in 76.
Yeah.
But you started in 76 and it's 23, so it's 47 years, but you will have worked 47 seasons.
Yeah, totally. Because I remember when I first got in, like, the math was kind of weird when I was telling people how long I've been in fire, and they're like, "That your math isn't right." I'm like, no, it is, because like you said, you count that
If
year.
you worked all those years, it's one more than chronologically what you'd think it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a weird brain teaser.
Yeah.
So I guess this be a great time to stop off, but
Sounds good.
for folks who will hopefully be tuning in when we get back together. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to Mexico soon, so we'll have to figure it out on what time when we do it. But folks who are hopefully tuning in and listen to this one, the next one's gonna be awesome too, because Hot Shot. I guess I'll let you. So Hot Shot to
it'll
look
be-
up.
A lot of hot shot experience stuff that I think folks will find interesting, and then a lot more lookout stuff, because I
I was always kept involved with the program, but I took a lot of years off to do line stuff, and not actual lookout stuff. So, yeah, all these years since 2001, I've been involved and still am, even though I don't work all the time anymore.
Yeah.
I do it as volunteer stuff, help open and close the West Fork lookouts just like I did those years before, and helping resupply and getting stuff ready for them. And then, of course, there's 26 seasons of Air Patrol stuck in there too. So
Oh yeah, I look forward to that too.
kind of aerial lookout stuff, the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a really good point. And
I'm there to support them.
yeah, well, you're supporting the whole forest though in a way too, because
Yeah.
supporting your lookouts by being above and giving them a heads up, and that's kind of cool. You get to check in with your friends, flying around.
Yep.
And then also like having you around is so great too, because such a wealth of knowledge. If someone has a question about anything in the forest, typically they're
Thanks.
asking you.
Thanks. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to relay information to folks, and everybody's still being cool. And I'm that gig last summer of delivering fuel to the wilderness fires on West Fork. I'd end up with our fire crew folks that I knew that were working on West Fork, who I'd met, who helped us open the lookouts and everything. And
Yeah.
and they'd take the time. I'd ask them, so what are you guys doing? Yeah, we're checking out this drainage and stuff, and we think the fire's here, and it's really cool because I feel like even though I'm not out on the line with them, I'm still part of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because I've done it so much over the years that it just makes me feel good to still be involved.
Yeah, man, and helping folks, especially with all the turnover we had over the years, just a normal fire turnover, but
Yeah.
you got the best local knowledge there is. So people can be like, hey, what do you think about this plan? And you can be like, well, that plan stinks. Or you can be like, that's good, yeah. Or if you want to make your life easier, maybe try this. You know?
What do you think about maybe doing it this way or something? It's
Yeah.
your call. You're the fire boss or whatever. But
Yeah.
whatever you think. But yeah, it's cool and it's fun and it's nice still being a part of all that.
Yeah, man, it was great to have it. And thank you so much for being on this, Rene. I really appreciate
thanks
it, man.
for having me, man. It's cool fun.
Yeah, it's been great, man. I mean, literally this 5 hours flew by. I mean, the couple breaks kind of helped, I guess. But, man, like it's been great, man. I feel like I've been riveted just sitting here. And so I guess that's part one of, with Rene.
I'll also tell you a little more this next time, too, that I am a documentarian.
Yeah.
And I've since '85 I've documented everything.
Yeah.
I've got tons of journals, tons of stuff typed up, tons of stuff.
Yeah. Can we expect a book anytime soon? Or
I don't know. I'm good at writing it all down, but I'm not real good at how I'd synthesize, stuff.
Yeah, to put it in.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I've got it all, and I've got photographs to go with all of it.
That's awesome. That's even better, the photographs too, man. Yeah. I wish I could help you on the writing part, but I'd be the same way. I just have a stack of notes, and I wouldn't know how to put it together in some sort of manual or something. But thanks again, Rene. I appreciate you, buddy.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, and thanks for anybody who might be listening.
Yep.
Get ready for part 2 coming soon.
Thanks for listening. It's been a long haul.
Yeah. Thanks for staying with us.